Leche. Leche. Leche.
Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Upgrade your membership to Gold. You will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Kencan. Kenny Kencan wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Kencan, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian, Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the Corker Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a Dom. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio is all. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, better with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Leche.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Wednesday, March 12th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. It's a huge week. We're 7 days away from landing in San Antonio for Pubapalooza 4. I stopped the bleeding last night. I'm wearing the Peter Loshak shirt again. It's just baby steps. It wasn't a huge day or anything. 10-8 plus 1.73 units. I just need to stop the bleeding and start stacking. Stop the bleeding and start stacking. So we've done the first step. Now we need the second step. I can only pray that you see me in this Peter Loshak shirt tomorrow. Shout out to all the cappers with us. We got a huge day of action, and it's going to be tricky. Jose's not going to be rocking with us, so I've got to do the graphics. We have more. Well, the description limit is 5,000 words, and just with the games and where they're being played, we were at about 7,800 words. So I had to cut 2,800 words. Sorry, letters. Whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Not words, letters, spaces, whatever it is. And so that's the most I've ever had to cut. So we have 4 games in NHL, 40 in college basketball, and 9 in NBA. It's an interesting setup here. We're going to quickly touch on that first game of the day, Richmond Davidson. Then Gogster is going to rock with us. Gogster coming off a massive day in NHL last week. It's tricky cards that Gogster's working with on Wednesdays because they're small cards. And sometimes you try to squeeze a little more out of it than you probably should. Gogster last week went 4-1 plus 6.4 units, and his ROI season long with Loshak and myself is now just under 5%. Average line plus 150. He's shining right now. And it's important because there's not enough of us shining right now. So then Gogster's going to come on, and then Spooner is going to come on at 11:35. We got Spoon Dog from 11:35 till 1. Then I'm going to cap a few games. Well, one of those games during 11:35 to 1, Daby Cab is rocking. That's the Arkansas game he gave us yesterday. Then I'm going to rock a few games solo. Then Cab's going to come in for a shift. And then we have one final shift with me. And I've capped those late games. I could have used an extra 4 or 5 hours, but all I've done is cap. I haven't taken a breath here. Great to see all of you guys. Great to see everybody here in the chat. Let's get to work here. Shout out to everybody. Respect plays of the day, and I've copied and pasted those. I haven't tweeted out the show, but I'll do that when we have Gogster on and we're talking here. Res Mob is at the ACC Championship down in Charlotte. Virginia, Georgia Tech, 12 o'clock. UNC Notre Dame at 2:30. That's so magic, man. I hope you have an incredible time, Rez. I wish we were all there with you, my man. Man Bear Pig in the house. The Nuke Worker says, a week today, we're on our way to Pub 4. Dan ready to go. Justin McKelvey, Iowa plus 5.5, and SGA 6 or more rebounds here. We got everybody ready to rock here. Love seeing you guys all here. Shout out to Gorky. Gorky blessing our action with a $2 dono. He's on Davidson and Georgia Tech together on the money line. Big Scott in the house. He's on North Carolina minus 8.5, and Arkansas minus 3. It's a 2-leg parlay there. And the under 149.5 in the North Carolina game. Smash the line movements. We're going to go over all of those line movements. I've got that copied and pasted. Big Scott, thank you for sharing that with us, my guy. Spooner is going to be rocking with us. He's on Georgia Tech, LaSalle, Cal, and Sacred Heart here. I almost moved on Sacred Heart last night, but it moved from 2.5 to 3.5, and I was like, oh, I'll talk it out. I'm certainly high on them. Now, I tried to keep my college basketball to a smaller volume. It's too bad. It always works like that. Would have gone 4-1 on the games that I cut. But 3-3, it's okay. Everything's fine. Ross Pitts on Richmond Spiders. Jerry Stacks, we're going to get you back to getting stacked here. Slats says, told you guys Habs are a one-line team. Suzuki, Caulfield, and Slapkovsky combined for 7 points on 4 goals. I'm stacking all 3 for a point there from Slatsy. Copy and paste that. Yeah, Steve G, the Avalanche were just in an extremely difficult spot last night. I don't feel you got a hell of a hockey team on your hands. Second half of back-to-back, getting in at 5 a.m. Those are all really difficult. Really difficult. All right, great to see all of you guys. Big Scott, also Rhode Island, first half. We got everybody ready to rock here. Jerry Stacks, Old E, Ross Pitts, Saturated, Kongs, Clips. Big Scott says we want to see that. I hope so, Scotty, man. God, I hope so, Scott. This is it's a pretty It's a pretty scary situation, honestly. When you have a stretch like I just had, it's pretty scary. There's a lot on the line, not only for my life, with my family and all that and keeping the bankroll sound, but also our show. I mean, I can't just come out here and suck. I have to succeed. So I'll lose everything if I don't. I mean, everything. I won't have a show here. I'll lose my bankroll, which in turn will lose other things in my life. So I can't explain how much is on the line here. Now, we thrive under pressure. Nothing wrong with a little pressure. Let's step up in the face of pressure. Big Scott on Rhode Island, first half -2. Wine time coming off a sweeping NBA. Wonderful, wonderful work. Ken Mizrahi ready to go. Andrew G. Everybody ready to rock here. I feel it. Now we have to succeed. We got 9 Legacy, a UPK, Ayash Yala in the house. Let's get this all locked in. Crystal Craig ready to go. Great to see all of you guys. So let's roll. Okay, so how we're going to start things off here is, let me get this over here. We're going to just touch on this first game. Our first game here. And we don't have it. Okay. Oh, we have just NCAA up there. God, I'm trying to figure. Okay, that's what we're going to use for NCAA for. Okay. Jose said he would get us the graphics. Maybe he's going to be able to try to do it while he's working his other job. I'm not entirely sure. And I'm going to take a deep breath and relax. If we don't have the graphics, everything's going to be fine. Not going to freak out. Not going to lose my shit. Not going to panic. Not going to smash anything. Going to stay totally calm and composed. Our first game on the board is at 11:30 a.m. It's the A10 Championship first round. Richmond Spiders 10-21, 5-13 in the A10. At the Davidson Wildcats 16-15, 6-12 in the A10. Both teams closed the regular season with 4 straight losses. I mean, Richmond's been bad all year. I mean, they've won 3 of their last 16 games. And Davidson won both meetings with Richmond. They defeated them 72-66 at Richmond on January 25th and then beat them at home 71-60 on February 8th. With the team losing, now look, UTEP was one of my late cuts just because I wanted to keep my volume down. UTEP had come into the tournament losing 7 straight. UTEP took care of business. There was no problem. But I caught myself saying, if I'm expecting a team to win by margin, how can they be coming in with 4 straight losses and expect them to win by margin? Now, again, UTEP handled it, and maybe Davidson does too. But there's been a 1-point move to the Richmond Spiders from -6.5 to -5.5. I can understand it. This tip-off is happening in 16 minutes. From a total standpoint, we have a 130.5. Oh, it's just dropped a couple cents. But this opened up at 131. It dropped down to 130, and it came up to 130.5. Michael Johnson in the house, ready to go. So, and Big Scott says, can we expect Richmond to put up a fight here in the first half? Got to be salty about the 2 losses. I'm just not going to start my day by betting Davidson to win by margin. I just can't do it. They've shown me no reason other than the 2 matchups, with Richmond earlier in the year. Richmond is a public dog, 70% of the tickets and 67% of the cash. So if you're on Davidson, I wouldn't be too concerned about the 1-point move, although you'd prefer it not to move. On the total, you have 69% of the tickets and 68% cash on the over. I can't start my day like this. There's just too much on the line. It comes down to that. We have to win today. I'm not going to trust Davidson to win by margin. The last thing I'm going to do is bet on this trash Richmond Spiders team. We have 40 games in college basketball. We have college basketball all day long. We got to be focused. We got to stay in our shoes, and we must deliver. Blackthorn says we need early action, bro. We're going to have early action. We have games starting at 12 p.m., 12:30, 1 p.m., 1 p.m. We got a ton of action, ton of early action. I do think it's irresponsible for me to sit here and say this team that's won 4 straight games is going to win by margin here in their conference tournament. I'm not going to. Well, do I care that Steph Curry is the assistant general manager? What does that mean? You get to FaceTime with Steph Curry, the manager, what do I care? The AD gets to FaceTime here with Steph Curry, and that's supposed to... Okay. All right, let's move on here. I apologize for that. Mr. Tomatoes in the house, and Jerry Stacks is right. We don't need an election. We need to win. If you guys are moving on it, I support that. Let's get into the National Hockey League here. We're going to have lots of time to break down the 12 o'clock game, so don't worry about that. We're moving on to college basketball at 11:35 here. Let's welcome the man who shone on our last show. 4-1 plus 6.4 units. He's now up 8.66 units on the year with a 4.84 ROI. And he's got an average line of plus 150 for people who like big scores. Please welcome to the show from Bell Vegas, our friend, Mr. Gogster, to the telecast. Gogster, what's good, man? How are you?
Doing good, Jimmy. How you doing today, buddy?
We do have... Okay, sorry. I'm a little panicky. I should have... I knew a couple weeks ago that Jose wouldn't be here on Wednesdays, but I completely forgot about it. And so I'm a little panicky. So I imagine that you will deliver some calm. Let's get right to work. So just a quick review of yesterday. I went in NHL 7-4 plus 3.18 units. Stop the bleeding. Blue Jackets was a loss. Lightning was a loss. Rangers Winnipeg under 6 was a win. LA Kings -1 was a win. Florida Boston under 5.5 was a win. Vegas Pittsburgh under 6.5 was a win. Tampa Bay Carolina under 6 was a win. Jets -1 was a push. Washington Anaheim under 6 was a loss. Nashville San Jose over 6.5 was a loss, but I got in live at 4.5. And that cashed. Montreal plus 125 is as easy as it gets. If I could only fade the Canucks every day, I can today. Vancouver team total under 3. You got to be betting Vancouver team total unders as well. You got to be double dipping on this. And then we have Anaheim first period at plus 142 was a push. Goal with 45 seconds left. That Alexi Protas is a beast at 6'6". Okay, Gogster, let's rock. And Gogster, spectacular job last week.
I agree.
You needed it. Show needed it. You delivered it. 7:30 p.m. Eastern, Buffalo Sabres 25-32-6, 9-18-3 on the road to Detroit Red Wings 30-28-6, 16-15-3 at home at Little Caesars Arena in Detroit, Michigan. UP Lohkonen going up against Cam Talbot. Lohkonen 21-20-4, 3.11 goals against, average 8.92, save percentage, 2 shutouts. Talbot 17-15.
Just hold on, Jim. Timeout. I think Mrazek's making his first start here.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, that's something that amazingly the Detroit Red Wing backers that I'm friends with want. They want a spark. They think that he's capable of delivering a spark. Very, very interesting here. He's had a terrible season, which we predicted. I told you guys that last year was an aberration. It was an outlier performance. It made no sense. And he came back to his Civ ways. Buffalo power play 16.6%. Penalty killing 76.8%. Detroit power play at 28.2%. Penalty killing at 69.5%. The Sabres snapped their 6-game losing streak with a big 3-2 win at home over the Oilers on Monday. What better opportunity to fade them is after a big win over the Oilers? They have JJ Peterka day-to-day with lower body injury. Jacob Bernard Docker doesn't have his working paper. He doesn't have his working visa right now. So he's going to miss his second straight. Well, he's missed 2 straight. He may miss his third straight. We don't know. It's probably figured out by now, but that's been the problem with him. So, you know, Bryson and Clifton, I mean, there's a reason why they brought in Bernard Docker. The bottom pairing is not very good. Yuri Kulik, another defenseman's day-to-day with an illness. The Red Wings come in off their 6th straight loss, 2-1 at Ottawa on Monday. It was yet another loss that saw them badly outshoot their opponent. This time it was 49-23 in favor of the Wings. They're in their head. As much as this, let's say, is a weighted coin flip, I want to fade the Sabres after that big win, which I do. I cannot trust the Detroit Red Wings here. Slatty says Sabres 0-7 last 7 on the road. Wings 0-6 last 6. Something has to give. I simply cannot trust the Detroit Red Wings. Look, I'd like to. I try to. Now, I'm not going to fade them. But they're snake bit. Sometimes teams are snake bit and players are snake bit. Look at what's going on with Steven Stamkos. I mean, sometimes you just can't score. even when the cage is wide open. And I, because of that, cannot take Detroit, even though everything's telling me to bet them. There's been a 9-cent move towards them. I can't do it. Not with the way they're playing right now. You outshoot Buffalo 18-4 in the first period, and you're down 1-0. You're hanging your head. This total is 6.5. It's minus 108 to the under. There's been a slight move to the over, a 2-cent move. Gogster, take it away. Red Wings Sabres.
Yeah, it's a weird game kind of here, guys. Both teams are just defensively there's problems. No Talbot though. Mrazek's first game, like you say, should bring a bright spot to the Red Wings. But since the All-Star break, goals for, goals against, 35 against, 5-on-5 for the Sabres, and 33 for the Red Wings. 5-on-5 too for the Red Wings, guys. Only 12 goals for out of 22. So they're scoring on the power play, but 5-on-5, they got to get it going a little bit. You're going up against a team that's allowing 35 since the All-Star break, 5-on-5 in the Sabres. So so you're right in the chat. Something's got to give. I do think that if Detroit don't get this one, like this is the line's low enough. I would expect Detroit to get this one done with Mrazek. I know I didn't bet this though, guys. I went both teams to score in the first period. Just Buffalo, such a strong team in the first period there with especially on the back end there, Taze and Dahlin. No JVD like you said, Jim, but hopefully Paterka can come back in this game. But I'd still think Buffalo. I think they'll have the firepower. Added Norris as well from the break. I have a stat here too, guys. First period over 7 of the last 10. 4 of the last 5 games for the Sabres. So they're a heavy trending over team in the first. So we're going to take the both team to score plus 150. And then I have a couple parlays tonight, Jim. I got 3 parlays, a little lengthy, not too lengthy, but it's going to start off here with a Buffalo team total over 1.5. I think the Sabres are going to be at least get over 1.5. That's heavy juice, guys. We got a couple more lines tied into that to get that closer to the plus 100 number. But I expect Buffalo, both teams to score 2 goals as well. I was going to take both teams to score 3, stayed off that one, Jim. But I do think Buffalo is going to still show up here, despite Detroit needing this game. Penalty kill 69%, 68% since the All-Star break. Should be some goals. Each one of these teams that are down live, this could be one of those games, Jim. You could take maybe plus money on each side live, like Detroit down live, Red Wings down live. Kind of just make some money there too. Should be a susceptible game. Luke Hokanen's looked really bad too, 873 save percentage since the All-Star break. So should be Detroit game they win, but got to see it kind of like what you're saying. So I think the goals are the play, but first period both teams score plus 150.
And Sabres will be part of a parlay for Gogster. We roll on. Canucks, Flames. I have some stats, but my phone died right before the show. Very interesting stats on the Flames and how horrific they are offensively.
Yeah.
They're beyond comprehension offensively, which is a gift for underbettors. They're last in the league in goals above expected. They're last in so many different, off the rush. We can go through it all. They're last in the league to be in a playoff spot goes to show a bunch of things for the Flames. One, their coaching is solid. Their defense is better than we expected. And Dustin Wolf is possibly going to be an elite goaltender here. He was, of course, the AHL goaltender of the year. Then I told you guys about the Canucks. I've been telling you guys about this. Before the season, I told everybody in our breakdown with Terry, I told everyone that this Pedersen deal is a huge weight around our neck. It's going to ruin the franchise. Maybe ruin the franchise was a little much. Certainly feels like it has. I told you guys that Brock Besser is not that good. Can't create space. He had perfect line mates. Somehow he put that 40-goal season together. We couldn't get a first-round draft pick. He's going to go away. He's going to be let go for nothing in the offseason. The team's not good. They have one of the top 3 players in the world in Quinn Hughes, who's hurt right now. Mm-hmm. He's not coming back anytime soon. It's possible if they lose 6 or 7 games in a row that he just gets shut down. This Canucks team is a fade and a fade and a fade. And they must be faded here as well, despite the Flames' inability to score goals. Vancouver power play at 22.5%. It just continues to drop without Hughes out there. They're doing nothing on the power play. No Hughes, no JT Miller. What the hell have they done to themselves? 82.3% penalty killing. Calgary power play 21.2%. I'm a little surprised their penalty killing so weak at 74.9%. The Canucks are on the second half of a back-to-back after suffering their second straight loss 4-2 at home versus the Habs last night. Quinn Hughes remains out of the lineup. Flames are well rested. They've been off since the 1-0 victory at home over the Habs on Saturday. If this was a really good hockey team, I'd be a little nervous. Are they going to come out a little sloppy? Not a team that needs this so bad. That's clearly being coached well. The Flames are a completely healthy group. This was such an incredible opportunity. I just couldn't believe it. I was completely shocked. I got the money line on 365 was minus 120, but I want more than that. So the puck line was plus 205. I got a minus 1 at plus 140 something. I'll pull it up in a second. I'm trying to tweet out the show here. So, and then I got the Canucks team total under 2.5 at minus 105. Now, I could have waited for a sharp offshore to come out and give me a much better line than 365 does on these team totals, but I didn't. And that's the exact same number I could have got when the line became available on the sharp offshores. Canucks team total under 2.5 minus 105. Anytime the Canucks are a favorite, you can build the 3. When they're a dog, you take the 2.5. Now, when Quinn Hughes comes back, you don't want to do that. Make this bet. But without Quinn Hughes, when they're a favorite, you take the team total, you build the 3 with the minus 1 calculator. When they're a dog, you take the 2.5. There's your double up fading the Vancouver Canucks. You don't need to put 2 units on the 1. You can just take both. The big part of this is Artur Shilov's 1-6-1, 3.85 goals against average, 858 save percentage. All they talk about is how competitive he is. That's why he's falling apart. That's why he stepped up in the playoffs. There was no there was so much pressure on him, but if he had failed, it wouldn't have mattered. Then he had the nice performance in the playoffs, and there's pressure on him to succeed. There's a job there. Lankinen takes a job from him. He's putting all this pressure on himself, and he's falling apart at the seams. Take it away, Gogster. I like these bets so much that I couldn't take the Red Wings minus 1, and I had difficulty with Habs Kraken because I was like, I'm going to make money on this hockey game. Take it away, Gogster. Canucks Flames.
Good breakdown, Jim. I agree with the Canucks play there. Both on the same page. I'm on the under 2.5 Canucks, minus 110. I got that just before the show. That line's moving too, guys. I get on that before it goes anymore. But yeah, it looks like Hughes is not going to be in. Demko's still out. Yolson, he's out there. Manta's out for the Canucks and Kirkland. But special teams, you're talking about Flames power or penalty kill was pretty poor. But since the All-Star break, guys, 92% this Flames power play. They've been quite really strong, if you ask me. And then Wolves, 15-6-2 at home. That's unbelievable for a rookie goalie, guys. 928 save percentage, 2.17 goals against, and that's with McDavid and some good competition in that division. So this is a game. I think I wouldn't bet shutout, but maybe sprinkle a couple bucks in there. He's coming off a shutout against Montreal, I believe that was, Jim, which is a team that's definitely has a lot more firepower than the Canucks do. But you're right. 5-on-5, 16 goals for, 17 against for the Flames, 17-4 for the Canucks, 25 against. That's since the All-Star break. And then, that's overall. And then 5-on-5, both teams are not scoring very much, but the Canucks are allowing more goals. The unders, this is an under kind of game, guys. Now here's the parlay piece I added in the last one, guys. We had Buffalo team total over 1.5. We're adding Calgary over 1.5 as well. 2 more in that parlay, guys. But straight bets, we're going Canucks team total under 2.5 with Jim minus 110. And then the no goal first 9 minutes, 30 seconds. Going to trust this one plus 100. I think Canucks should be all right defensively. Hronek, though, I checked the game logs, 27 minutes last game, played a lot. One of their top defensemen. They're lucky Flames don't have a lot of firepower, but since they added those 2 players from Philadelphia, guys, Farabee and Frost, this team's looking a lot better, especially defensively right now. So the Flames are very live. Silvos is, like Jim said, he's been very poor, and this is his first game in the month of March. So should be tough for a goalie to get in the rhythm. Flames, if you want to add them. Actually, I apologize. I got another play here, guys. Moneyline parlay. Calgary is in that moneyline parlay to start it off. I do think they're very live here. And that line going up, moving the way it is, kind of tells you I think Flames are the play here with Canucks on the back-to-back.
I love it. Great stuff, Gogster. So we are both on the Canucks team total under 2.5. I got the Flames minus 1 at plus 139. I got moneyline minus 120. Puck line at plus 205. Right now, this total is at 5.5 minus 115 to the under. It hasn't moved there. And the money line here is the Flames are now minus 140. I expect that to move in the direction. And Manta and Kirkland have been out for months, and they're done for the season. They're completely forgotten off the roster. So this roster is completely healthy as it's been right now, and they're in. I look. I don't. They're not a good team. I don't think they make the playoffs. If they do, those unders are going to be magical. It doesn't matter who they play. Well, it's Wolves, the kind of goalie will have a 950 save percentage, and they'll lose, 4-1. We're going to get the final leg of that parlay in a second, Joey B. Gogster on the Canucks, team total under 2.5 and no goal. What was it? First 9.5?
Yeah, first 9 minutes, 30 seconds, plus 100 there. And then, with you on the team total under Canucks.
All right, let's roll on. Chronic is doing humans work back there because the defense is so weak without Quinn Hughes. This defense was weak with Quinn Hughes. Let's roll on. 10 p.m. Eastern. Anaheim Ducks 28, 29, and 7, 13, 14, and 5 on the road at Utah Hockey Club 28, 25, and 11, 12, 13, and 7 at home. Delta Center in Salt Lake City, Utah. Ducks on the second half of back-to-back after losing their fourth and 7 games, 7-4 at home versus the Capitals last night. That Capitals third period train still rolling for LJ from H-Town.
Let's go, LJ.
Gibson going up against Vejmelka. Both have had decent seasons. Anaheim power play 12.9%. It has the weapons. It just doesn't have the coaching, it seems. 73.9% penalty killing. It is their special teams that have held them back. Utah 23.5% power play, 80.6% penalty killing. Now we're talking special teams. Robbie Fabry remains out for the Ducks. Utah comes in off their third loss in 4 games, 4-3 in a shootout at home versus the Leafs on Monday night. Bugstad and Bortuzzo remain on the IR for Utah. It says they could come back today, but I've got no sign that they will. Wow, Anaheim plus 239 right now. And that's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, that's nuts. I mean, it's getting into a range where how do you not bet them? I mean, that's just absolutely nuts. The over 6 opened up at plus 103. It's now minus 110. I mean, it just absolutely makes no sense. It's not like Utah's a good hockey team. That's just crazy to me. I mean, if the Ducks were plus 150, if I wasn't just so confident in that Canucks flame spot and needing to win so badly. Take it away for us here, Gogster Ducks, Utah.
Well, I think the issue here, Jimmy, is Gibson. He's still sick, or he wasn't the backup last game.
You're right. You're right. Yeah, he was sick last night. Yeah. So they probably, but is that? Don't we want to give what's his name a chance here?
Ville Husso, well, he hasn't exactly had the greatest, time
season. Yeah,
in San Diego, right? Detroit got rid of him, and Detroit, they need a goalie really. Got rid of Husso. He's bounced around, called up from San Diego. I don't expect a lot from Husso. He's also got the team on a back-to-back here, and the schedule's really been pretty packed since the All-Star break. Vejmelka, on the other hand, are whatever you want to call him. I call him Vejmelka. But he's 1-1-2 to 900 save percentage since the break. 904 though at home. The big reason why I think Utah is going to get her done too. Defensively, they've looked a lot better. 16 goals for, 11 against, 24 for the Ducks, 16 against on the back-to-back. Penalty kill too, 67% penalty kill for the Ducks, which you got the Utah power play humming at 29% since the All-Star break. I just think I think Utah kind of have the Ducks in a tough spot. Also coming off that 7-4 game, I think it was against Washington. That was a tough game for them. They really they fought for that, especially in the third period. They fought, the Ducks did, but Capitals are just a wagon. So 60 minutes, I do think Utah gets this one done, guys. I'm going Utah along with Calgary in the money line parlay. I got one more to add on to that one. The other parlay with the over 1.5, so we're going Buffalo, Calgary, and we're adding Utah. Got one more there. And then the other parlay, sorry to confuse you guys. I'll tweet this out at Gogster99 on Twitter. But one more, Utah team total over 2.5, tied in with the last game coming up. I expect Utah to score on Husso. Also Utah, 8 of the last 10 first period under 1.5s have hit. So, Utah's been a pretty strong under team. You got Vejmelka going, who I would prefer. This Ducks team is fast. They got a lot of firepower, but I do think Utah gets this one done here, Jim. Keep the Ducks under at least under 3 goals too.
And Joey B says Utah all day long in this one. Anaheim looked horrible in third period last night. Now an overnight flight into Salt Lake City. I didn't think they looked that bad in third period, honestly. Capitals are just rolling. I mean, they tied it up at 4. It was 4-4 late in the third. So, but I hear what you guys are saying. They don't interest me at this number here. Let's talk about the final spot here on the board. Oh, one last thing about that Utah spot. And Jose working his ass off backstage to get us the graphics.
Right.
Because he's going to be late for his other job, so we don't know how long he'll be at the other job. It's John Marino. It's not Dursey coming back, playing over 20 minutes a game. John Marino is the second defenseman, on that list. It's Sergachev and then Marino. Marino's stepping up in a huge way, which I didn't, expect. 10:30 p.m. is our final spot here on the board. Let's roll into this one. Montreal Canadiens 30-27-6, 14-15-2 on the road at Seattle Kraken 27-34-4, 14-15-4 at home. We're Climb Pledge Arena in Seattle, Washington. Jakub Dobis 6-3-1, 2.49 goals against average, 913 save percentage, 1 shutout. We've already heard from Slatsy. He said, told you guys Habs are a one-line team. Suzuki, Caulfield, Slavkovsky combined for 7 points on 4 goals. He's stacking all 3 for 1 point each at plus 230, and that could be had with 1 goal. Joey Decord on the other side, his numbers have fallen a little bit, which was expected. It's a lot of workload he's handling, and Seattle's just not as good as some of their parts. We see this every year with certain hockey teams that are just not as good as some of their parts, and this team isn't for whatever reason. Montreal, 21.4% power play, 82% penalty killing. This team's going to be good soon. Not this year, but really good soon. Seattle, 18% power play, 77.1% penalty killing. Second half back-to-back after beating the Canucks 4-2 in Vancouver last night. This is their final game of 4-game road trip. Line A remains out with a sickness. What a bum. Gooley is not expected back in the regular season. It's too bad. Going to be a great young defenseman. Their defense going to be unbelievable here in a couple years. Even next year, probably. Seattle comes in off their third loss in 4 games, 4-2 at the Capitals on Sunday. This is game 1 of a 3-game homestand. This is a completely healthy, underachieving squad. I feel this is coin flippy here. I don't like it's the end of a road trip for Montreal. They have Florida at home on Saturday. This total is a 6. It's minus 108 to the under. It opened up minus 117 to the under, so we've had a legit move to the over. I at times think the Kraken are an over team, and maybe they still are. This line has moved towards the Kraken. They've gone from minus 138 to minus 149. They're just not as good. I can't be involved here. Take it away for us, Gogster. Habs, Kraken.
I agree with Slatsy there with Montreal only having really one line. On the other side here, Seattle, they're a lot deeper. First line Schwartz, Beniers, Kako, who they've added from the Rangers, and you got McCann now with Wright, who's playing a lot better, centering that with Burakovsky. Last line's got Esimon, who they just got from Tampa Bay, Ty Karchi, John Hayden. This team, Vince Dunn, as long as not Vince Dunn in the back end, he's going to be moving the puck too. I think the back-to-backs, I'm kind of fading the back-to-backs tonight, guys. The goaltending here, Decord 11-8-3. He's been a little bit shaky, but I think he's got a good chance to bounce back here. Dobis, I'm going on a bit of a limb here. I'm fading Dobis here. He's looked so strong too, guys, since the break. He's 1-1, small sample size, but he is 5-2 on the road, 938 save percentage. Montreal just is not scoring 5-on-5, 12 goals for, 10 against. On the other side here, Seattle 16-4, 22 again. So are allowing a little bit, but they're, like Jimmy said, they're healthy right now. I am going to trust Seattle here. Calgary, Seattle, Utah moneyline parlay plus 351. There's the big one for you guys tonight. Also, Utah team total over 2.5. We're adding that with the Seattle team total over 2.5 as well, plus 107. And then the Pasafe one, as our guy Peter Loshak likes to say, is going to be Buffalo, Calgary, Utah, Seattle, all to score at least 2 goals at minus 109. So we got some parlays there. They'll off the beat track here tonight. I'll go over them one more time here, Jim. Utah team total over 2.5. Seattle over team total over 2.5 plus 107. Calgary, Utah, Seattle moneyline parlay plus 351. And then Buffalo, Calgary, Utah, Seattle team total over 1.5 minus 109.
And those are just individual team totals. So each team to score 2 or more, minus 109. And all I am is Flames minus 1 at plus 139. Bet that last night. Canucks team total under 2.5 minus 105. Bet that last night. And that is our NHL coverage for Wednesday, March 12th. Again, Gogster coming off just a monster performance last week with a small schedule. It's not easy. He went 4-1 plus 6.4 units. Gogster, my man, keep up the great work. A week from today, we'll be flying to San Antonio, my friend. Any last words for the Owen Slatsy on the Shane Wright revenge spot? That's interesting. Yeah, I like that. It's a nice angle here. For our guy, Gogster, any last words for the Capper Sporting Show?
Shout out to Slatsy. I actually remember now, just quickly, right? I bet him over 1.5 when they were in Montreal. They were up 4-1 after the first period when they played Montreal back in October. So, Seattle might have this team's number. But treat as always, guys. We'll see you in a week. Everyone coming down to San Antonio, Texas. Looking forward to that. AHL, quickly, Jim, before we get out of here. AHL, I got Laval regulation playing really bad Bridgeport team. Tied in with the Charlotte Checkers money line, plus 187, guys. I like that one. Also, I lean towards Toronto on the money line and Providence, Toronto under 6.5 plus 100.
I love it, Gogster. Excellent work, my man. I will be in touch, my friend. And next time we talk, I guess it will be in San Antonio, in the great state of Texas, in the warmth. Thank you for rocking with us, Gogster, my man. We will see you soon. There he is, Mr. Gogster. We go immediately up to college basketball here with our special guest here. He's been rocking with us this year, and we are the better for it. Now, we must succeed. It is of great importance for us to succeed, and this is a man who will lead us to the glory. Please welcome our friend, Mr. Morgan Spooner, to the show. Spoondog, how's it going, man? How are you?
It's going pretty well, Jimmy. Let's get right to it. You said it, 40 games on the college card. One of them's already started. No time to waste.
Yes, our next game is in 18 minutes. Okay, so Jose is still somehow on his way to work handling. So I'm just going to let Jose handle the graphics, and thank you, Jose, for that. At some point, he will not. There he is.
I am not on my way to work. I'm still at home, and it's a 30-minute drive.
Well, at least he's picking us, right? At least he's choosing us. At least he is choosing us here. Let's roll, Spooner. 12 p.m. Eastern. What a guy he is. ACC tournament second round. Virginia Cavaliers 15-16, 8-12 in the ACC. The Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets 16-15, 10-10 in the ACC. We're at the Spectrum Center in Charlotte, North Carolina. I don't have all of my actions set up, so I'm going to get everything over here. But why don't you tell us your thoughts on this game while I'm setting everything up?
Hand it to me, Jimmy. If you look at this Virginia team, there's a lot of ways you can get to them on paper. You go back the last 10 matchups. I think they own the head-to-head matchup 10-0 on Georgia Tech. But over the years, a lot has changed. Virginia Tech had a Hall of Fame coach retire, and since then, Georgia Tech's hired a new coach, and that's Damon Stoudemire, who's a great coach. He helped build the Celtics organization to where they are right now. I think he was an instrumental part of that coaching staff, and that's why he found himself a good job here in Georgia Tech. I think this team's got a great spot here today. You look at this, and why is this line -1? Virginia beat them by 14 points the first game. What changed? What changed? For me, you look at that game, Georgia Tech had just lost one of their best players, Javion McCollum. The offense was going through it, and they hadn't really found their new identity yet. If you come to now, they've added Jaden Mustoff to the rotation. He's getting 25 minutes a game. He's really important. He wasn't even playing back then in that first game. This Georgia Tech team is in a much different direction when what Virginia is. I really like it. Start your day off right. There's a million ways to get to Virginia. There's no reason they should be plus money. This is just bait, fish, trappy line, in my opinion. I like Georgia Tech. It's open the day. That's what I got.
I like it. Seems like the Cappers like it here in the chat as well, being supported by a bunch of Cappers. I think I join you. This is a much more comfortable way to start the day. Now, I'm not saying the Richmond game's going to, continue to go as it is, but it's 11-9 Richmond right now. Davidson scored 9 points in 7.5 minutes. I mean, they're just not a team that I wanted to win by margin. Line time on Georgia Tech at the pick'em and the under 60.5 first half. Troy Torrance says Georgia Tech is solid. Very interested in joining you, and that move has to be made right now during the show as it pops off in 15 minutes. Let's roll into our next spot on the board. It is the Big 12 championship second round. Cincinnati Bearcats 18-14, 7-13 in the Big 12 at the number 12 ranked Iowa. Dangerous dangerous Iowa State Cyclones, 23-8, 13-7 in the Big 12. We're at T-Mobile Center in Kansas City, Missouri. Look, we saw Cincinnati play some good basketball yesterday. 87-68. We were on them. Unfortunately, we were also on the under, which cost us to lose a little bit of VIG, but Cincinnati's a good basketball team. Now, they only faced Iowa State one time. They went to Iowa State, and they played pretty good in that one. They lost 81-70. It's a very, very tough place to play. Now, these Iowa State Cyclone fans travel, too, very, very well, so I'm sure there'll be a heavy dose of Cyclone fans here. But they were 11.5-point dogs. They lost by 11. It wasn't too bad. Let's get into the line history here. We have Cincinnati plus 8.5 at minus 105. They opened up at 9, so we have a half-point move towards the Bearcats. On the total here, we have a 135.5. It's slightly juiced to the over at minus 112. This opened up at 136 and dropped. It dropped down to 134 before this 1.5 of late buyback. And when we get to the cash flow, 46% of the tickets are on Iowa State, 44% of the cash. We've had this half-point move towards Cincinnati, 70-69 on the over. Take it away for us here, Spooner. Cincinnati, Iowa State.
I'm not moving on this game. I didn't get particularly close either. I like Iowa State. I think they're a really great coached team. I think this is the time of year where that really matters a lot. That being said, Cincinnati needs this game a lot more than what Iowa State does. And if you go back to that first meeting, it was an 11-point game. Iowa State had Keyshawn Gilbert healthy in the lineup at that point. Keyshawn Gilbert's missed 3 of the last 5 games. I think without him in the starting lineup, this Iowa State team looks a lot different. They're going to be looking to figure out just how they can perform on the floor without him. I think they're hoping to have him back by the end of the tournament. So I don't think they would mind getting an early exit out of this tournament. That being said, I don't trust Cincinnati enough to hand them that loss. And I just moved past it. 40 games on the schedule. Didn't need this one on mine. Keyshawn Gilbert's a huge player. You got to know what's going on there before you can move on it. And I don't think he's playing.
I was interested in Cincinnati first half. That was the thought that I had coming in here, carrying on the momentum for 20 minutes. That's what I can trust them for.
Yeah. So Iowa State's defense is overwhelming in your face. The referees are going to decide whether that first half bet's a good one or not. And that's not where I need my money, but, that defense becomes more overwhelming over the course of 40 minutes. And in 20 minutes, a couple of hot shooters can silence a defense real quick. And I like that angle more than a full game angle on Cincinnati. But like I said, it's not for me. I wouldn't talk you off it in any way, shape, or form, though, Jim.
Okay, I'm interested in getting involved. I still haven't moved on Georgia Tech. So that's going to be how I start my card. Georgia Tech and Cincinnati first half. Let's get into Charlotte Rice. And then I'm going to get these bets in. Charlotte coming in off 4 straight losses. This is the AAC first round. Charlotte 49ers 10-21, 3-15 in conference at Rice Owls, 13-18, 4-4 in conference. But we saw Rice really battle. Now we saw Charlotte battle. I mean, they lose by 2 at East Carolina. East Carolina, finished 10-8 in conference. So I mean, they're not a horrible basketball team, but. And there's been times when Rice no-shows like they did at UTSA. Obviously, the first round of conference play isn't where we expect the no-show. Charlotte played Rice twice. At Rice on January 4th, losing 68-55. And then at home, they beat Rice 78-75. And let's get the line history up here. I've got first half up, so let me quickly. Davidson has now taken a 14-13 lead here. With this one, we have Rice minus 3.5 at minus 110. They opened up at 3.5, dropped down to 3 for a bit. Now they're back at 3.5. So we've had no movement on Rice, who I believe is the better basketball team. 137.5 at minus 116. It's opened up at 138 and dropped to 137.5. So we got a 1-point drop. When we get to the cash flow, we have 31% of the tickets and 31% of the cash on Rice. 59-62 on the under. Why would the public be on Charlotte? And what are your thoughts on this spot, my man?
Yeah, I don't think the public really trusts Rice. That would be the main reason I see the public on Charlotte. They have an Australian basketball coach. He plays a little bit of a weird game compared to what most of the conference plays. I think that creates weird setup. I could only be on Rice. They're a lot closer to home here for this game. I think that travel aspect plays something into it. Neither of these teams are that good. I don't know. I think Rice does a lot of things poorly, but I think they could win this game here. It's nothing that I had a strong feel on. I just feel like the only thing Charlotte really does well is not turn the ball over and hit free throws. And while that helps win close games, you got to get in it first. And I don't know. I liked Rice here better than Charlotte.
So do I. I could move on this. I think Rice takes care of business here. Lex Steele on Rice as well. It's 17-17 Richmond at Davidson with 8:48 left in the first half. Kind of got to decide whether I'm going to add that here to the action. Let's set up our next spot and bring in a special guest for the game. Now, he's going to be rocking with us later in the program with 5 straight games later, including Texas. But please welcome the star of Medicate Mondays and the Starting 5 and the Rotation, our hit new show on Monday nights. Please welcome Dabra Kadabra to the telecast. Daby, how are you?
Oh, man. A few days away from San Antonio. Conference tournaments are kicked up and running. We got, everything going on. This is the best time of year to, sports bet, in my opinion. So shout out to you guys in the chat. It's time to make money right now. It's time to lock in and win these bets.
Let's get to work here, and it's great to see you. Now, Daby gave us Arkansas. Now, I'm just going to set up the line history, and then I'm going to bounce out. I just want to get my bets in with some focus here. These are the sometimes, like I haven't in a long time, but I have in the past made a mistake sending in my action when I'm trying to do 2 things at once. Let's get into this spot here, line history-wise. This total is a 138. It opened up at 139.5, so we've dropped 1.5 on the total. And then the point spread here for this one is 4 and climbing. This opened up at 3 and got to 4.5. And
I got a 2.5, actually, Jimmy.
Yeah, I thought you got it at 2. Did you really get?
I put 2 in the chat. I got 2.5. Is what I bet.
You got 2.5. Okay. We also have our guy BJ with the best bet here on this spot. So I'm looking at a 4 and a. It's actually just moved back to 4. And it must have happened just this last minute. Let me just see here. And this, so a couple of the books have just moved it to 4. They're not alone moving it to 4. So it moved to 4 2 minutes ago. So we're back at a 4 here. Daby Cab, take over and then send it over to Spooner, and I will see you guys.
Gotcha. So I tell you what, and Spoon, I'm sure you've noticed this too. Anybody who's paid attention, Arkansas's hurt right now, and that's really the big thing you're going to see if you do any write-ups or read about anything on this game. It's going to tell you Therio and Fland aren't playing, and Arkansas is going to be lost without their 2 top players. That's what they're going to tell you. But if you've been paying attention, these guys have been out for 5 games now, so it's nothing new, right? They were out back against Missouri. They were out against Texas. Yes, they were out against South Carolina when Arkansas lost to South Carolina. And then they were out against Vanderbilt and they were out against Mississippi State. You've got a couple people, particularly Trayvon Brazil, who's been with this Arkansas team for a while, and he's just not lived up to what was expected out of him. But as far as talent goes and as far as ability, he's got it, right? He was somebody who was getting big minutes last year. He was supposed to get big minutes this year. And then he just kind of, played himself onto the bench and really wasn't playing much. Well, last game against Mississippi State, he put up 11. He put up, 16 against Vanderbilt. His minutes are increasing again. I think Brazil, Wagner, I think some of these Arkansas players are really starting to step up and look more like the team that they were supposed to look like under Calipari for his first year, even with the injury. I think this is a great spot for Arkansas. I love the fact that they were on a winning streak and then South Carolina knocked them off and they got right back to it. They only put up 14 fucking points in the first half of the basketball game against South Carolina. And it's because they went 3 for 22 from 3 that game. Okay. This is an Arkansas team that can shoot the three if there's one thing that they can do. And I don't think we see another repeat of 3 for 22 from the line. So I think Arkansas is able to win this one, and I think they win it comfortably. I think the 2.5 that I got was a steal. At 4.5, 5, I get a little bit less comfortable, but I still like the Hogs here. So woo pig suey or whatever the hell it is. What are you looking at here, Spoon?
Ultimately, I'm not moving on this game. I do like Arkansas. I think that 20-point blowout is a spot that you're going to circle and be like, this is not going to happen again. You look back at it, like you said, they went 3 for 22 from 3. In the other games without Thero, which is the player they lost most recently, they've shot way better than that. And they played half the season without the other player they're missing. I don't know. South Carolina's a chippy team. They only got 2 wins in conference the whole year. I know they want to try to get one more, and a big win against Calipari is going to mean a lot. I don't trust Arkansas. I don't like them, but Colin Murray-Boyles had 35 points in that first game for South Carolina. There's no way he's having 35 points again.
That was a career high for him.
Arkansas is not going to miss that many 3-pointers again. This is going to be a much closer game. I don't know, laying 4 with them though. If I was going to use them as a piece, like in a parlay, I might be able to do that. I'm not getting there with this game. It's just a big number there. I don't like betting on teams like the way Ken Palm lists their players. These are the 2 highest usage players for Arkansas throughout the course of the season. And that means like going down the court, like more than half the time, these are the guys they went to try to get a bucket. And you're just rewriting so much of your offense here towards the end. Maybe that gives them more of an advantage, but it's not enough for me. I'm off. I wouldn't go against you at all though, Cab. I kind of like the look.
It just makes sense to me, man. This spot, and Arkansas is not a team I've been backing. I haven't been very high on them, but everything in this game just sets up what I would like to say perfectly for an Arkansas bet here.
Great breakdown, though, fellas. A great breakdown. And Cab got everybody on Arkansas early yesterday, which was very, very helpful, saving everybody 1.5 at least, some 2 points. BJ's best bet on Arkansas moneyline. A lot of cappers backing Arkansas here in the chat as well. I've moved on 3 bets. I sent them in through 365, my local. So I've got Georgia Tech moneyline -115, Cincinnati first half +5 at -110, and Rice -3.5 at -110. It was fortunate. I was a little panicky. The Cincinnati. This makes me nervous, but Cincinnati was 4.5 when I was first betting it. I saw the 5s were at the other books. It moved to 5 while I would bet it. First half moved to 5. Full game moved to 8. Full game moved down. When I've been in this situation in the past, it's been better to be on the full game. I imagine it's going to bite me, but that's that. Daby Cab, you are rocking with us and taking the lead on 5 big games here later in the show. For those of you who are looking at, again, it's all under the description, but we are moving the Texas Vanderbilt game down the line so that Cab can open with that before Cab talks Seton Hall, Villanova, Oklahoma, Georgia, UCF, Kansas, and Syracuse, SMU. Daby Cab, excellent work. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
No, I'll be right back. Let's get paid today, guys.
All right, there he is. Dana Delpa, it moved to 8 while I was moving on the first half. It's at 8 right now. That's what I was saying, Dana, my man. If
I
you're
got
on
some good thoughts on
just...
that Vanderbilt game. I haven't moved on it yet, but before I hop off, I'd like to get on that game with Cabby and share my thoughts.
Okay, so Cab, if you're listening right now, we'll close the segment with Spooner on your Vandy game. And then you'll need to take a little bit of another short break. Okay, let's roll on. So excellent work, guys. Richmond has fought back. It was just 21-17 Davidson. Now it's 22-21 Richmond again. Also, at some point, I'm going to need to leave. My phone's charging, and I'm going to need to get my phone so I can live bet at some point. Sorry, it's a little, as you know what, it's March Madness, so things are a little wild. Let's roll on here. Spoondog, my man. Next up for us, we have the SWAC tournament quarters. Grambling Tigers, 11-21, 7-11 in conference. At the Southern Jaguars, 20-11, 15-3 in conference. All these games in the SWAC going on in College Park, Georgia, at the Gateway Center. You know, Grambling took out Alabama A&M. It's like the only team this school can beat. They took care of them. Alabama A&M, so that's their third win over Alabama and A&M. If you go back in the last 9 games, other than Alabama A&M, they've only beaten Prairie View A&M. All the rest of these squads are beating them. Now they played Southern twice, and they played them tough. That's important too. So I don't mean to be the extremes about they can only beat Alabama A&M, because they played Southern, a very good squad here in the SWAC, tough. They played at Southern on January 18th and lost 67-60. That was a pretty impressive performance from Grambling on the road. They were 10.5-point dogs. They played tough. They played tough defensively. They rebounded the ball well enough. They faced Southern again at home and lost 71-64 on February 22nd. It was a kind of a bad spot for them because they just destroyed Prairie View A&M. They just destroyed the cupcake. They opened up as 2.5-point home dogs, closed as 3.5-point home dogs. They were down just 38-37 at the break. So, they have a game under their belt. They're not a complete embarrassment because they beat Alabama A&M for the third time and beat them by margin, beat them by 17. And now they face Southern, and Southern might be in a bit of a dangerous spot. Let's get into the line history. Next, Nate, there are outlets to charge near me. But I was multitasking capping 57 games, Nate. So a couple things slipped my mind. Not your kindness, though, Nate, and your support. That hasn't slipped my mind. You constantly having our back, especially in times of stress. That hasn't slipped my mind. All right, let's get into the line history here for this one. We have, move over here. We have Grambling right now +6 at -111. They opened up at 6.5, and it's come back a 0.5 point to 6. These are the type of, in conference, Grambling off a tough year. It feels like year after year, they play a little better than one would expect. They kind of step up. This total's gone from 127.5 to 126. And when I get to the cash flow here for the Grambling spot, 42% of the tickets, 43% of the cash on Grambling, 76 and 77 on the over. Take it away for us, Spooner, SWAC tournament quarters.
Yeah, it's hard not to get excited about Grambling Southern here, but Grambling's a poor team, but they played tough in a lot of their losses. And if you look at their Southern games, they were missing PJ Edwards in the second matchup. And PJ Edwards is a Power 5 recruit. I think originally went to UCF. He's transferred around. He's a good athlete on Grambling, and he's kind of dealing with an injury in that first game, missed all of his shots. I guess he hit one, played a couple minutes of the next game, and then he was done for a good portion of the season. He's come back these last 5 games, started them all, and he's starting to get a little more comfortable out there. I think you add in a guy that can knock down some nice open shots, some threes. This game gets a little bit closer, and I could only be on Grambling here. I don't trust Southern to lay 6.5 in a SWAC game like this. I'm not putting my money on Grambling Southern right here. I want to win. I want to win today, and there's so much going on in these games. There's 40 games today, so with 40 games, that's 40 set of officials, and all those officials have to have backup officials on site that are close enough. You're getting the scraps at this Grambling Southern game, and I don't want the scraps officiating the game that I'm on. I don't necessarily know where anybody's head's at in this, but my head's not in this game. I'm past it.
I'm interested in adding Grambling. It would have to be done during the show. I'm interested in adding them. Billy Friedrich wanting Grambling first half Southern full game. They played tough in the first half, but I'm going to take them to play tough in this entire basketball game. I completely understand. I'm not doubling up. I'm going to try so hard not to. There's only really one spot that I want to so badly, and it's crushed me doubling up over last week, even though it was fine throughout the year.
Do whatever you want. Don't double up on Grambling Southern.
No. But I'm not trying not to double up on any. But I'm going to take Grambling full game. But I can understand your angle, Billy. Let's roll on. Next up for us, we have the Mountain West Championship first round. Wyoming Cowboys 12-19, 5-15 in Mountain West at San Jose Spartans 14-18, 7-13 in Mountain West. We're at Thomas and Mack Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. San Jose State, such a Jekyll and Hyde basketball team, coming off, dominating Fresno State. Now, Fresno State's an absolute mess, of course, with the daily fantasy stuff that went down, which we don't need to get into here. It's a much larger topic. Wyoming's lost 4 straight games. They lost to Fresno State. They haven't played since, I believe, Tuesday or Wednesday. So they haven't played in 8 days. So it was Tuesday. It was good that San Jose State got the win in Fresno, but I mean, it was a really nice win. They also beat Wyoming 82-73 here on the 22nd, took care of them. And then it wasn't their lone spot against Wyoming. They lost so Wyoming lost at San Jose State 67-58 and then lost at home to San Jose State 82-73. So, why it's Wyoming losers of 4 straight, though. Let's get into the line history here. It's hard to trust I want to trust Wyoming. Can San Jose State beat Wyoming 3 straight? Is this a bum fight we want to be involved in? I don't even know. This total opened up at 135, dropped down to 134. It's back at 135. When we get to the point spread here, we have Wyoming -1 and -103. They opened up +1. They've gone from dog to favorite. That's interesting. I know that there's been injury issues with San Jose State, but this is a team that's lost twice to Wyoming and lost twice to San Jose State, and now they're favorites. Only 30% of the tickets and 25% of the cash on the spread on Wyoming. And on the money line, it's only 23 and 19. This is a fascinating market. Take it away for us here, Spooner. Wyoming, San Jose State.
Initially, I go through the card. Can I have my leans? And then I go through and I try to prove all the bets I really want. And if I find enough, then I try to get to a spot where I can bet them. But before I bet them, I try to disprove all my bets. And I had San Jose State circled. It was one of the first things that kind of stuck out at me. And I got to the point where you disprove San Jose State and you try to get to Wyoming's side of this. And how do you do it? I don't understand. Sundance Wicks is in his second year coaching D1 basketball, while Tim Miles has been to the NCAA tournament with 2 other schools, had success at 4 schools over a long time. You look back, San Jose State was missing one of their best players in that Wyoming game that they won most recently. And now that player's back and they're not favored. Why? None of this makes sense. It's one of those lines where I feel like they try to put it out there to trip certain people up. Maybe that person's me. I could only get there with Wyoming after kind of looking at everything. It just, when all the roads lead to one spot, it's got to be for a reason. And I don't understand any way, shape, or form that you could back Wyoming from like an X's and O standpoint or like a square person standpoint. I could only get there with San Jose State. And the books know a lot of people are looking at this card today. I think this is a trappy line for San Jose State. I think it's going to get a lot of people. It's not going to get me. I'm just going to watch from the sidelines. But my suspicions are that Wyoming's going to walk away with this game. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. But that's just not been succeeding for me at this stage in the season. 6 weeks ago, this was a slam dunk Wyoming spot for me with the market the way it is. But it's just the chat, Rick J, others looking at San Jose State, Robert Franklin. Oh, AM. We got AM in the house. AM on Wyoming +1.5. Justin McKelvey on Wyoming. I'm going to leave some asterisks there.
You got a freshman for San Jose State that had the best game of his career in that Wyoming game. And he's gotten less minutes since that game. He played poorly after it and hasn't necessarily been rewarded. Latrell Davis, if you take him stepping up like he did out of that game, I'm pretty sure Wyoming wins that last matchup.
The outlier
performance. Something tells me he's not going to have 2 of his best games of his career versus this team. It's very fishy.
Do you also think that the consistency of lineups hurt San Jose State here because they've been shifting and changing things while Wyoming's had more consistency?
That's something it's such an important thing to be able to trust who you're out there on the court with. You can't scream, go left, go right. You need to have the chemistry with these guys, your brain, the time on court. You can't replace playing all these games throughout the course of the season together. So yeah, that's something that definitely sticks out for me.
Okay, I've got an hour and 51 minutes here to make a decision. If we get caught up, can somebody just mention in the chat you haven't put in your action yet? Here, I do want to sit with it a little longer, though, for both. But Grambling, I'm going to be moving on. Grambling, I'm in. Do I add Wyoming to it? We got some more 2 and 2:30 games. It's going to be a real long show, but our pace is good. Let's move on to our next spot, Spooner. That is at A10 championship first round. Fordham Rams 11-20, 3-15 in the A10. At the Rhode Island Rams 18-12, 7-11 in the A10. We're Capital One Arena in Washington D.C. here. Let's get into this one. Fordham in the throes of a giant losing streak. Unfortunately, I supported them in one of those games. They are just playing so bad, losing by margin. Their last 6 losses have all come by double digits. Oh, I guess the Duquesne game was 9. So the last 5 have come by double digits. I mean, this is just a team that seems to be falling apart. Now, they just played Rhode Island and got destroyed. They had beaten Rhode Island 80-79. They'd beaten them. That was their last win. That was on February 5th. Since then, they've lost 8 straight games, and the last one losing by 19 at Rhode Island. This is kind of a tricky situation unless you think Fordham has completely fallen off. Then it gets a little bit easier. Nas Nate says Rams smash. Let's get into the line history here for Nasty Nate's Rhode Island Rams. They're sitting here at -5 here. So -5. So let's go over a couple things. Let's start with the spread when these teams just met. As they just met on Saturday. It was a 6.5 at home for Rhode Island. So let's not get too caught up in that. I mean, this is, probably this line makes sense. In fact, it's pushed to Rhode Island a little more than maybe it should now that they're in a neutral in Washington, D.C. When we get to the total here for this one, here we go. From a total standpoint, we have a 155.5 at -117. This opened up at 156 and is now at 155.5. So we've dropped a half point. And then cash wise, 61% of the tickets and 59% of the cash is on Rhode Island. 70 and 69 on the over. Spooner, what the hell happened in the last game with Fordham? And do you have any interest on either here?
So to me, that appears to be a senior night for Rhode Island. Rhode Island was in a spot where they desperately needed a win coming off 4 losses. They just got smacked pretty hard by St. Joe's. It's probably a pretty good spot to back Rhode Island there. I don't know. I don't think Archie Miller's really showed the ability since he left Dayton to get back to the tournament. Definitely a good coach there in Rhode Island. I almost wonder if Fordham wasn't kind of looking ahead to the matchup and realized that we're probably going to play Rhode Island in the first round of this. So it looks like minutes dispersion kind of changed from their regular set. I could only back Fordham here, but like somebody said in the chat, Fordham's a team you'd rather have in New York, not here in Washington. I think this probably a spot where Rhode Island wins this game. Maybe Fordham finds a way to cover, but it's not anything I need to bet.
Yeah, I understand the concern here. And I understand not wanting to get involved. Oh, Justin, no, it's never your fault, man. You're looking out for me. No worries. I can understand the concern. So do you trust Fordham's coach here to be able to make to mess with Rhode Island in that way and make the necessary adjustments come when a game that matters?
So Keith Ergo got suspended earlier this year. He got suspended for violating coach rules. So he's trying to cheat. Any coach that's trying to cheat is a coach that I want to back. I don't know if Rhode Island is a team you should be able to trust here. It's not enough to move on, Jim. I don't believe so anyway.
But that's where you were. That's where you were leaning here.
Correct.
You were leaning towards. Sorry, I gotta stay focused. You were leaning towards Fordham. Okay, this is a. God, I wish I wasn't so shell shocked from the last few weeks. I spent all year in the black in college basketball, and now I'm just a fucking mess. God. I mean, so I guess what do we explain losing to George Washington by 23? You know, I mean, like I guess I'll just stay off of the spot. By the way, we did hear from Big Scott. He's on Rhode Island first half. Yeah, it looks like it was Big Scott, but that's okay. The main point was getting me off of Davidson. But yes, Richmond first half was the play. I'm okay. It's okay missing out on a win instead of starting with a loss. I'm okay. Let's move on to the next spot on the board because we got Big Scott in the chat and he is all over this game. Spooner.
Daby, correct. I did say I'm trying to back cheaters. That's my goal here. I'm just hoping they're not getting caught.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense here. I think that all makes sense. 2:30 p.m. we have the ACC tournament second round. Notre Dame fighting Irish. 15 and 17, 8 and 12 in the ACC. At North Carolina Tar Heels, 20 and 12, 13 and 7 in the ACC. Spectrum Center in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's get into this spot here. So Big Scott's all over this game. He gave it to us right off the hop. He's on North Carolina minus 8.5. He's also on the under 149.5 here. Chris Warren also with the play here. So let's get into the line history and the setup. Sorry, move over here quickly. Line history wise, we have this total at 145.5. So what a monstrous victory already. Now, I know it doesn't work like that, but Big Scott gets in on the 149.5. That's what it opened up at. We've moved 4 points towards the under, and I'm sure that is a lot of people who watched the debacle of basketball played by Notre Dame and Pittsburgh yesterday. Also, North Carolina has moved to minus 10.5. They opened up at 8.5. So there's just a huge move to the Tar Heels. Huge move. Let's get to the cash flow. 66% of the tickets, 73% of the cash on North Carolina, 68 and 68 on the under. Take it away for us, Morgan. What do you think of Big Scott's action? Obviously, smashed the line move, so it's a great way to get rolling. Chris Warren smashed that under 149.5 as well. Also back in the Tar Heels minus 8.5. What do you think of this spot?
Yeah, I don't trust North Carolina to lay double digits here. I believe they'll have the crowd advantage. I think this is pretty close to where they play. Notre Dame fans are everywhere there. Like you could have Notre Dame play in Las Vegas. You could have them play in Seattle. You're going to get Notre Dame fans to show up. So I don't think the crowd advantage is going to be what I think everybody is necessarily making it out to be. This North Carolina team isn't what I think of when I think of UNC. Do they win the game? In my opinion, yes. Do they win it by double digits? I don't know. I don't think so. If I were setting this line, I think I'm setting it a little shorter than this. So when the bookmakers set it here, I think they know that there's a reason for that. Maybe it's just because they expect everybody to have North Carolina as a home court. So that 3 points is that 3 points of the home court. But I don't know. It's not here for me. Notre Dame has a couple players that have the ability to kind of take a game on their shoulders and score some points in the second half, make this a different game. This is a weak ACC. This is a weak North Carolina team. I'm not trying to trust my eyes, and the numbers don't jump off enough in any way, shape, or form on the page for me to get on it. But if I'm moving on a free bet, it's Notre Dame with the points. That's all I got.
Res Mob feeling the same spot. Says he doesn't trust North Carolina to cover double digits. Just going to watch live. He's there live. So dope. And drink. Satchet says Notre Dame would have to not show up to lose this big. And Nutflush Allen's currently working on Notre Dame team total over. Lex Steele has said this line's dropped too much. And Robert Franklin says it's gone too far towards North Carolina. So Robert Franklin on Notre Dame plus 10.5. And the over 145.5. And that's Nate's son goes to Rhode Island, URI. At his first spring break down in Florida. I hope he stays out of jail. All right. Johnny Gunn says North Carolina averaging 1.19 points per possession compared to Notre Dame at 0.97 the last 3 games. Not to mention North Carolina 84 possessions a game, while Notre Dame just 74. UNC first half smash, says Johnny Guns. And Man Bear Pig could see North Carolina covering late. I love that our guys, Chris Warren and Big Scott crushed the line move. Excellent work. I'm going to move past it. Let's roll. A pig milk play of the day is a moneyline parlay, Quinnipiac, Jacksonville State, and Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon is the spot that I was wanting to double up on, and I haven't even bet it. So I'm just shell shocked still. That was the one though that I kind of like a lot. I love that they just lost. I love that about a team losing their, especially in overtime. It's from a coaching perspective. I love it. But we'll get into that. Let's roll on to the Big 12 championship second round. Spooner, Colorado Buffaloes 13-19, 3-17 in the Big 12. West Virginia Mountaineers 19-12, 10-10 in the Big 12. We're T-Mobile Center in Kansas City, Missouri for this one. West Virginia's won 3 of 4. But the Buffaloes come off back-to-back victories over TCU. Pretty impressive. They were playing better at home. They lost to Kansas by 7. They beat Baylor at home. They beat UCF at home. They came together at the end of the year. Now, is it enough for us to back them here? They faced West Virginia once this season, just once. They played them at home. They lost 78-70 back on January 12th. That was the 4th loss of what turned out to be a 13-game losing streak for the Buffaloes. And that was when West Virginia was a ranked team, ranked 21st. At that point, they were 12-3 overall and 3-1 in the Big 12. Things have changed dramatically. West Virginia closed out 10-10 in the conference and just 19-12 overall. They played under 500 basketball after this basketball game. Colorado were 2.5-point favorites, though. There was still both of these teams were much worse than what everybody thought as they went forward. Take a look at the line history here. This opened up with the Buffaloes plus 6.5. Now they're plus 7. And when we get to the total here for this one, from a total perspective, we have a very low 129. It just moved up from 128.5. In fact, this opened up at 129.5 and went all the way down to 127. It's now come up 2 points in the last 45 minutes, back to 129. Still a half-point move towards the under. And when we get into the cash flow, 59% of the tickets, 57% of cash on Colorado, 78 and 80 on the over. Obviously, the public has watched them succeed of late and is backing them, and the market doesn't seem to be concerned about it. Wager Detective says West Virginia minus 6.5 or nothing. Chris Warren says he's not on the Buffs today. And Wager Detective also on the under 129.5. Take it away, Spooner. Big 12, second round, Buffaloes, Mountaineers.
Yeah, I could only be on West Virginia here. I think they got a really good coach in DeVries. Javon Small is a really good player, one of the best point guards in the country. Can really put this team on his back. Doesn't necessarily have to do it scoring. Can just set his team up with assists. He's going to be on the court the whole game. I don't trust this Colorado team outside of Colorado. I just don't. You look at their road record. It's not there. The only conference win outside of Colorado came yesterday. Are they going to do it 2 times in 2 days? I don't believe so. So are they going to keep it close? Maybe. There's a lot of people that like Colorado on paper. I could make a lot of reasons to say why that could happen, but I think West Virginia's a better squad, real tight-knit. 5 guys are going to play almost this entire game. 2 guys come off the bench, give a couple minutes if somebody gets in foul trouble, but they might not even play if that doesn't happen. And I think those 5 guys really trust each other, know each other, and can make this separation happen. I'd only be on West Virginia. I did not bet it. I lost fading Colorado yesterday. Kind of wanted to fade them again today.
Feels like it's the time to fade them, doesn't it? Now, the issue being Colorado's being played on the floor, played on the court, played okay. Maybe has some confidence. I can see why he decided to pass in the end. Robert Franklin on West Virginia first half. Billy Friedrich says, how does a team that goes 3-17 in conference play even get into a conference tourney? And Big Zoe says, I want West Virginia first half minus 3 or less. Going to try and snag it live. And Saturate said, did Spooner move on Notre Dame? No, he did not. He did not. Let's roll on to our next spot here on the board. And instead of closing with Texas Vanderbilt, let's just get into it now in the right sequential order of the day. So I'm not sure if
I can just hit it and Daby Cab can give his opinion later. It's fine.
Okay, whatever Daby wants to do. If Daby, because Daby's backstage. Daby, if you want to jump on here now, we could hammer Texas Vanderbilt, or if I don't see your camera turn on, we'll have you hammer it there later in the show. So let's go with. Oh, here's Daby Cab ready to rock. So let's go 3-headed monster here and get this Daby Cab back in business for Texas Vanderbilt. Texas did not come in good shape here. Vanderbilt was rolling too until margin losses at home to Arkansas and at Georgia to close out the season. But Texas sure performed poorly down the stretch. I mean, don't forget this was a team that was sitting at 11-2. They were sitting 11-2 in 2024, and then we flipped the page to 2025, and of course the competition heightened, and the losses started coming, and they kept coming, and they were an under 500 team down the stretch. Down the stretch, they won 2 of their last 9 basketball games. One of those losses was at Vanderbilt. It was the only time they played, so they know that Vanderbilt can take them out. Vanderbilt beat them. At Vanderbilt was at home and won 86-78. Let's get into the line history here and then hand it over first to Daby Cab. We got to keep a brisk pace. This total's at 148.5. It's gone up 3 cents, so it's done very, very little. Then on the point spread here, we have let me move over here. We have Texas now +2. They opened up +2. They are +2. There's been 6 cents of movement towards Vandy. And when we get to the cash, it's a 50-50 proposition ticket-wise. 52% of the tickets on Texas, but 59% of the cash. Line not moving towards them. 58-61 on the over. I'm going to bounce out and get my phone so I can live bet. I want to be able to live bet. So we're going to switch it up here. So I will be right back. Daby Cab, get it started. I'll be listening and hand it over to Spooner.
I love what you guys are saying in the chat right there, man. Shout out Wine Time. Big fan of Trey Johnson. The freshman for Texas, he's going to be the best player on the court. There's no question about that. Trey Johnson's the best player on the court. And I get how people can look at this and want to jump over Vanderbilt, especially how, they handled Texas last game. And how bad Texas has been playing, lost 3 of their last 4. They lost at home to OU, which is something you don't want to do against a rival. They're just not playing great basketball. And in that last game against OU, Trey Johnson went 0 for 14. He had 7 points. They were all free throws, but he went 0 for 14 from the field, which is just, it's wild, if I'm being completely honest. As far as the side goes, I lean to Texas. I just can't get there because of all the things that I just said. But I don't need a side in this game. I'm going to back Trey Johnson's threes over 2.5 threes. It's +155. And this is a number that he's hit 6 out of his last 10 games. And if you go into his numbers, he was rolling for a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He hit it 5 out of 6 games. And then he's hit a bit of a down spurt here. Like I said, he went 0 for 14 against OU. It was a rival at home. I think he bounces back here. He's going to play 38 minutes at least in this game, okay? Johnson's going to be on the court for 38. I mean, hell, he could be – if you look at the Mississippi State game that went to OT, he played for 43 minutes of that basketball game. Now, granted, it went into OT, but, I mean, he played more than a full basketball game on the court. He's going to be on the court for the entire game, and asking for 3 threes in a must-win game for Texas from the best player on the court, I'm all over it. +155, I think it's a great bet. Trey Johnson over 2.5 threes +155. What do you think about this one, Spoon?
Yeah, I think the public's going to be hammering Vanderbilt. It's a team I really like this year. I think they're kind of becoming a darling down the stretch, and I think everybody's out on Texas. Like you said, they've just been playing poorly. I have that note written down again about Trey Johnson as well, 0 from 14 from the field in the last game. I saw people trolling him on Twitter saying he needs to get drafted to the WNBA, get played with Angel Reese with that haircut. Trey Johnson's a dog. I mean, I've seen him play really good basketball this year. He's not going out like that. Definitely getting on his props. If you are in a state where you can bet college props, seems like a good angle to me. But I'm really close to adding Texas money line just to my card here. I think back to Loshak yesterday talking about his dad pointing out the Mets hitter who's just going to show up when things didn't matter and start hitting home runs. And that's kind of how I feel about Texas and Rodney Terry. He's not a guy that wins the big games, but this is the kind of game I could see him winning. Vanderbilt's already locked into the tournament. Texas declined a NIT invite, so they're done after this if they lose. They're not going to the tournament. They've had a bad season. They got to earn their way to the tournament if they want to, and that's gonna take quite a few wins. I think this is the kind of win where there's not enough pressure on Rodney Terry to make him fold. I think this is a really good spot for Texas. Vandy's got to save something for the tournament. They starting to get on everybody's radar. They don't want to blow their load here versus Texas. Give them a couple extra days off to prepare for their biggest, Mark Byington's biggest career games ever. This Vanderbilt program's on the rise. Texas is probably on the fall, but this game right here today, I think it's probably a Texas spot. Haven't put it on my card yet, but I expect to. I'll tweet it out when I do.
Wow, that was a great breakdown. I'm ready to join you on Texas. Join you on now. Are you only on the prop, Daby? You're not on the Longhorns?
Yeah, plus 155, and I think it's a great bet. I don't need any. I don't need anything else.
Okay, I'm interested in being on the Longhorns here. Great stuff, you guys. Daby Cab's with us for a stretch of games here in a little bit, Daby. But great stuff, and we have Chris Warren joining you on the Johnson prop as well. So Daby Cab will be rock with us later. Daby, we'll see you in a little bit, my man.
That's good.
There he is, Dabra. We move on. Next up for us, Northwestern Minnesota. Next spot on the board. Big Ten tournament first round. Northwestern Wildcats 16-15, 7-13 in conference. And the Minnesota Golden Gophers 15-16, 7-13 in conference as well. Cambridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis. Minnesota is such a Jekyll and Hyde team. There's so many times where they looked like a quality basketball team, especially when we watched them take out USC and UCLA back to back. I mean, Garcia in the second half of those games took over. It's strange watching them struggle so mightily at other times. These teams just played on the 25th of February, just 2 weeks ago. It was a 75-63 victory for Northwestern at Minnesota. Northwestern took care of business, but Northwestern lost their last two games. They lost at Maryland by 13 and lost at home to UCLA by 4. They'd won 3 straight. That Minnesota victory was the second of 3 wins here. So, interesting spot. Let's take a look at the line history here and then hand it over to Spooner. Minnesota plus 2.5 minus 102. They opened up at 3, and this just moved back to 3 7 minutes ago. So we've had no movement. No movement. And then on the total, let's get over to the total for this spot. We have a 127.5. It's minus 104 to the under. This opened up at 127.5, dropped down to 126.5, and came back to 127.5. So we've had no movement on side and total now. No movement on side and total. 63% of the tickets, 70% of the cash on Northwestern, 84 and 74 on the under. And Wine Time says Minnesota about to pay us out here, fellas. Wine Time been catching in Minnesota all season long. Minnesota money line and the under 59.5 first half. And Dawson Garcia over 18.5 points for Wine Time. He's huge on this game. Take it away for us, Morgan. Your thoughts on Northwestern Minnesota?
I think there's some injury concerns coming into this game. I'm not locked in on it enough to know what's going on, but I think somebody on Minnesota's side might not be in this game. I was just trying to quickly go through. It looks like Dawson Garcia is healthy. That'd be the big one that I'd be worried about. I didn't get far enough. This Northwestern team, I really fell out on partway through this season. I just feel like they dealt with too many injuries to really continue on. I thought Barnheiser was a huge part of that team, and without him, I didn't think they had the identity to really do anything. They also lost Jalen Leach, one of their better guards, and that's left them with a bunch of backups and Nick Martinelli and Matthew Nicholson. I think this is a spot where Minnesota can really do something. You got Dawson Garcia, who's really wants to prove himself in these kind of games. I like to either have a coach who I really have a lot more faith in or a player. And I think Dawson Garcia is that next level guy that can kind of elevate and change the way this game comes out. It's up to him. Again, if you're in one of those states, maybe just make this easy and bet his props, but it'd be Minnesota or nothing for me. I'm past it.
So what went wrong in that game 2 weeks ago for the Minnesota Golden Gophers? They were at home. They were in what could be perceived as a good situation, and they just failed to menace and lost by double digits.
So then why did they put the line back here for this game?
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. The market is intimating that they're opening up their arms to Northwestern money. I would just like to have a sense of what went wrong.
I feel like Northwestern really played above their heads in that game. They're not going to shoot 50% from 3 in every game. They got out rebounded. Minnesota shot poorly from 3. I don't know. Minnesota had 13 turnovers in that game. That's a big one. It just feels like Northwestern came out shooting the lights out of the ball, and that lead kind of became insurmountable. Minnesota's not a great team. So when you have a lead, you get down on yourselves, and those scoring droughts kind of happen. And when you're shooting 50% from 3, that basket's getting bigger. You're on the road playing a bad team. Northwestern really needs wins where they can get them without those players that I mentioned. So that probably just, the snowball kind of just got bigger by the end of the game. That 20 points probably is not representative where this game should have been. Or
Johnny Gunn says Northwestern smash spot for him. But Troy Torrance, and this is his favorite basketball team, Northwestern. He says Northwestern has a massive coaching and IQ advantage, but it's so hard not to fade them here. Rick J is on Northwestern, though. I'm going to stay off of that spot. Let's roll on. We roll on 4 p.m. Eastern is our next one. Butler Providence, Big East tournament, first round. Butler Bulldogs 13-18, 6-14. The Big East. Providence Friars 12-19, 6-14. The Big East. Madison Square Garden here. Both teams in the throes of losing streaks. Butler's lost 4 straight basketball games. Last win was they had to play DePaul to get themselves a victory. And Providence has lost 5 straight and 9 of 10 games. They even lost to DePaul. So this is an interesting spot here. Providence faced Butler at home back on January 8th and destroyed them 84-65. And then they went to Butler and just squeaked out a they lost. They lost 82-81 at Butler on February 8th. I mean, these are 2 teams that are very, very difficult to trust. Real Madrid says Friars garbage. There's Jeff Slaughter in the house. 7-0 now. 7-0 with his action on our show. Keep an eye out for what Jeff is moving on. 7-0. Can we get to double digits? We need double digits. We have a total of 147.5. It's minus 119 to the under. This opened up at 147, up to 147.5, but it's so juiced to the under, so let's call it maybe a quarter of a point move. Then we have Providence plus 2 at minus 105. They opened up at plus 1.5 at 5:30. They became the favorite at 3 in the morning, and now they're plus 2. I mean, the market doesn't know what to do with this game. The gamblers don't know what to do with this game. You have just 20. Oh, wow, that just moved. Sorry. We have just 24% of the tickets and 28% of the cash on Butler on the spread. But that does not tell the story because 67% of tickets and 91% of cash is on Butler money line. 53 and 54 on the under. Can you make sense of this one? A Big East tournament round 1, Bulldogs, Friars, and MSG.
Yeah, Big East tournaments games always come down to the wire. They generally pack a lot of excitement, generally depending who's playing. You look at these 2 teams, and this is the bottom of the barrel for the Big East. Try to figure out where do these teams win away from home. Providence has a really nice home court, and as does Butler. And they haven't won anywhere. Just Seton Hall. These are bad teams that they've been able to beat on the road. Seton Hall and DePaul, both of them. And that doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. But what does inspire confidence to me here is Butler. They've played an absolute gauntlet coming down. St. John's, Villanova, at Villanova, Xavier, Creighton. That was a really tough 4 games to end the season on. And I think they're primed here to get a win. This Providence team doesn't play well away from the dunk. Kim English is probably a good coach, but Thad Matta's got tons of years of experience on him, and I expect that to really play out here in this conference game. I didn't move on it. I got pretty close with Butler, but there's just a lot going on today. I didn't really need it. While I do think Butler wins, there's enough here. All the spots on the road where I kind of thought they had other chances to win, like Georgetown, Xavier, they didn't really show up the way I expected them to. And just the lack of faith there just kept me off it here. But I think Providence is a worse team than that. I don't think they're going to show up today. I think they lose this game, and I think their season's over. But that's where I'm at. It wasn't a strong feel.
Let's head over to the Mountain West. I wonder if this is the smash and grab. Sorry, one time I copied and pasted two things in a row, and I was like, that always means I missed someone's copy and paste. And I was wondering who it was. And it's yours, so I apologize for that. We got Aaron Malavo in the house, Manila, Philippines. Butler in Texas for a doubles parlay for our guy, Aaron. Let's talk about this mess of a basketball team in Fresno State. We talked about the suspension and the gambling issues with daily fantasy side of things. And they've just been a mess all year. They're coming off a 24-point loss at San Jose State. They did manage to beat Wyoming on seniors night. And before that, they played Boise State tough. They only lost 66-61 to them. Nevada did not finish off the year strong. Now, those losses were against the premier teams, some of them in the conference. Well, if you won them all of those losses were against their last 5 losses are against the best 5 teams in the conference: San Diego State, New Mexico, not in no particular order. San Diego State, New Mexico, UNLV, Boise State, and Colorado State. They played Fresno State twice. They needed overtime to win at Fresno State. That was back on January 11th. And then they destroyed Fresno State at home 94-69. They've lost 3 straight, which is not a bad, I can understand from a coaching perspective. I prefer it with like the Grand Canyon where you have this huge winning streak and you lose a game. But I don't mind it here. But this is 13.5-point favorites for Nevada. They open up at 12.5, a 1-point move towards Nevada. It feels like Nevada needs to break out and break through, and this is the perfect opponent to do that. In saying that, that's a pretty big spread. This total right now is a 137.5. It's heavily juiced to the over. I see 138s out there. There's been an 11-cent move to the over. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have just 44% of the tickets and 52% of the cash on Nevada, 67 and 64 on the over. AM moving. Thank you, my man, one time. AM moving on Nevada minus 12.5. Take it away, Spooner. Mountain West first round.
Yeah, Jimmy. I think this is a Nevada smash spot. The number's too big for me to move on it, but I think Fresno's a crap team, and I think Nevada does really well taking care of crap teams. You look back at their conference, you mentioned it, those 5 games came to really good teams, all top 50 teams in the country outside of UNLV, and if you put UNLV in their home, that's a tough court to play at. So there's nothing to be ashamed at there. They played some really good teams, really tough all year. They beat Santa Clara. They took Vanderbilt right down to the wire on a neutral 2-point game. They beat VCU, who's going to be another really good tournament team. That out-of-conference play, I think, sometimes starts to show back up here in March. The toughness that you had there, you lose some of it when you're in conference, and the teams are just so well-versed in each other's offensive playbooks. And I think Steve Alford's the better coach. I think it really shows up here. He's got the better roster. Fresno, like you said, they're a mess. I'm not trying to back him right here. I don't think this number is big enough to make me want to back him. Maybe that's for a reason, but I could only be on Nevada or nothing here. They've made the tournament the last 2 years, and while a lot of people don't expect them to, I don't think Steve Alford and gang has crossed themselves off the tournament list yet this year.
Yeah, they have to. Which tournament? That's what we'd have to
NCAA
say.
Tournament, the big one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, 8-12 in conference, hard to see, but they have to get a big winning streak here.
Run the table.
Yeah, it's possible. They're not bad. They're better than their record indicates.
And I think starting here, I think this is a nice, easy spot to get a win.
I didn't move.
I don't think you should. I don't think anybody in the chat should fuck around with Fresno, in my opinion.
I agree. I think that Nevada could end up on my card as well. They need a confidence builder as well, and this is the perfect opportunity to get one. Let's roll on. I'm interested in Nevada. Let's roll on to the A10 championship first round. I did not, Lex. Thank you. We have an hour and 15 minutes still, and I kind of want to see. I mean, it's 9-2 Iowa State. I'm losing in both of these 2 games here. Georgia Tech's still in this, but Cincinnati down 9-2. The first half under was probably, easy to say now, was the spot to attack here. But let's roll on while we have our guy Spooner rocking with us. A10 championship first round. LaSalle Explorers 13-18, 5-13 in conference at Massachusetts Minutemen, 12-19, 7-11 in conference at Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. LaSalle did get a big win on seniors night on Saturday against St. Joe's, 81-74 to stop their losing streak. You talked a lot about it with Dunphy's last hurrah. I guess, could this be his very last game coaching?
Spooner? It could be. So he's getting old. LaSalle is his spot. Like, he played here. This is where he's going to go out. This is the twilight of his career. You say, is it his last game? I say no. I say LaSalle wins this game. I don't think UMass is the team to put him out. Frank Martin's a really good coach. He's been there at Kansas State, South Carolina. This isn't one of his better teams here at UMass. They've struggled throughout the course of this season. I don't think this is a really special team for him. Yeah, they beat LaSalle by 22 points once already this year. Why is the line 2.5 points right now? I think that's pretty
they beat
telling.
Them by 22 and 23, Spooner. They combined to beat them by 45 points in 2 games.
And people in Vegas who know a lot more than you or I or anybody in the chat say this is a 2.5 point game, 3.5 point game, depending what book you're looking at. I think that's for a reason. I'm on LaSalle here. I'm not worried about it. I bet you a lot of people will be on UMass. I don't think LaSalle will be the popular side. I could go into a lot of different directions, but I really feel like LaSalle's a nice, safe play today. I'm on it.
It's an interesting, very, very interesting spot here. Let's take a look at the cash flow. 61% of the tickets, 60% of the cash at this point on LaSalle. Imagine that will change as we get closer to tip-off. 79-81 on the under. It's dropped a point here. And Spooner has moved on LaSalle, and I would like to join them here. We had them in that victory they just had. They're an easy team, I think, to support here. So let's roll on. AM says his model has LaSalle just plus a half. He says he likes LaSalle at plus 3.5 a lot. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board here. LaSalle, a Spooner move. We have a Southland tournament final. The final. One of Jeff Slaughter's victories yesterday was on Lamar. 20-12, 14-6 in Southland. At McNeese Cowboys, 26-6, 19-1 in the Southland. We're at the Legacy Center in Lake Charles. It was a pretty fascinating game that McNeese played as they completely dominated the early going yesterday. They were in complete control, and then they would sort of let this pretty weak Northwestern State team get back in it. There were times where they were up huge, like they were up 24-7, and then things got closer until late. Northwestern didn't score a point there in the final, 3.5 minutes of the basketball game. AM says McNeese minus 10.5 was free last night. So let's talk about the spots for McNeese when they played Lamar so far this season. Lamar is a good squad. They faced them twice and beat them twice. This is, the class, what I thought was the class of the conference. They have one loss in their last. They lost at home to Mississippi State when Mississippi State was ranked by 3 points, and then they've won every single game except for one loss at Nichols. That loss versus Mississippi, that was December 14th. This team just wins and wins and wins. It beat Lamar at home Saturday, January 18th, 75-64, and then went to Lamar and beat them March 1st, 68-66. So let's get into the line history for this spot. We have McNeese minus 13. It's a lot of points. They opened up at 13.5 and they've dropped to 13. Why wouldn't Lamar be good enough to stay in this game? It's hard to understand why they wouldn't be good enough to stay in this game. From a total standpoint, we have a 131.5, so a lower volatility in this one. This one opened up at 130.5, but it climbed up to 133.5 before we've had this slight drop. And Troy says this Lamar team has a massive heart. Billy says you're getting about 10% of the total here on the spread with Lamar. Let's get into the cash flow here. We have 49% of the tickets and 74% of the cash on Lamar, 74 and 71 on the over. Take it away for us here, Spooner. Southland tournament final. Lamar McNeese.
Yeah, I could only be on Lamar here. I think this is too many points for a McNeese team that's just really a media darling over the last couple of years. I think everybody likes Will Wade. I see a comment here in the section from Billy Friedrich. He's going to be in Raleigh next season. I don't know if that's true or not, but I do think he's probably out of McNeese and heading to a bigger job. It's way too many points. When the books do that, it's for a reason. It's either to get you off of Lamar or to get you on Lamar. And I think it's really easy to get on Lamar. You look at the past history of this season, it's a really good team. They fight, they stay in games close. 13.5 fucking huge number. I don't know. It's probably a McNeese spot. I think they're telling you. So I'm not going to move on it. I don't need to. I think Lamar has a really deep team. They have a lot of players. They're not somebody that can get in foul trouble. They don't rely on one player too much. I think they have a lot of ways to stay in this game, and I don't think McNeese has the firepower to make this a blowout. It's my opinion.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm still. It's such a big spread for a team that went 20 and 12 and 14 and 6 in conference. I don't know. I'll have to say it's Lamar or nothing, but it's a big number. Troy says, if there's one thing I've learned after logging 300 tournament games in the database, favorites cover big numbers. Let's move on to the next spot here. Let's head over to the MEAC quarters. We have Maryland Eastern Shore, 6 and 24, 2 and 12 in the MEAC. This is a quarterfinal at Norfolk State. Yeah.
We only got a couple minutes left here. I think that Sacred Heart spot's a really good one. I was hoping to chat with you on screen about it. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to hit it the way the current schedule is. I don't have anything on this Norfolk Maryland Eastern Shore game.
Sure. Let's just do just a very, very quick setup here of just the line history, and then we will move past and head over to the Sacred Heart spot. In this Maryland Eastern Shore spot, we have a total of 140.5. This opened up at 142.5, so we've dropped 2 points, and really more than 2 points. It's minus 118 to the under. And then when we get to the point spread, here we have Maryland Eastern Shore plus 16.5. That's where they opened. So there's actually been 7 cents of movement to Maryland Eastern Shore. And when we get to the cash flow, we get no information. I think this is the very few games where we're not going to get information here. Maryland Eastern Shore looked a little better late in the year. It wins at Coppin State and at home versus North Carolina Central. They faced Norfolk State twice. They lost 81-59 at Norfolk, and then they lost 75-63 at home to Norfolk State. And the AM saying this is a murder 20+ win for Norfolk. So we can just move past it here. So we have the next spot that we want to talk here. We got a bunch of games before we get to Daby Cab. The Sacred Heart spot, this is a 8:30 p.m. start. Let's head over to the Sacred Heart spot. We do not have, it looks like we're going to have some issues here with, no, good. Look at Jose fighting a good fight. Look at him go. I don't know where he's doing this from. But great stuff, Jose. Let's get into it. This is the Metro Atlantic quarter. Sacred Heart Pioneers 15-17, 10-10 the Metro Atlantic. The Merrimack Warriors 17-14, 14-6 in the Metro Atlantic. I was so angry to not be on Sacred Heart yesterday. I mean, cashing with them, watching them play good basketball, and yet for some reason I didn't back them yesterday, which was a disappointing here. It's going to take me a little bit to set up because it's out of order, but let me just move over to the line history here. We have Sacred Heart plus 3.5. I'm looking at a +3, but that's plus 101 for Sacred Heart, so it's a 3.5 here as well. So we've had a 1 point move towards the Merrimack Warriors. When we get to the total here for this one, we have it sitting at 135.5 minus 111 to the under. taking a second for it to show me the line history, which here we go. That opened up at 137.5 and dropped down to 135.5. So we have a 2-point move on the under. And when we get over to the cash flow, 42% of the tickets, 40% of the cash on Sacred Heart. So you get an idea why the line's moving. I mean, you can explain at least 56 and 54 on the over. Take it away for us, Spooner. Pioneers, Warriors in Atlantic City.
Yeah, these are two teams that know each other really well. The coaches have been at these programs for a while. Sacred Heart and Merrimack go back years. So now they're in the MAAC conference, Metro Atlantic, but before they were in the NEC. And they've met in the playoffs there before too. And Merrimack had Sacred Heart's number. The thing about Merrimack's defense is really weird. It's this like no zone, weird amoeba kind of thing. And the more times you see it, the easier it is to overcome. And their offense relies on that defense to create a lot of good look, open possession, quick transition buckets. And without the defense really cooking, Merrimack falls apart. And that's what you see them when they play better teams that zone can't control. Sacred Heart has the advantage of being able to play against Merrimack for years. They know they have specific sets against this offense. And if you look at the first two games of this season, they were both one possession games, and Sacred Heart shot very poorly from three, as a lot of teams do against Merrimack's zone. But Sacred Heart gets more points from the three than anybody in this conference. Just one more bucket, two more buckets go in. They handily win both of those games. And if you look at Merrimack's offense, it's Adam Clark. He's one of the most used players in the conference, second highest usage percentage. And if you go back to last year, Sacred Heart really contained this guy, kept him under 10 points both games. In that last game against Merrimack, his efficiency numbers were terrible. He missed 10 shots from the floor. Merrimack can't win with Clark not being efficient, being good. And I think Sacred Heart, I think they got the special sauce. They figured out how to control Merrimack. And I think if they can slow that offense down and just execute their plays, I think Sacred Heart walks away with this. I think getting outside of either of these guys' home gyms where they've so familiar playing each other and moving this to a New Jersey neutral court, I think this favors Sacred Heart. Merrimack's had a really good year playing against these MAC teams that don't know how to play against them. But Sacred Heart is not that team. They're not one player. They're a union, and I think they play really well today. I could look stupid if they come out and can't hit a shot, but Merrimack gives up easy baskets with that zone. Sacred Heart gets some nice easy layups, hit some open threes, play inside-out basketball. I think this goes my way. I got 3.5 in my pocket. I believe Sacred Heart wins this game. I think it's my favorite look today, but that's what I got, Jimmy.
Sacred Heart plus 3.5. Excellent work, Spooner, my man. Let's review Morgan's action here. And thank you for making time for us, my man. Action, we have Spooner on Georgia Tech -1, LaSalle plus 2.5, and Cal plus 5.5. Did you want to touch on the Cal spot?
Sure. So California, their head coach is Mark Madsen. He's a coach that's been around the NCAA D1 ranks for a few years now. He took over Utah Valley for his first job and found some success there in the last few years. Won a WAC conference and won a Coach of the Year there, I believe. The cool thing about Madsen is he played for Stanford for 4 years. He was a star there, a stud. And I think when you come back and you play against a team you played for, it means a little bit more, especially here in the conference championship games. I think Cal won a really tough game yesterday, that double OT game. It's right after a 4 overtime game with Notre Dame to end the season. This Cal team does not give up. There's no quitting them. 6.5 points is way too many. I think they find a way to win this game. I don't think the Stanford team's that good. Kyle Smith has never shown the ability outside of last year with Washington State to get to the tournament. And I think that Washington State team had a lot of characteristics that they don't have this year. The defense was so good last year, and Stanford's defense is not going to be able to control Cal the way that I think this is a really nice Cal spot. if you look at prior matchups, there's a lot that could lead you to Stanford. I can see a lot of people going to Stanford, but this is a Cal team I'm starting to get a lot of trust for. I really like the coach getting to play against his former team. The first time Madsen faced against Stanford with Cal last year, he won. And then he lost last year in the conference tournament. He lost the second game last year, and he lost the first game this year. So I think he really wants to get another win. He doesn't want to go winless against Stanford. It is a good spot. I like Cal here. I think if you're brave, you can get the money line, but these couple of possessions in your pocket at the end of the game are going to feel really nice. I like it. I'm really confident with it.
Spooner on Cal. It went up to 6.5. It's now back at 6. So there is our guy Morgan's action. Morgan, thank you so much for making time for us. I'll review your action here. I know you got to bounce, but thank you, my friend. Look forward to capping the rest of the week with you. Please support our guy Morgan on X, putting out all his action there. Please support our friend Morgan here. I'm going to put his action in the chat. Any last words for the Capper Sport and the show, Morgan?
Just good luck. As always, stay disciplined, make smart moves. Troy Torrance is asking the team that came off double overtime. We're talking about Cal here. That came off a 4 overtime game and then a double overtime game. But that's all. I hope everybody wins today. Jim, you're going to get on track. I know it. Enjoy it. You're not changing that shirt until you head to San Antonio. So good luck with it. I hope you enjoy that sweat.
Hope that's the case, my man. There he is. Spoondog in the house again. Georgia Tech -1, LaSalle +2.5, Cal +5.5, and Sacred Heart +3.5 for our guy Morgan Spooner. And Satchet says all I heard was parlay all my picks. So those are the picks here. I'm gonna pop them in the chat once more. So we're gonna have to go through a few. This was the spot when Jose was gonna take over here with me. So we're gonna go through these rest of the games until we have the 5-game run with our guy Daby Cab. Then afterwards, all of the late games I have fully set up for us. So we're going to be able to roll there. This is going to be the section of the show where I'm really going to need the chat to dig in and help us here. So we talked Maryland Eastern Shore, Norfolk State. It was a spot that was not appealing. So then we move to the Metro Atlantic quarters. The Metro Atlantic quarters, and that is right here. Ryder versus Quinnipiac, Metro Atlantic Championship. The Bronx 14-18, 9-11 in the Metro Atlantic. At the Quinnipiac Bobcats 19-12, 15-5 in the Metro Atlantic. Here back in Atlantic City for this one. Ryder's playing pretty good basketball. They took out Siena. Siena was the only addition that I would have lost yesterday. I would have gone 4-1 in those, but I was trying to cut down volume, and that's fine. Ryder took them out. Ryder's playing good basketball right now. They've won 4 straight games. We haven't seen Quinnipiac since Saturday, but it's just Wednesday now, so the break wasn't too long. Quinnipiac won the Metro Atlantic Conference despite losing 2 of their last 3 games, despite losing at Fairfield to close out the year. They also lost at Merrimack. These Bronx, again, playing good basketball. We saw them play Quinnipiac twice. They played Quinnipiac at home on Friday, December 6th. They lost 72-67. They played good basketball in that one. Then they faced the Bobcats once more at Quinnipiac and lost 75-64. Ryder was in both of those basketball games. AM on Ryder +8.5. Wager Detective looking at Quinny -9. Let's get into the line history here for this Quinnipiac Ryder spot. Quinnipiac -8 at -104. This opened up at 8.5. 10:13 p.m. last night. It moved to 9 at 8:30 this morning, and then 8.5 and 8. I can understand why anybody would be on Ryder here after watching them play the last little bit. I think this is a team coming together at the right time, and those can be dangerous dogs. And also, Siena looked very good early in the season, and I know they kind of fell off down the stretch. This total is a 141. It's juiced to the over at -116. It opened at 142 at a pick'em. So let's call it a half-point move. We have Jeff Slaughter's action here. Jeff Slaughter looking to go 8-0 and 9-0 here. By the way, Wine Time says he's very close to betting Quinnipiac. Slaughter is on Rutgers and FIU. Slaughter is on Rutgers and SFIU. And then Wine Time says Ryder looks very public. We're always going to see these dogs that are coming off wins the day before against a team who hasn't played, appealing to the betting public. And if you see, it looks like I've made that mistake with Cincinnati. Ryder has 83% of the tickets and 87% of the cash. Everybody watched them beat Siena, watch them win 4 straight. Now we have the half-point move towards them. That's just going to keep me off. That's just going to keep me off here of Ryder Quinnipiac. So I'm comfortable moving on to the next spot on the board. So let's do that here together. Next spot on the board is the Big Ten tournament first round. Iowa Hawkeyes 16-15, 7-13 in conference at the Ohio State. Well, it's not at versus the Ohio State Buckeyes 17-14, 9-11 in conference. We're at Cambridge Fieldhouse, Indianapolis, Indiana. I got to remember these are versus and not ats. AM is on Iowa plus 5.5 here. Iowa closed out their season with a victory at Nebraska to stop that 3-game losing streak. The first 2 losses were ugly. I mean, they lose at Illinois by 20, and then they lose at Northwestern by 11. And then that loss at home to Michigan State wasn't that bad, 91-84. It was the day we had the 5-hour show, and I had to rush to basketball practice right after the show, and I didn't get my bet until I was at basketball practice. And by that time, I would move to 6.5. It was just the week I was having. I lost that by a half point. I would have got the push if I had bet it right after the show. The stacks play of the day is Iowa plus 5.5, and he has sprinkled the money line. Stacks play of the day is in. And shout out to our guy, Justin McKelvey.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
Iowa. Okay, we watched Iowa beat Nebraska. There was a lot of losses prior to that. And they faced Ohio State just once this year. They went to Ohio State and lost 82-65. They lost badly. And here they face each other again. Wager Detective looking at the over 154.5. Robert Franklin also on Iowa plus 5. Let's get into the line history here for the Iowa-Ohio State spot. Wager Detective on the over. This is a 154 right now. This opened up at 155.5, climbed up to 156 and dropped to 154. It is juiced to the over, but we have a 1.5 move towards the under. Then let's get the spread into this one. From a point spread perspective, we have the Buckeyes -5 at -112. So there's been no movement. There's been a 2-cent move towards Ohio State. A DC capper moving on Quinnipiac there. Let's get over to the cash flow for this spot. We have 67% of the tickets and 59% of the cash on Iowa, 80 and 78 on the under. Troy Torrance says they can show up, but that won't stop them from getting thumped. They're just so soft, says our guy, Troy Torrance. This doesn't appeal to me enough. I kind of lean towards the Buckeyes, but I do not want to get in the way of stacks. So lots of opportunities here on the board, and I'm very comfortable not moving on this one. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Again, Daby going to be joining us shortly with 5 games, and then the last 5 or so games I've capped and I'm ready to rock, and there's a double up spot I want to talk about. So these are the games that will take a little bit longer. UTEP Liberty, the Conference USA Championship quarters, the Miners 18-14, 7-11 in conference. At the Liberty Flames 25-6, 13-5 in conference. We're in Huntsville, Alabama for this. UTEP was on my short list. The line didn't make sense. They lost 7 straight games, and they took care of business from start to finish. It was pretty aggravating. Not being on them. They dominated Sam Houston Bearcats. I mean, I said to Babano that. I told him, I was like, this Sam Houston team is bad. And, I still was unable to back UTEP. And they lost at Sam Houston by 2. I mean, they were clearly the spot, and yet I was concerned and stayed off. It's hard to back a team off of 7 straight losses. They faced Liberty twice. They went to Liberty and beat them 72-70. And then they lost at home to Liberty 76-69. They've played Liberty twice. They've gotten a little bit of confidence off of that win. Justin McKelvey has UTEP plus 8.5 in his pocket. I hate going back to a team that I should have been on the day before. It's not something that works out well for me, even though I do like UTEP to keep this game close. But, now Western Kentucky looked bad yesterday, and Pete partnered Western Kentucky money line up with the Jets. That was my side. Western Kentucky did not look good. So maybe that takes a little bit away from Liberty going into Western Kentucky on Saturday and destroying them, beating them by 29 points. That came on the heels of going into Middle Tennessee, a much tougher outfit, and beating them 86-81. Now, they were an angry group after losing at home to Kennesaw State. They also, the only other home loss in conference was to UTEP. So they're not going to overlook UTEP here in this one. Let's take a look here at the line history. UTEP opening up plus 6.5 in the afternoon. They opened up plus 7.5 here at 10:30 p.m. And that's where they stand right now. There's been 4 cents of movement towards UTEP. Honestly, it's not really appealing here. We'll see what the cash flow looks like. But it feels like Liberty's is more. I don't like them coming into the tournament off destroying Western Kentucky by 29. This total opened up at 138.5 and it dropped 2.5 points to 136. Let's get to the cash flow here for this one. We have 76% of tickets, 73% of cash on UTEP. Another situation of the betting public watching a team succeed and then backing them the following day. 68 and 67 on the over. Even if UTEP should be bet at this number, I'm not going to do it. It's just a little too public of a spot. I don't want to be on a public dog that everyone saw succeed yesterday. AM saying Liberty minus 7.5 / smash spot. Maybe it is with the line moving towards Liberty. Maybe it is. And they're not going to take UTEP lightly. Again, this isn't enough for me to move on. So I'm going to stay off of this spot, but I can understand others making moves. Let's roll into the next spot on the board for us, and that is DePaul, Georgetown. So this is one of those spots that makes me think of our guy Razor in the Gambler's First Glance, because my Gambler's First Glance in this game was, God, I should go immediately bet Georgetown. And I saw it. It was, it was my very first thought. I'm like, Georgetown's better than these guys. Now, I'd kind of forgotten that DePaul had beaten Georgetown both games, and I saw it going from minus 3.5 to minus 4. The line was moving towards Georgetown, so other cappers were seeing the exact same thing as me, and that's a full halt for me. Now, these teams just played. DePaul beat Georgetown at home, but it also came on the heels of them beating Providence and gaining a tiny bit of confidence for the squad as they go into the Big East playoffs. And then looking at Georgetown, why should they be a favorite here? I mean, yes, we could say, oh, well, they're a better basketball team, sure, but they faced DePaul twice. They lost to them twice. They lost at home and they lost at DePaul. Yes, it's hard to beat a team 3 straight times, but I was looking at these last games. What should give me confidence other than that home victory over Villanova? They lose by 15 at home to Marquette. They lose by 14 at UConn. They lose by 11 at Creighton. It's just not enough for me. It's just not enough for me to back a favorite. Now, maybe we look here and see it's gone. It's blown past 3.5 and instead of 5. We'll check it out right now. This total is at 145. It's juiced to the over. We've had a 4-cent move towards the over. And then when we get to the point spread here, sorry, take a second. Georgia Tech is starting to get a little bit of clearance, which would be helpful. It's 10-9 South Carolina over Arkansas right now as well. We'll go over all these scores as the show continues. And now it is a 5. It has moved to 5. So we've had a 1.5 move. I guess if I was on Georgetown, I'd be sitting here confident. Spooner says coaching advantage by a mile to Georgetown. Says Jimmy's the DePaul loss, the one after Cooley's mom passed, rather than the time on this. Yeah, no, I probably should have moved on them at the 3.5 line. We got a DC Capper moving. Oh, and Wine Time saying he wants Georgetown -4.5 really bad. Lex Steele says, now this is crazy. Georgetown should win by 8. Wager detective on Georgetown -4.5. BJ, the market says Georgetown, sure. And every single person in the chat says Georgetown. And it was the most immediate. It was the first thing I was going to move on. That's just not where I succeed. That's not the ROI for me. So I'll cheer you guys on. Would I be happy if I moved on the 3.5? Because it was still 3.5 at 365 when I was watching it move to 4 at other books. Yeah, I'd be sitting looking at 5. I'd feel good about it. But it's just not the spot. It's just look again. Every single person in the chat saying Georgetown is my first instinct. It's just not where I have a successful ROI. So I'm going to leave that one alone and cheer for you guys. I've been passing on a lot of these spots now mid-card here. I still need to get action in for the 2 o'clock games, but we will be joined by our guy, Daby Cab, here pretty soon. In fact, you know what, Daby? I wouldn't mind getting the action in. If I'm going to see if Daby can come back for Kansas State Baylor. I'm going to message him right now. If he can come back for Kansas State Baylor and we can cap that one, then we'd be in business. Here, let me just text him. Come back for Baylor game. And then I can get my 2 p.m. action in. That would work well for me. And AM says he would be on DePaul at the current number. Okay, so let's roll here onto our next spot on the board, but that will be a spot I stay off. Next up for us is this LSU Mississippi State game. Let's break this one down. LSU really closing the season poorly. 14-17 on the year, 3-15 in the SEC at the Mississippi State Bulldogs, 20-11, 8-10 in the SEC. We're at Bridgestone Arena in Nashville, Tennessee. AM moving on LSU plus 8.5. Let's talk about the spot and talk about the line history. First off, we have LSU plus 9 market wide. I'm looking at an 8.5, but the 8.5's at plus 101. This opened up at 9, dropped to 8.5, and stayed there for a while. Then it jumped up to 9.5 at 8:45 a.m. Was a 9.5 spot, then back to 9, now to 8.5. So we've had a half-point move towards LSU. Mississippi State seems to play up and down to the level of their competition. I can understand the line move towards LSU. Let's get into the total here for this spot. From a total standpoint, we have a 145 minus 109 to the over. This opened up at 147, so we've dropped a 1.5 points. Let's get over to the cash flow. A couple big dogs playing against each other. Big schools. LSU has 34% of the tickets and 43% of the cash, with the line moving towards them. 61-65 is on the over. There's our guy T-Moss in the house. Jermaine ready to get to work in the association. We have both Wine Time and Billy Brisbane. Three-headed monster today for NBA. And, of course, Wine Time coming off sweeping the board yesterday. Let's talk about the game against Mississippi State. There was just one game against Mississippi State this year, and it just happened just 11 days ago. LSU went to Mississippi State and lost by 12, 81-69. Was a poor performance. Troy saying that the line open is more important, says this number is telling. I mean, I think it's a pretty sharp line. I mean, LSU were 11.5-point dogs when they went to Mississippi State 11 days ago and lost that game by 12. So I don't think anything untoward. In fact, I mean, what's the outlier in this basketball game at Mississippi State? Well, Mississippi State at home shoots well. They shot 56.9 from the field compared to just 39.1 from LSU. LSU was up at halftime. I think LSU can be in this game. Andrew G saying Mississippi State playing a minnow here. Troy Torrance says Gamblers first glance, LSU easy. And Wine Time says if I wasn't 0-4 betting LSU this year, I'd be on them. AM's model has this at 5.5, likes LSU a lot. I tend to agree here. I think LSU can stay in this basketball game. I don't see why Mississippi State's going to come out and be a monster here. when you say your gamblers, so your gamblers first glance, Troy, is that LSU should easily cover this. And mine isn't. Mine's saying that this is probably the appropriate number. I mean, we're talking about a Mississippi State team that lost 4 or 5 down the stretch. Their lone win was at home versus LSU. This team isn't playing very good. And we know that they're a monster at home. And we don't need to worry about that in Nashville. I'm interested in LSU. I don't like saying that. They're not a good basketball team. But I'm interested in backing them here. Let's move on to the next spot. But I'm going to leave a note here with LSU here. Troy Toyn says, historically, these big favorites in Power 5 tournament cash, but more so with lower totals. Robert Franklin leaning to LSU and Billy Friedrich loving Mississippi State as a parlay piece. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. And another big thank you to Jose for making sure that we had all the graphics despite him not being able to be available for us. Let's get to this Patriot League championship final. Navy midshipmen 15-18, 10-8 in the Patriot. At the American University Eagles 21-12, 13-5 in the Patriot. We are in Bender Arena in Washington, D.C. Let's get this one all set up for us here. Now, when American played Lafayette, I cashed on Lafayette, and I cashed on the first half under. It was pretty nice here. Spooner says, my son keeps saying the Mississippi saying for words so annoying, fade the whole state, he says. Fade the whole state. And Wine Time saying Virginia making some wild 3-point shots to keep them in this. So, and Billy Friedrich saying just stay off the first couple rounds of the Power 5 conference tourney games. Way too much variance. Let's talk about this spot. There's no question. No team came on in this Patriot League like Navy. When they beat Army for the second time this year, that was them saying, look, we're a real team in this conference and look out for us. They also went to American and beat them. That's part of this season-ending winning streak that the midshipmen are on. They've won 5 straight, and they've won 7 of 8. This is the now team in conference. Their only loss was at Colgate. We know what Colgate does at home. And Troy Toyn says, I need American to cash future on them to win conference and American UNCW Robert Morris to win conference parlay. Oh, that'd be a beauty. So let's talk about the line movement, whether we want to back them. Now, Navy beat American at home 81-58, smashed them. Then went to American and beat them 68-60. They've won 7 of 8 basketball games. Spooner says, Ed DeChillis really wants to take Navy to the tournament for the first time. Navy was close to my card. I'm worried Navy can't deal with the size of American. Let's take a look at the line history here. This total is a 132, higher than we've seen in a lot of these American University basketball games. Opened up at 131.5, and it's gone up a half point to 132. Let's get into the point spread here for this one. From a point spread standpoint, we have Navy -4, -109. They opened up at 2.5. They got up to 4.5. I don't want to get in the way of Navy. I don't. DC Capper leaning towards Navy plus 4.5. But this market is telling. You have just 28% of the tickets and 23% of the cash on American. They've lost to Navy twice. 72 and 77 on the over. Troy Torrance says American's home crowd is lit. My cousin star volleyball player over there. I am not going to move on. Look, this is an American spot. They've gone from 2.5 to 4. They only have 20% of the tickets in cash, and Navy's beaten them twice this year. I think that American is the play. And I hate saying that. Now, I'm going to spend a little bit more time on that, but I find that quite an appealing spot. Let's move on to our next spot on the board. This is the Mountain West Championship first round. We have Air Force UNLV. AM says my model has this as Navy plus 4. I'd play Navy this number, but he has American -2.5. I get it. Maybe it's a spot I end up staying off. Zoe, talking about a different spot with the difficulties of these early rounds in Power 5. Let's roll into our next spot on the board, Air Force UNLV. Davidson trying to get this cover, though, but Richmond just hit a big three. It's 65-62. Georgia Tech, though, expanding their lead, and that's going to be important for me as I lost the Cincinnati first half spot. They're down by 9. Rice has now tied it up with Charlotte, and Arkansas has a 2-point lead over South Carolina. Let's get into this next spot on the board, Air Force UNLV. And is this a smash spot for UNLV? Is this just a smash and grab? Those spots have not been good to me. Air Force coming off 4 straight losses. They lose at Utah State by 40. They lose at home to Boise State by 23. They lose at New Mexico by 21. And they lose at home to Colorado State by 22. Those are the last 4 games Air Force has played. Feels like you just want to take them out of their misery. Also, UNLV felt so good about themselves, right? They beat Nevada at home by 13. That surprised me. Then they beat San Diego State at home by 7. That surprised me, at least, the comfort of that victory. And then they had to a very tough place to play and face the Lobos and lose 81-67. So they get that slap in the face. Is this a spot where they take it out here in a basically a home game for UNLV? UNLV's played them twice. They played, at Air Force, beat them 77-58. And then Air Force traveled to UNLV and lost 77-52. Billy Friedrich says this is a UNLV smash and grab. Let's see the line move with UNLV because it isn't. This opened up at -12. It got up to -13, which is where you'd want it. At least 12.5. We're back at a 12 right now. Is this the only 12 on the board? That's a known red flag. Is there any other? That's a known red flag when this certain offshore is giving you the best line on a favorite. I'm not saying they're not in that perfect situation to smash and grab, but it just doesn't feel. It just makes me nervous at this price point. We have a total at 129.5, so we have a huge favorite and a low total. This total opened up at 130. It got down to 127 before climbing back up to 129.5. Then let's get to the cash flow here, and maybe this will tell the tale. We have 49% of the tickets on UNLV and 66% of the cash. So it's a 50-50 ticket count. 66% of cash on UNLV, but this line's not really moving towards them. 72-60 on the over, and we watched it duck and then climb again. I don't know if that's going to be enough. I don't know if that's going to be enough for me. Half-point move away from them. First round of Mountain West. Air Force coming off losing by 40. I don't know if that's going to be enough for me. I really don't. Now, I'll put a question mark and look at them again here, but it's not the market concerned to me. Okay, let's roll. Next up for us is Kansas State Baylor. We're going to have Daby Cab joining back up with us here for this spot. Thank you, Daby, my man. We're going to roll into this spot. We're almost at the point. We got just a few more games before Daby has his run that starts with Seton Hall of Villanova. Let's roll into this one, Daby Cab. Kansas State Wildcats, 16-16, 9-11 in the Big 12 at Baylor. Bears, 18-13, 10-10 in the Big 12. We're at T-Mobile Center in Kansas City, Missouri here. I know you know this Baylor Bears squad very well, Daby Cab, and they've certainly been a disappointment in the Big 12 this season, going just 10-10. Kansas State going 9-11 here. Kansas State coming off that home victory over Arizona State, 71-66. That was on the heels of a loss. That was yesterday, of course, to get to this opportunity. That was coming off on the heels of a loss, 73-57 at home to Iowa State. But they've won 3 of their last 4 games. Baylor must have some confidence in that last performance against Houston. Seniors night, they lose by 4. We know that Houston's quite possibly a number 1 seed in March Madness, so I don't see why that would be too bad of a situation for them. Kansas State faced Baylor once this year. They went to Baylor and they lost by 8, 70-62 back on January 22nd. We have that spot was Baylor 11.5 point favorites. Now, at the time, Baylor was 12-6, 4-3 in the Big 12, and Kansas State was 1-6 in the Big 12. A lot has changed since then. Kansas State's fortunes have gone up, and Baylor's fortunes have quickly gone down. Let's get to the line history here for this spot. We have the total at 137.5. It's juiced to the over to -114. So being a 1-point move to the over from 136.5 to 137. And then on the point spread here, and we have Georgia Tech starting to get that margin that we needed. Rice taking a 2-point lead. I'd like to start 2-1, 31 minutes before adding these 2 p.m. games. And then we have Baylor -5.5 at -110. Tabby, what a difference 2 months has made. 11.5-point favorites the first time these teams meet. Now we're down to 5.5. This opened at 6.5. There's been a half-point move towards Kansas State. And then when we get to the cash flow here, we have 72% of tickets and 79% of cash on Kansas State. Seems like a lot of people are angry at the poor season Baylor's had, gamblers included. 64% of tickets, 64% of cash on the under. Daby, I threw this at you last minute. Wine Time says Baylor smash spot. I think so. What do you think? And thank you for joining us last minute for this one so I can get my action in, my man. Take it away.
Yeah, for sure. Look, I mean, I don't see how you can be anything but frustrated with Baylor. I mean, you got the big transfer from Miami at Norchad Omier. You got Jeremy Roach came in from Duke. And then you had the freshman VJ Edgecombe. And for those who don't know, VJ Edgecombe is, you're going to be watching him play in the NBA very soon. He's going to be the best player on the court. There's no doubt about that. And you talk about these pieces. You expect this team to be, really good. And they've just been middle of the road, average. I don't know how much I trust Baylor against better squads. Shout out to how they played against Houston. I think that's the best basketball game they played all year. But before that, against better teams, I don't trust Baylor to step up. Kansas State, however, is not what I consider a quote-unquote better team. They're another average team, and I think Baylor against average teams is a good bet. I might get on Baylor here. I have not bet this game yet, but I could see myself getting there. If anything, I'd look at some props for VJ Edgecombe or Norchad Omier. I think Omier, this is a spot where he's going to have a big game here against Kansas State. And anytime he can have a big game, Baylor's got a chance. But when you shut him down or put somebody like Juwan Roberts on him, he struggles, and then Baylor kind of goes by the way that Omier goes. So I like Baylor in this spot. Don't like Baylor as a team.
Do you like Baylor in this spot enough to bet them?
Possibly. I haven't got there yet, though.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. Okay. What the hell's going on with my 3-6? Let's
go.
Right, I'm having a bit of an issue getting this loaded. So while I do get this loaded, because I really want to get these 2 p.m. bets in, Daby Cab, let's talk about the 5-game slate that you have coming up. It might now be 4. Is there a game that you want to talk about the most in these later games that are under your list?
When you say the most, I think the best game that we're going to talk about is probably going to be the Oklahoma-Georgia game. I mean, that's an exciting game. I don't know how to bet that game, but maybe I can get somewhere with the chat when we start going over it. I mean, because both Oklahoma and Georgia, had great preseasons before conference and then got into conference and just really struggled. And you've got, I keep talking about these freshmen on the court. Fears for Oklahoma, probably the best player on the court in this game also. I think Georgia is got the momentum, right? If you look at what Oklahoma's done, they've lost 3 of their last 10, or they've only won 3 of their last 10 games, excuse me. They took 12 losses through conference. Georgia also had a very tough conference schedule. But Georgia's kind of rolling right now. I don't want to be mistaken. Let me pull this up. I don't have it up on hand. I think they've won their last 4 in a row. 1 second, guys. It's coming up. Yeah, Georgia's won 4 in a row. And those are including wins, against Florida at home, big win, against Vanderbilt, and then on the road against Texas. So I just think a momentum play, God, I can't get that word out, would have to be on the Georgia side here. I just haven't bet it. And like I said, I think Fears is definitely the best player on the court between the 2 squads. Noel's not far behind for Georgia, but Fears will be playing in the NBA for sure. I haven't bet it. Like I said, I lean Georgia. I think Georgia's probably the side here just from the momentum they're riding. And it's do or die for both of these teams here.
I got my action in. I just sent it in with the local. Not enough time to a line shop. I'm on Wyoming minus 115 and Grambling +6 at minus 110. Those are my two spots for the 2 p.m. slate. Hopefully, we get in to that spot, sitting at 2 and 1. Then we need Georgia Tech to take care of business. The
only reason, and sorry, we're kind of on different topics, but the only reason I have not bet Georgia in this spot is Oklahoma is listed right now as first 4 out, and Georgia's a 9th seed. And I don't know if losing this game would push Georgia out of the tournament. I think they're in either way, but Oklahoma loses, they're out. So that's the only reason I have not bet Georgia here, because this is the definition of do or die for Oklahoma.
And Oklahoma coming off 2 straight wins. You talked about Georgia's 4 straight wins. The most impressive was the win at home over Florida, 88-83. And that was a pretty impressive loss at Auburn, 82-70. Now, those 2 losses Oklahoma had before beating Missouri by margin by 12 at home and then beating Texas by 4 at Texas, those were tight games. They lose at Kentucky, 83-82. They lose at home to Kentucky, 83-82. And then they lose at Ole Miss, 87-84. Let's take a look at the heads-up meetings between these 2 squads here. There was just one this year. Oklahoma went to Georgia and lost 72-62. It was a 10-point loss for Oklahoma. They were up at halftime. Georgia took over, and Georgia didn't play that well. Shot 17.6 from 3. Georgia were 6.5-point favorites and took over and covered late. Let's take a look at the line history here for that Georgia spot. We're going to go back to where we were and then link up with Daby Cab again. Daby Cab just saved me so that I could get my action in. I thank you for that, Daby, my man. We have Georgia right now minus 3.5 at minus 108. They opened up at 3 at 5:25 p.m. yesterday. It took almost 12 hours to get to 3.5. We got to 4 this morning, and now we're back at 3.5. Still the half-point move towards Georgia. And when we get to the total here for this one, we have, here we go. From a total standpoint, we have a 146.5. I see 147s and 148s out here. This is dropping. This opened up at 148.5. It's down to 146.5. It is juiced to the over, but we have a total that's dropping here. JW says Oklahoma better team versus quality opponents and on neutrals. Rick J says Oklahoma may be better first half if they're desperate. Billy Friedrich says if Georgia loses, they may not make the tourney. And Troy telling me that I need some West Virginia. I'm interested. Troy said he looked under every hood to try to bet Georgia, and he says he'll probably end up on Oklahoma. Let's take a look at what the cash flow tells us about this one. Again, this is a later spot. We're going to go back to the chronological order. But we have 65% of the tickets and 74% of the cash on Georgia. 72 and 70 on the under. This feels coin flippy. Nice job, Ross, cashing with Richmond. An AM saying that he is on Grambling, but it's a huge public dog. I didn't think it was that public. Did it get? No, it's. I don't know why. Well, it's not public from the site here that I'm looking at. 46% tickets, 47% of cash. But every site will tell you a different story, and I don't know what to believe. Yeah, I find it coin flippy. I find it really coin flippy. I feel like with the 40-game slate, we can find a better spot than that one. And I can understand why people are interested in the Sooners here. And I can understand why you haven't moved on Georgia as well. I that whole thing makes sense to me here. So, Daby Cab, and Energy saying the game is the most volatile. I like it. Daby Cab. Thank you for that one, saving me so I can get my 2 p.m. action. And Daby Cab's going to be joining us here shortly. Again, the games that Daby Cab is going to be breaking down with us are Seton Hall, Villanova, UCF, Kansas, and Syracuse SMU will be closing things off. So, Daby, thank you, my man. I will see you here in a quick minute. There is Dabra Cadabra in the house. All right, let's get back to regular scheduling programming. Now, we already talked about that Cal Stanford spot. We talked about it here. It was a spot that Spooner did move on. He moved on it at plus 5.5. Afterwards, it went up to 6.5, and then it came down to 6. We don't need to keep, at that one, but I am uncomfortable that it's moved away from Spooner, and I would have to see it back at 5.5 with a ton of money on Stanford to want to move on it at this point. Look, Cal has proven that they're ready to go. They didn't travel back after the road trip. They lose a quadruple overtime game and then win a double overtime game. They proved they belong. They gave us a miracle cash on the spread, one that I didn't think I was going to get. So I'm going to look at that game a little more. That is, of course, Cal Stanford. But next up for us, we head to the MAAC quarters. Coppin State, South Carolina State, MAAC quarters here. Coppin State Eagles 6-23, just 4-10 in conference. At South Carolina State Bulldogs 18-12, 11-3 in conference. We're in Norfolk, Virginia for this one. Let's get this one all set up and go over the line movement and see if anybody's moving on this one. We are going to stay in the SWAC. So we're going to talk quarterfinals. Oh, no, sorry. This is MAAC. We're going to go from MAAC to the SWAC to the Metro Atlantic. So we're going to be jumping from conference to conference here. Let's talk about this Coppin State spot and go over the line history. The Coppin State Eagles did finish the season on a win, and it was against a decent Morgan State squad. They won at home 82-75 in overtime. Now, South Carolina State is rolling right now. They're winning games. They're in a big winning streak. But it was important, I think, for Coppin State to end up with a victory. I had Coppin State against Howard in that victory, and I don't want that to get in my thoughts too much. They faced South Carolina State twice. They played them at home on January 6th. They lost 85-77. Then they went to South Carolina State and got destroyed by 30 points. Absolutely annihilated. You have this South Carolina State squad in the midst of a 9-game winning streak. Now, they took out Norfolk State 91-88. That wasn't by margin, but a lot of these victories were coming by margin, and no bigger was the margin that they had against Coppin State when they just ran them out of the barn 87-57. Just a dominant victory. Let's get into the line history here and see what you guys are saying. AM South Carolina State minus 15. Another murder says should be 17.5. J-Dub not interested in this spot. Let's go over the line history here. This total is climbing. This opened up in the afternoon at 137. It opened up at night at 140. It was immediately climbing. Now it's at 142. And this is at a very sharp offshore that has it higher than the other books. You're going to see much lower numbers at a bunch of other spots. So it may be something that you want to attack. Let's get into also, I don't know how I keep falling for this because I was putting the bets in, but I told you guys that Cincinnati first half went from 4.5 to 5, while their full game went from 8.5 to 8. I should have just stopped everything right there, even though my plan was to bet them first half, and I should have stopped everything. And I should have moved on them full game. Now, Iowa State just hit a couple buckets, but it was just a 6-point or 7-point game here. Spooner says, I'd rather the line move against me in the Cal spot. I said I thought it was easy to get on to Stanford on paper. Said if the line moved on my favor, I'd be wrong about the public, and I like being against it. That's a real interesting take, Spooner, and one that I like and get. Okay, let's stay rolling here and move on to the line history. We talked about this total climbing briskly up to 142. Let's take a look at this point spread. It's a point spread that AM said should be much, much bigger than it's at. This point spread right now for Coppin State, they're plus 16. Plus 16.5 at the sharp books. This has come up from 14.5. It's a 2-point move. I guess what they're saying is, back South Carolina State or stay off the game. And I'm going to prefer to stay off the game here in the first round of action. It's not that I don't expect the murder that AM is expecting. I just don't want to. It doesn't appeal to me. You beat a team by 30 points. Now you face them in maybe I'm we know that these big favorites cover, and I don't want to be, staying away from them when I don't have to. This is also important for South Carolina State to get rolling. Maybe this is a first half South Carolina State spot. They're playing good basketball. They've won 9 straight. They're tied for the conference lead with Norfolk. This is the quarters to get in, takes 3 wins and you're in the NCAA tournament. Maybe I'm being a little short with this. Maybe this is just a South Carolina first half smash and grab. And I've been staying away from a lot of these mid-evening spots. I don't know why. Okay, I'm interested. I've switched. I don't see why they wouldn't come in. Now, are they going to be loosey-goosey because they've won 9 straight? I don't think so. They haven't played since Thursday. They want to get this tournament off to a good start. Dab fan talking about if McClendon's going to be in for San Jose State. Look, I moved on Wyoming. I know McClendon's been in and out, but I moved on Wyoming here, and that pops off in 15 minutes. Okay, let's roll on. DC Capper is moving on Georgia here. Let's roll on to our next spot. This is Florida A&M Rattlers, 14-16, 10-8 in the SWAC at Jackson State Tigers, 14-17, 14-4 in the SWAC. We're back at College Park in the Gateway Center for this spot. And, speaking of DC Capper, he has backed Jackson State in a couple spots this year. And here they are in the SWAC quarters. The Rattlers coming off that win versus Prairie View. It was not very... what do we want? What do you want to say about it? They win by 9. They were 6.5 point favorites, so they took care of business. Prairie View is a horrible basketball team, but and another side of it, they were down 32-23 at the break. Now they took over late, probably a relief, I guess, to get past them. AM looking at Florida and AM is looking at Florida A&M at plus 5.5 here as well. Let's see what's happened when these two teams have faced each other this year. They faced Jackson State twice. On Monday, the January 27th, they went to Jackson State, took care of them, beat them 72-62. That's when this team was rolling. The Rattlers fell apart down the stretch. They lost 4 of 5 coming into the tournament, and then they beat Prairie View 75-66 to get the confidence back. They beat Jackson State twice, 72-62, and then at home 76-71. So I guess X's and O's wise, they have Jackson State's number. Jackson State is 6-point favorites here. That's a big favorite to be, and they opened up at 4. And it's juiced towards them. The team that they've lost to twice. This is an interesting spot. Very interesting spot. Let's get to the total of this one here. We have a 138 juiced to the over at minus 113. This opened up at 139. This got up to 141, down to 137, now at 138. It's all over this place. Let's see what the guys are saying in the chat. UPK Yashala says, I like Jackson State in this spot. Don't have the analytics in front of me because I'm on the road, but I see Jackson State taking the money line. Other than that, I'm not betting on bum fights. I have a affinity for bum fights, and anytime homeless want to fight, it piques my interest here. AM says, I think this line should be plus 3.5, but doesn't that AM make you interested in backing Jackson State here? And then Spooner says, would it be cheaper to buy these SWAC coaches or players or these refs? This is telling. Jackson State losing to them twice, becoming bigger and bigger favorites. I'm going to spend more time on this, but it does appeal to me. The next spot we've already talked about, the next spot on the board, Sacred Heart, Merrimack. We've already spoken about this spot. We had Spooner move on Sacred Heart plus 3.5. He broke it down beautifully with the X's and O's. If you go back to when Spooner was on, this was the second to last game on his schedule. he moved on them plus 3.5, and I want to, and I'm going to study it a little more. I don't like that I went from 2.5 to 3.5, but I can understand that he's very comfortable with the line moving against him. Let's keep rolling. Our next spot here is USC Rutgers Big Ten tournament first round. The Trojans versus the Scarlet Knights is where we find ourselves next. Let's get this one set up and hear the plan of attack. USC, disappointing year after a horrible year last year. Just squad moving in the wrong direction. 15-16, 7-13 in the Big Ten. At the Scarlet Knights, 15-16, 8-12 in the Big Ten. Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana. I mean, it's no surprise to Cappers that these two freshman standouts have gotten better as the season goes on. I think that one would expect them to do exactly that. And they certainly got off to a poor start, and anytime Rutgers went on the road, they didn't look good, and that started changing as the season went on. Rutgers minus 1.5 in Justin's pocket. Wine time on USC minus 1. And yes, Nasty Nate. Let's go back to Jeff. Jeff 7-0 since he started jumping in our chat last week. Jeff's action is Rutgers plus 1.5 and Florida International. Am says he still likes USC on this number. And Wine Time mentioned to Jeff when he was in the chat that he was on the other side of this spot. Rutgers coming off the home victory over the Golden Gophers, 75-67. That came on the heels of 2 road losses. That road loss at Michigan was pretty nice, losing 84-82, showing that they can play on the road. And then getting destroyed by Purdue by 29 points probably is not what they wanted. We watched them win in overtime at Washington, come back and face USC in a spot that I didn't think was very good for them. And they took care of business and won that by 10. So, we know that Rutgers is capable of taking this team out. That was the only time these teams met. It was a 95-85 victory for Rutgers. They had traveled across the country. They were feeling good about themselves. I thought they were vulnerable. Troy says it looks like Rutgers to me. Ross Pitt says Rice up by 11. I like that. I've been in this game for too long to see the first half move against me and the full game move with me. And I should switch at that point. Now, I'm not saying that Cincinnati's going to cover the full game, but I would have an opportunity here to sweep the board on the morning slate. I've been doing it too long to let that slip past me. That was just, I understand that, you're multitasking when you're doing a show and doing things live, but there's no excuse for not flipping or just switching to the full game when you see that market move with you and then the first time move against you. It's extremely frustrating. We wanted to talk on that game. What happened in that 95-85 victory for Rutgers? Both teams shot the ball very well. USC played sloppy, as we see them do. Now, they did out-rebound Rutgers, but Rutgers shot 55.6 from the field and 45% from 3. So even when USC shoots the lights out, 51.5 from the field and 46.7 from 3, they can't beat Rutgers. It was a closer game, but they were, they lost the first half by 5. Rutgers covered first half, full game, covered all of it. Let's take a look at the line history here. I mean, this is the last chance for the freshmen to put on a show. I mean, this is an important game for Rutgers. This total's gone from 154.5 down to 152. We've seen it drop 2.5 points. And when we get to the point spread here, I'll take 2-1 any day of the week, but the difference between 2-1 and 3-0 is massive. We're talking massive, and again, I'm not saying Cincinnati's going to cover the full game, but I should have at least put myself in a situation where I could catch it. We have Rutgers right now at plus 1.5. They opened up at plus 1, so we've had a 1-point move towards USC. And we just saw them lose by 10 against this squad. It's a pretty fishy situation. Spooner says, what do the books know about USC that we don't? Who doesn't want to back a team with 2 NBA lottery picks, maybe 2 of the top 5 picks? I mean, that's a perfectly put situation. Now it changes a little bit on the money. This is fascinating. Now this is 13% of the tickets and 18% of the cash on the spreads on USC, and we've seen it move towards them. So you say, okay, well, what's the money line? The money line is 37% of the tickets and 63% of the cash on USC. There's 60 and 67 on the over. I mean, BJ is saying it exactly the way it should be said. This line is pretty telling. The the books are saying that USC is the bet here. Again, I would need some correlation with X's and O's, so I'm not just saying that I'm going to bet this right away, but I am saying that Rutgers is the popular team to bet here. The market is opening up their arms to anybody who wants Rutgers, and they're already being bet. Yeah, BJ, I'm with you. I'm with you. Now, I'm going to study it a little more. I don't want this just to be a market-only bet, but I think that the market is speaking loudly, and we must listen. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board here. We're going to have Daby Cab back in business with us. Just 3 games left here at this point. We have Conference USA. And again, if you take USC, you're going up against Slaughter 7-0 last weekend show. I don't know if I don't know if I could do that. That just seems like a poor decision, but books are saying what they're saying. Now, again, another important part is that the bet and the bets that Slaughter has made on the 7-0 run, some of these lines have gone against him. He just doesn't care at all. Okay, we have AM on Florida International. So here we just talked about Slaughter's first spot, and that was sorry, I just blew past it. Slaughter's first spot was Rutgers, and his second spot is right here with Florida International. And this is a system. These are system bets by Slaughter. And I'm not going to tell everybody a system. You can come, fly down to San Antonio. These are system bets, and he's 7-0. All right, let's take a look at the line history here. We have just a couple more games before we're rejoined by our guy Dabra Kadabra. We have Conference USA action quarters. Florida International 10-22, 3-15 in conference at Jacksonville State, 2011, 12-6 in conference, and we're in Huntsville, Alabama for this one. You would expect this crowd to have a lot of Jacksonville State fans at it. Let's take a look at the line history and set this one up. First off, we are sitting with an 8. This opened with Jacksonville State -8 and -108. This didn't open up till 8:22 in the morning. Now they're -8, -104. So we've seen 4 cents of movement towards Florida International. Let's get to the total here in this one. Just a couple minutes now before Georgia Tech takes us home. That was a great call by the boys. We had wine time on it. We had Spooner on it. It's a great way to get the day started, even though I did lose with that Cincinnati spot, which I'm going to do my best not to make me smash something here. Let's get into this one. We have Florida International with a line not moving. We have a total of 133. It's pretty heavily juiced to the under. This opened up at 133, so it's been a 9-cent move towards the under. It looks like, to me, Cincinnati's going to cover this full game. It's quite frustrating when it was a gift type situation seeing the market move the way it did. You can't just put on blinkers and just look straight ahead. You've got to listen and be capable of maneuvering, and I should have been able to do that. It was a big mistake that I wasn't. But let's roll into this one. We have Florida International coming off the 64-61 victory over Western Kentucky. Western Kentucky were 4.5-point favorites in that one. It was an impressive victory here. Jacksonville State's lost 2 of their last 3 games. Now, they're losing by 4 at Liberty. There's no harm in that. But that next game was against Florida International. You know, it's funny. In March, Jacksonville State's played 2 games. And Florida International's played 4. They haven't played very much. Now, they beat Florida International at Florida International 84-79, and it took double overtime for them to take them out. I wonder if this is the right price for FIU. They faced each other earlier in the year, and that was a 71-67 victory for Jacksonville State. So 2 very close games. 2 very close games. There's our guy Nunya in the house. A wager detective starting out 1-0. I'd love to see it. Let's see what the cash flow is like here for this one, and if we even get that information. We have I don't even know if we're going to get it. I don't know if the let me see here. Sorry. One more. Yeah, we're not going to get the information. 72% ticket, 71% cash on the over. Look, it makes sense to me. It makes sense that FIU can keep this game close. The X's and O's, they match up well against Jacksonville State. Now, again, we're in Huntsville, so it's going to be a predominantly Jacksonville State crowd. Let's talk about the next spot on the board. We have 2 more games before we're rejoined by our guy, Daby Cab. We have UTEC Trailblazers, 7-25, 2-14 in the WAC at Utah Valley Wolverines, 23-7, 15-1 in the WAC. We're in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Orleans Arena. We saw the market move towards Utah Tech. It was interesting yesterday that there were cappers that still felt that Southern Utah had a lot of value. And I get it. Maybe they already liked Southern Utah. They saw it go from 2 to 5, and they thought, well, I like it now more with the more points. And look, I mean, Utah Tech only won by 7. So, but when you see a team that's 7-25 go from -2 to -5 against a team that's 12-19, it should stop you right in your tracks. Now, how did Utah Tech win? Well, they shot 52.6 from 3. Compared to Southern Utah, shooting just 25% from 3. Over at ESPN Bet, this closed at 4.5. AM says my model has this as Utah Tech plus 13. I would only play Utah Tech at this number. Let's go over what's happened for Utah Valley when they face Utah Tech and what's gone over for Utah Tech. Now, yesterday, it should have just been an immediate bet on Utah Tech. I mean, how often do you see a team that's won 14 straight games go from -2 to -5.5? I mean, never. We know these books aren't idiots. Another thing about Utah Tech is they played Utah Valley tough, man. Now, the first time they faced Utah Valley, they went to Utah Valley, lost 96-80. So that wasn't that tough. But then they faced Utah Valley at home and lost 79-77 in overtime. Took them to overtime. And if you look at a lot of these losses, they're close games. They lose to California Baptist by 4. They lose to Seattle U by 5. We got Ron Crawford in the house, and he's also on USC. So we have another capper here going up against Slaughter, who is 7-0 since he joined us in the chat last week. All right, let's take a look at the line history here. Let's just move over Ron's action. We'll certainly talk, and he's moved on the Detroit Red Wings. I can completely understand from X's nose point why that is. He's moved on the Clippers. We'll discuss that. And he's also on the USC. Again, we just blew past recently where it felt like USC, the market was indicating it's the play. It's not only indicating it's the play, it's also from the spreadsheet indicating that's the play. Let's get into this line history. This is a total that's at 142 at a pick'em. It opened up at 145, so it's a pretty big move towards the under. And let's get into the point spread here. Point spread wise, we have, one second. Point spread wise, we got Utah Tech plus 13 at -111. They opened up at 12.5, and this got down to 11.5 last night. Now it's up to 13. I mean, Utah Tech is clearly playing better than their numbers would indicate. Let's take a look at the cash flow and see if maybe we have an enormous amount of tickets. No, Utah Tech is public too. 69% of tickets and 60% of cash. I don't want to be on a huge public dog here. And I don't want to expect these clearly better teams not to be playing their best here, starting the WAC tournament in the quarters. It doesn't appeal to me. This is a big number getting bigger with the public on Utah Tech. So I'm not going to join the public on Utah Tech. That doesn't appeal to me. And AM on Utah Valley -12.5. Let's roll into our last game before we're rejoined by the Magic Man, Daby Cab. 9 p.m. Eastern, we have the Big West Championship first round. Cal State Bakersfield Roadrunners 14, 18, 8, and 12 in the Big West at UC Santa Barbara Gauchos 19 and 12, 11, 9 in the Big West. We're at Lee's Family Farm in Henderson, Nevada. Cal State comes in off their second win in 3 games, 76-64 at home versus Hawaii. And Santa Barbara comes in off its second straight loss, 97-88 at home to UC Irvine. We know what type of team UC Irvine is. Santa Barbara defeated Cal State Bakersfield at home 78-66 back on January 9th, and then beat them again at Cal State Bakersfield 81-75 on February 6th. So you have the Gauchos with a much better record, much better conference record, and have beaten the Roadrunners twice. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We have UC Santa Barbara -5.5, -108. They opened up -4.5, -110. So we had the 1 point move towards the Gauchos. I like the fact that they're coming off playing the Anteaters, a very good squad. There's very little to dislike for me in this spot. I expect Santa Barbara to be all hands on deck. It's the start of the conference tournament. I don't expect them to play lackadaisical. It doesn't matter that they beat them twice. The last one, was a tighter one. What was the score in it again? Sorry, let me just check this again. The 81-75 at Cal State. 4.5 to 5.5. It's not. I don't feel like I'm too late to the party or late to an extent that I would be uncomfortable with. Let's just take one last look at the cash flow. We're not getting it right now. I have changed my tune here in these conference spots. I've changed it. I expect we have a line moving a point here, and I expect them to take care of business. Oh, it stopped. Okay, I do. I really do. Let's just go into. I think there's some concern here. Oh no, there's not. Georgia going to take care. It's getting tighter, but Georgia going to take care of business. Also, I imagine Cincinnati going to cover in this one as well. I think the Gauchos are the play. Again, this is a 9 p.m. spot, so we're going to wait. But it's the better team coming off a loss to a good basketball team. We're going to bring on Daby Cab here in a second. I just want to take one last look at this Gaucho spot here because I was just reading off of my notes. I want to go into this game quickly here and just go over the last stretch for the Gauchos. I mean, yes, it's easy to play Hawaii at home. It's harder to go to the Big Island and take them out. The last time we saw Cal State Bakersfield on the road, they didn't look good. They got crushed by Cal Poly, who's playing some pretty good basketball, and they beat Long Beach State in overtime. What do I care? Long Beach State 3-17. It doesn't bother me. We have a Santa Barbara team coming off 2 losses against top teams in the conference. They lose badly at CSUN, and then they lose to the second. I think the Gauchos take out their energy and their anger. I think this could be a smash and grab. And now again, I'm going to try not to double up. All right. Now we bring back our guy, Dabra Kadabra, to the festivities. Daby Cab, what is happening? We move on to Seton Hall, Villanova. I know you've been capping and focusing on Nova this year. This will be a nice breakdown for us. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow here. So we'll start with the line history for Seton Hall. Nova, this total, as you would guess, very low. It's a 126. It's -117 to the over. It opened up -110 to the over. We had 7 cents of movement towards the over. And then let's get to the spread. On the point spread, we have Villanova right now -10.5 and -111. Trusting them to win by margin, not comfortable. This opened up at -10.5 at 5:28 p.m. 3 minutes later, this was an 11, and 3 hours after that, it was 11.5. That's when the Villanova move ended, and we're right back from square one. We've had 3 cents of movement. Very low total, 3 cents of movement. Wine time starting out 2-0. Excellent work. An AM on Villanova -11.5. Let's get to the cash flow for Nova Seton Hall. Oh, I've just put past it. My apologies. We have 44% of the tickets and 65% of the cash on Villanova. So there's a lot of cappers out there that think these are too many points, but the bigger bets are coming in on Nova. We just saw AM moving on them as well. 59 and 61 on the under. We have quickly set up the meetings between these two squads. Big East tournament, first round. AM has this on his model with Nova minus 13.5. Seton Hall in the throes of a losing streak. Villanova had a 3-game winning streak. It took out Marquette at home 81-66. That was impressive. Then went to Seton Hall and beat them 59-54 in a rock fight. And then came home, beat Butler 80-70, and then lost a surprising loss at the end of the year at Georgetown 75-73. So Seton Hall lost to Nova by 5 at home. They traveled to Villanova way earlier in the year, December 17th, and lost by 12 points, lost by margin. I mean, this is a Seton Hall team that has very few wins to find, and they have not won without overtime since December 4th out of conference against NJIT, and they only beat them by 11. Their only 2 victories that I'm looking at were in overtime. So 20 Big East games, and their only victories were in overtime. Take it away for us here, Daby Cab, Seton Hall Pirates, Villanova Wildcats at Madison Square Garden.
There's a couple things that I've been backing with Villanova this year, like Poplar's point prop. I've cashed with Dixon also on his threes prop. Shout out to CMAC for bringing that one to the table. And those are the guys really for this Villanova team. And as much as I want to look at their props in this game, you see where the total's sitting at 126, right? I can't take a prop whenever you've got a game that's got such a low total. And as far as the side goes here, look, I lean Villanova, but you said it off the top. I do not trust them to cover a double-digit spread. And this could be a very easy situation where maybe they cover the first half and then they start thinking about the next game or something like that and sleepwalk into a backdoor cover for Seton Hall. So just because of that, I'd be off Villanova here. And as far as the props go, I'm going to stay off those two. I think the under probably is the move here. Like if I gunned ahead, had to make a bet, I'd probably look at the under.
Yeah. We just saw them go up. I don't like backing low totals when we see a meeting within 2 weeks of each other where it goes 13 to 15 points under the number. It's just, for me, it's sort of a zigzag discomfort that I feel. I can understand not wanting Villanova to win by margin and also respecting the fact that the public is on Seton Hall and the line's moving towards Villanova. I can understand staying off of this, and I'm comfortable doing that. Daby Cab with a lean towards the under. Let's talk about the next spot here on the board. What the hell do we do with the Jayhawks? Now, shout out to our guy, Justin McKelvey. He was on Medicate Monday 2 weeks ago. He was on Kansas, and I followed suit. I actually didn't have college basketball action that night, and I followed suit. I joined him with Kansas, first half full game. It was seniors night.
4.5 against Houston too. So he covered with the hook covered for him. So shout out to him. He's had a good read on him.
He's had a great read on him. Yeah, no doubt about it. And UCF coming off, and that was a great read by Spooner. I know he didn't bet it, but he broke it down perfectly why he thought UCF was going to smash and grab Utah yesterday, and that's exactly what they did. Beat them 87-72. It's their second win in 3 games, and UCF's now won 4 of 6 games. We had them on Wednesday last week. We had them to take out Oklahoma State at home, and they did just that with a 13-point victory. So they're playing good basketball. Now, they faced Kansas twice. You may remember that first home game against Kansas, they lost 99-48. It was horrific. And they didn't really bounce back. They followed up by not covering in a 1-point win at home over Colorado after it. So there was no real bounce back for them. They're playing good basketball now. They faced Kansas again at Kansas, and they were much better. They lost 91-87 at Kansas, showed that they were capable of being in this game. AM's on Kansas minus 10.5. He's got UCF plus 11. Let's get into the line history here for this one and then hand it over to Daby Cab. UCF plus 10 right now. It's 10.5 market wide. This is a 10 at plus 101. So even though this number opened at 10 and is now at 10, it did get up to 11, now at 10. There's still been a 10-cent move towards the Jayhawks. Let's get to the total here in this one. From a total standpoint, we have Kansas UCF at 154.5 minus 113 to the under. This opened up at 155.5. It's got down to 153.5. Now we're at 154.5. And then cash wise, we have, looks like did I blow past it? Sorry. We have UCF Public 62 and 66 on them, 62 and 63 on the over. Take it away for us. Oh, and Spooner says, I bet UCF last night. Tweeted out, and thanks to you and Loshak, didn't realize how strongly I felt about it until you said the opposite side. The real value of this show is not the echo chamber. Spooner, you had a great breakdown on it. I really, really loved that breakdown. Justin McKelvey with Kansas minus 10.5 in his pocket, talking about having a good read on the club. Take it away, Daby Cab. I'm all ears. This is a fun one that I might want to get involved in.
Yeah, I got to take my eyes off this Arkansas game. They got a 20-point lead right now, Jimmy, but we still got 18 minutes of basketball left. So we got
to feel good about it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I don't care until it's over.
Fordham up 10-5. I came close to moving on Fordham, and that's going to be that was a perfect breakdown by Spooner for me to be on Fordham. I'm going to stay calm and cool.
I'm kicking myself for not taking Arkansas first half. I knew it was a double-up spot, so I've got some other leans in these games we broke down. I'm going to sit with a little bit, and if I bet anything, I'll post it. So, like the VJ Edgecombe over 1.5 threes, I think he gets that in his sleep today. But I'll get there. Anyways, this one right here, UCF Kansas. You said it. It's like Jekyll and Hyde with Kansas. We've seen two different Kansas teams this season, and we've seen two different Kansas teams against UCF, right? They won by 30. The rebounding margin was through the roof, and then they turn around the next game. You know, they're not getting the boards. They're missing their shots. Kansas has been a tough team to predict and a tough team to read. And I'll tell you what, my knee-jerk reaction is to take UCF plus 10.5 here. And the reason that's my initial reaction is because I've kind of been high on UCF since the very first game this year when they beat A&M. That being said, they've shown their struggles. And what it comes down to for Kansas, it's like, you know, is Harris going to hit his shots? Is Dickerson going to, play fast enough to move the ball around a little bit? I can't stand this Kansas basketball team, if I'm being honest. Because of the fact that I was on Houston last game against them, and I've watched, Stacks get in at a great buy low spot with Kansas. I've stayed off this game here. It's just, for me, Kansas is just a team I still can't get behind. Even if they win and cover this game, I think they're going to be a fade, for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I think the only thing I trust is Justin's take on Kansas. And the public being on UCF here. I can understand why they are on UCF. And another part of Kansas is that they're not going to take UCF lightly. That was really a different team that smashed and grabbed UCF. That was when Kansas was, had high hopes. Then they fell apart, and I mean fell apart. They have the 99-48 victory. That point, they'd won 5 of 6 games. I mean, you skip they have the double overtime loss at Houston. Or no, at home versus Houston in double overtime. They looked really good. They go into UCF cocky, and they're 12.5-point favorites, and they let UCF hang around, and they squeak out a victory. Then they win. Then they lost 4 of 6 games. They did not look good. That was an impressive finish to the schedule, even though they did lose to Texas Tech and to Houston. Those were impressive games, and then they beat Arizona. I guess I could see them beating UCF badly. I guess I could. I guess I'm coming around. I don't know if I move on Kansas here, but I guess I can see sort of what others are seeing with Kansas. I can see it. Let's roll on to the next spot. I don't know if they're going to get that. They're down 12 right now. Alex saying Cincinnati going for backdoor. I'm a little more comfortable. I'm a little worried about Rice. Charlotte making a really strong start to the second half here. Grambling State looking strong against Southern. Could have been a double up spot there on Grambling State. They just play these teams tough. Let's talk about the final spot here with Daby Cab. Then we'll talk just 3 games quickly at 11:30 late, and then we'll get into our whole NBA coverage. We'll also review all action here. Let's get into the next spot, ACC tournament second round, Syracuse SMU. We're at the Spectrum Center in Charlotte. Let's start with the spread and total movement. Being a big move to the under in this one. Opened up at 152, down to 149. Now, it did get down to 148, so we've had a point of buyback. Let's get into the point spread here for this one. We have SMU as 9-point favorites. They opened up at 8.5 at not until 8:25 in the morning. This wasn't available until 8:25 in the morning. 2 minutes later, this is an 8, and 20 minutes later, it's 7.5. So the initial sharp action was moving this towards Syracuse. Well, that stopped. Now we have a 9. This was a 9.5 2 hours ago. So a big move back towards SMU. Now let's take a look at the cash flow for the spot. Just 22% of the tickets and 13% of the cash on SMU. So a lot of people moving on Syracuse. 56 and 59 on the over. The market's clearly not concerned at all by all these tickets coming on Duck L'Orange. Let's get into the meetings between the two squads and hand it over to the Magic Man, Dabra Kadabra. And we'll be doing all this in person here in no time. Syracuse looked good against Florida State, beat them 66-62. Florida State was 8-12 in conference. It's not a gift. That came on the heels of beating Virginia at home 84-70. Now, they went to SMU and they lost 77-75. It was a very close game. That was just, 8 days ago. It was a week Tuesday. And SMU shot the ball fine. Syracuse was just in it. Syracuse was up 8 at the break. And SMU needed to do everything to get back in the game, and they did, and they took over. Let's get into the prior meeting for SMU against Syracuse. These Mustangs. So they faced Syracuse late in the season, and that was the lone time they faced them. So they're not going to take them lightly. In fact, it's a pretty surprising line then, if that's the case. Take it away for us, Daby Cab. ACC action, Syracuse SMU.
The thing is, you get, and that was in Dallas, right? That last game where they only lost by 2.
Oh, sorry. Say that again. Sorry, I was reading something.
That the game Syracuse lost by 2 against SMU was in Dallas too, right?
Yes, it was a home game against Syracuse. Yep.
Okay, yeah. So that's, they play them that close at home. I guess what the thought of, the public coming in is like, getting SMU on the road. That that's where they've shown they haven't been as comfortable of a basketball team, and they've struggled offensively when they get on the road here. In Syracuse, I mean, that was a big win for them over Florida State. There's no pressure on this team whatsoever, right? Whereas SMU, I think there's a lot of pressure right now. Like, they need to win some basketball games. I would bet Syracuse here, and I hate to be on a public dog. I know that's never anywhere you want to be here. I think with no pressure, with a little bit of momentum here, SMU is going to – I think they're going to be pressing in this basketball game. And I think the more they press, the more they struggle to put up points. I'm not necessarily saying I think Syracuse wins this game outright, but I would be shocked if it's over a 2-possession game coming down to the end.
Yeah, it's I don't know if SMU started playing a little bit better on the road late in the season, but this line is wild. So they lose by 7 at Florida State. We just saw Syracuse beat Florida State on a neutral. They lose by 5 at Stanford. They win by 4 at Cal. And it was that game against Notre Dame. Remember, they came in. So it was against Virginia Tech, wasn't it? A lot of these. SMU got their shit together on the road. There's a lot of victories here on the road.
But because their defense shows up, a lot of those victories come from their defense. Holding teams, in the 60s. They're
clearly the better basketball team. I mean, this line is nuts. This line's just opening up their arms to anybody who wants Syracuse. We watched the line move in towards Syracuse and then stop. And Real Madrid also thinking that Kansas can win the Big 12. Spooner says Syracuse head coach needed that win so bad yesterday. The monkey's gone. SMU still hasn't shown me enough away from home. I want to back Syracuse. But I think we're kind of over. I mean, yes, they just lost to Florida State and Stanford at home, but look at those wins in a row. Took out Cal, Notre Dame, Virginia Tech, NC State, Miami, Virginia. They'd won 6 straight.
Well, those are some real bad basketball teams.
No, I hear you, but it's still 6 straight wins away from your.
Syracuse isn't much better. I'm just saying that. God, what a shit conference this year.
And AM's got his model says Syracuse plus 10. He likes the 8.5. I'm interested in SMU here. I am, but I don't know if I get there. Daby Cab, could you review your college basketball card? Then we'll talk about the 3 solo, the 3 11:30 games, and then we'll have Billy Briz and Wine Time for NBA. Can you talk about your card, my man?
Yeah. Sitting here sweating right now. Arkansas. We started the day with Arkansas here. They are up, so that's good. But never comfortable till it's over. And then I'm going to go with the prop with Trey Johnson for Texas over 2.5 threes. You're getting that at plus 155. I think it's a great bet. And I'm going to go ahead and add DJ Edgecombe for Baylor also over 1.5 threes. That's going to be about minus 110. I have not bet it yet. I'm going to do it when I'm off the show. I press buttons wrong sometimes when I bet live, so I like to do it when I'm looking directly at it. But VJ Edgecombe over 1.5 threes, I'm going to bet.
I love it. Daby Cab, tell us a little bit about how wild Saturday's starting 5 will be.
Man, I mean, what more can you say? It's March, man. It's March. So this Saturday, we're gonna do a little NBA too, but it's gonna be heavy college basketball. You're gonna have some championship games. It's gonna be everything that March is supposed to be. We're gonna make money. We're gonna have Wine Time there. We're gonna have Stacks there. My guy Dutch Boy Fresh is there. Myself. Maybe we can get Troy on. He's come on, but got a great rotation. So show up this Saturday morning, starting 5, all about the hoops. We'll make sure and get you guys paid. And I need y'all's action in the chat also. And Swish, you're right. It ain't the same ACC we grew up on, man. As Jimmy was naming those teams, I'm like, man, yeah, 3 years ago they were good. 4 years ago, what happened, man? Some big fall off on the ACC team, especially like Miami and Virginia. But, the pendulum will swing. They'll come back. Jimmy, I love doing this with you. We are going to get paid this March. It don't matter what happened last week. Don't matter what happened any week before that. All that matters is right now, we're going to win these bets. We're going to go to San Antonio and we're going to stack money. We're going to do it together and it's going to be a blast. That's all that matters. So I'll see you guys in San Antonio and I'll be back tomorrow, Jimmy.
I love it. Be back in action with us tomorrow. There he is, Daby Cab. Let's talk about the 3 11:30 games because they're pretty fascinating spots. We start with Big Sky Championship. This is to get into the tourney here. And I love these Northern Colorado Bears. Is it worth moving on them here? Montana Grizzlies 24-9, 15-3 in conference of the Northern Colorado Bears, 25-8, 15-3 in conference of Idaho Central Arena, Boise, Idaho. Montana comes in off its 3rd straight win and 13th in 14 games. I mean, both these teams are rolling. They destroyed Idaho last night. Destroyed them 78-55. Northern Colorado comes in off its 6th straight win and 8th in 9 games, 72-45 last night over Montana State. So both these teams are rolling. Northern Colorado defeated Montana on the road 81-57. I mean, that was much earlier in the year. They smashed them before losing to them at home, 86-78. Fascinating. Northern Colorado right now is -3, -101. They opened up at -2.5. So I don't see that as a half-point move. I would say that's a quarter-point move. I'm going to read out all of the comments as soon as I'm done breaking these games down because I have the notes in front of me and stuff. So we're going to be able to move pretty briskly, but I really, really want to know the plan for everybody here. Let's get to the total. These 11:30 spots, I know they're not a big deal for the Western Cappers, but for the Eastern Cappers, it's fun to have this late night action. We have this total opening up at 149. It's dropped to 146. It had dropped to 145.5. This drop wasn't until 10:08 this morning. So it's a big move towards the under. Any new cash flow in Texas? We'll take a look at that here right now, Spooner, but let's just give this one up here. We have no information on the spread. Just we know that Northern Colorado is being backed on the money line, 72 and 76 on the over. I think it might be prudent to wait to get the more information, which we know will come. So I expect to. I don't want because I have an affinity for Northern Colorado Bears. I don't want that to make me bet this one. So I'm going to wait to get the information. Cash flow wise here for the Texas Vandy game that pops off in 1 hour, 53% of the tickets and 59% of the cash on Texas. And, Vandy being hammered on the money line, 76% of tickets, but just 65% of cash. I like your breakdown on Texas. I think I'm going to move on. Swish is on North Colorado. AM is on North Colorado. AM is also on Vandy -1.5 here. I'm going to wait. I have some interest in Northern Colorado, but I would like it to correlate and know exactly what's going on with the cash flow. Let's roll on. We have just 2 games left before we get into the association. WAC tournament quarterfinal is next, 11:30 p.m. Eastern. We have UT Arlington Mavericks, 13-17, 6-10 in the WAC. The Grand Canyon Lopes, 23-7, 13-3 in the WAC. Grand Canyon -8.5 for AM. This was the spot I wanted to double up. Now, if I look down at a 10, I'll be upset. I really like Grand Canyon coming off that loss, stopping their winning streak. I like the slap in the face right before the conference tournaments. This total is dropped dramatically, 149 to 146. So a big drop on the total. We just talked about a big drop. We have another one here. Let's get to the point spread. By the way, I didn't need to worry about the Cincinnati covering or anything like that. They don't look good. Now I got to worry about the action that's on right now. God, I cannot believe I didn't get to Fordham. I mean, I guess I was so fixated on the 2 p.m. games. We had that set up. Okay, just stay calm. Lots of action today. Going to be a day of swings and just got to hang on. When we get to the spread, this has not moved. That's interesting. Okay. This opened up at 8.5 and we are at 8.5. This was a 9 for a cup of coffee and we're at 8.5. So we've had 2 cents of movement towards Grand Canyon, just 2 cents of movement. Let's get to the cash flow and see if we get the cash flow. Cash flow wise here for the second to last game on the card is 61% of tickets, 67% cash on Grand Canyon. That kind of makes me a little uncomfortable. UT Arlington 13-17, 6-10 in the WAC. Grand Canyon 13-3 in the WAC. UT Arlington closed the season losing 3 straight and 4-5. They faced Grand Canyon twice in the last 4 weeks. UT Arlington lost at home to them 82-75 on February 15th. Then 2 weeks later, lost to them 85-71 on the road. Grand Canyon had won 6 in a row and 12-13 before losing at Abilene Christian. No, I did not, Saturated. I did not. DC Capra on Grand Canyon as well. I do like that Grand Canyon lost, but I want to see the market move badly. I want to see that market move a little bit more badly. So let's roll into our final spot on the board. This is not a Grand Canyon smash and grab for me. I do expect them to step up here, but this is the double up spot is I don't know. I don't know if I get there. I'm going to wait a little bit. Spooner saying Grand Canyon overrated in his opinion, riding coattails of past years. That's fair, but they had won 12 of 13 games in 6 straight before the lost to Abilene Christian. Let's roll into our last game before we get into NBA. And we have a little bit of added excitement here. Our friend Matty Ice is heavily involved in this game. Shout out to our guy, Star the Taint Play of the Day. This is from our guy, Matty Ice. He says, I love the Cal Poly UC Davis game tonight, and I'm on at large. I love Cal Poly money line and the under 151.5. Cal Poly lost both games by 11 points and now are 1.5 point favorites. Cal Poly playing really good basketball. We've all watched it, and we love this conference late at night. He says Cal Poly on a winning streak, Davis on a losing streak. UC Davis has been playing so bad down the stretch. Also, one game had 143 points, and game 2 had 119. Now, both teams are going to be playing for their lives, and their defensive effort should be at a premium. That is from Matty Ice. He's on Cal Poly money line and the under. So Cal Poly finished 3 straight wins and 4 of 5. They faced UC Davis twice. They lost at UC Davis 77-66 on December 5th, and then lost to them again at home 65-54 on January 16th. They just seem to be a different team. UC Davis has lost 6 straight games coming into this. Let's take a look at the line history here. We have Cal Poly. The amount that they are favored is dwindling. Cal Poly opened up -2.5 and got to -3. This was last night. Now all of a sudden we see them -1. A 1.5 move towards the Aggies, who are really good to me early in conference play. Let's get into the total here for this one. From a total standpoint, these games, these 2 p.m. games going really bad. I'd feel so much better if I still pulled the trigger on Fordham, something I did not do. We have a total at 151. So this total hasn't moved, the total that he likes so much. Yes, Man Bear Pig. Well put. Well put. I call it a flap, but strip is fine. And then cash flow wise, we have no help on the spread, but we know that 74% of tickets and 93% of cash is on the money line for Cal Poly. 86 and 86 on the under. You know, this is going to take me off of that. Yeah, it's all good, Spooner. It happens. Disappointing here, but that happened. We put the Fordham on a silver platter. I just cannot believe that I didn't bet it. So frustrating. All right, let's do a review of all action in college basketball and then bring on Billy Brisbane and Wine Time Sports. So here we go. We have Troy Torrance moving on West Virginia in a big way. When does that one pop off here? Rice got to come home with it. South Carolina having a good second half versus Arkansas. I want you guys to come on with that. A Notre Dame. So Colorado, West Virginia is in 25 minutes. Colorado, a darling for gamblers right now. And West Virginia, just, we know clearly the better basketball team. Gamblers have just cashed on Colorado, and they've been cashing on them. And now we have the clear better team in West Virginia. Let's just see what's happened with this line movement late here. Wow, back to a 6.5. There's still been like a 1/4 point move at Penny. You can get that 7 with no vig. And then we have just 42 and 39 on West Virginia. Makes me uncomfortable. I still am interested in joining the squad here on West Virginia. I don't know if I get there. Pig milk play of the day was just asked. What is the pig lipstick on a pig play? The pig milk play of the day is a money line parlay at plus 103 from our friend Billy Friedrich. I'm going to pop this here into the chat. Here we go. Swish, it's just it depends who you are thinking about. If you think about Peter Loshak, then you think about you have a bad team getting hot at the right time, that being Colorado. If you look at it in a different perspective, you see, well, people be making money off of Colorado last week, made money off them yesterday. Now, should they not be bigger dogs against the West Virginia team starting out their conference play? This line had moved a 0.5 point, but I had thought as well that the public was going to be on Cal. That's not the case right now. The public is not on them or on Colorado. I guess the public is not 58 and 61. I was hoping a little more than that. God, I mean, you have all these guys making money off of Colorado. Maybe it's just a West Virginia smash and grab. I mean, look at they're losing by margin against all these other teams. Now, West Virginia is so dangerous at home. Do you trust them to win by margin on the road? I don't know. I'm going to need to think about it a little more. So let's keep rolling here. We have Wine Time Sports. He got us on Georgia Tech. We cashed that. He's on Minnesota money line, the under 59.5. He's on Garcia over 18.5 points. He's on USC -1, Iowa +5.5, and Georgia -2.5. I have some interest in Nevada, but I don't know if it's a smash and grab. It's moved a half point towards Fresno State. LaSalle, I'm going to join Spooner on LaSalle. I'm not going to move on Lamar. I think it's too many points. I think it's very fishy. Nothing for me in Maryland Eastern Shore, Norfolk. Ryder, Quinnipiac, I'm off. Jeff Slaughter move on Rutgers and Florida International. I'm off Iowa, Ohio State. I didn't move on UTEP Liberty. Bookie Buster play today for DC Capper, Santa Barbara -5.5. I like that look. I think it makes sense. DePaul, Georgetown, I told you it was the first look on the board that I wanted, and I did not move on it. LSU and American I find very appealing. I don't know if I want to get in the way of Navy, and I may leave that off the board. UNLV, I'm shocked that this line isn't moving more towards them. Vig, the vigorish, Lex. It's the juice. It's the juice. 10 cents of Vig means you're getting a bet at -110. 20 cents of Vig means you're getting it -120. 50 cents -150. DC Capper on Quinnipiac as well. The Cal +5.5 that Morgan's on. It's a 6.5 now. I'm still somewhat interested. I think South Carolina State may be in a smash and grab proposition against Coppin State. Jackson State being -6 against Florida A&M, who they lost to twice, is nuts to me and makes Jackson State appealing. Spooner on Sacred Heart +3.5. That was another one I wanted to be on. Look, I bet Wyoming mainly because of continuity and the market. Am I going to make that mistake, or is it a mistake on USC? But we have heard from Ron Crawford, spreadsheet play today's USC. Chris Warren on South Carolina State as well. Florida International, I agree with the look here. I'm a little nervous about it, but I agree with the look and our guy. Now, it's tricky. This isn't a straight tail because you think it correlates with your action, but it's tricky to back someone who's 7-0 because you can be late to the party and early to the funeral. But I'm with DC Capper on the Gauchos. I think Gauchos are a nice spot. I'm interested in Texas. I'll have to move on them here shortly. I have some interest in Kansas and SMU. I want to study it more. Same goes with North Carolina, Colorado, and Grand Canyon. There you go. That is college basketball for Wednesday, March 12th. We have our NBA Cappers champing backstage ready to go. I just said it, Lex Steele, vigorish. It's juice. I just said what it was. I just explained it. I hope you were listening. Let's roll and talk NBA here and bring on our guys. First off, coming from South Jersey, the star of our most popular show on the channel, the Locker Room Talk podcast. Please welcome our friend, Mr. Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
What's up? I used to get in trouble back in the day for this. So I'm just going to be 100 with you. I got a headphone in. I got to listen to this basketball game. I got way too much money on the line.
Sure. You also can just watch the game. Take it off if you want. You're never forced to be here with us.
No. We got to make some cash. There's some great NBA spots. It's just we got to get this afternoon play through the hoop real quick.
I feel you. Do you want to come back once it's done?
No, I got all this basketball stuff written out.
Okay, but don't ever feel like you're forced to be here with us. Let's bring on our next guest coming to us from Los Angeles, California. He was murking NBA, and I was up healthy in NBA all season long, and things have gone south for us. We need to change that right now. Please welcome our guy, Mr. Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy the Bag, Billy B. Happy Wednesday to you guys, man. 7 days away from Pub 4 in San Antonio. I'm stoked to kick it with you guys in person. But yeah, you just touched on it, Jim. Rough last couple of weeks for me. We're going to come back strong. We swept the board yesterday. Smaller card. I posted all my plays last night. I did post one thing today. Might add some plays, but I'm going to be very careful. And I'm going to continue what I've been doing all season, man. Had some bad bounces go my way, but I think we're going to get some of those bounces back in our direction here coming up. And, yeah, let's get to it.
Yeah, it looks like I moved on the wrong time for my only action. That makes me very, very nervous. Spooner moving on Texas +3. Absolutely will add it to your record, my man. Lock that in for you. Let's get to work here. And, Billy, they're asking what is the game that you are sweating right now?
I hate answering these questions, but Arkansas and South Carolina, big Cal guy. Two of the Camden, South Jersey boys are representing. Billy Richmond finally hit his first 3 this year. DJ Wagner, all-time leading scorer in New Jersey. Big Razorback spot.
All right. Let's roll, fellas. We start with 7:30 p.m. Eastern action. Charlotte Hornets 16-48, 6-24 on the road at the Atlanta Hawks 31-34, 16-16 at home. State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. The losses in a row that I accumulated, 2 different stretches, but the losses in a row I accumulated last week over Wednesday through Friday was just absurd, absolutely absurd, and the variance was just. And you can see by this horrific record that looked so good. I had a plus 5% ROI all season long, and now it's just atrocious. But again, that's the only thing that we can promise you is the honesty and accountability in our action and deal with the embarrassment and the bankroll shattered, whatever. Let's roll here. We have Hornets, Hawks. State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. Hawks have not been very good at home. 16-16. Charlotte been bad everywhere. But Charlotte's looked a little better of late. 2-3 over their past 5, playing at 23rd fastest pace. Pretty slow for them. 96.8 possessions a game. 42.9 from the field and 29.4 from 3. Shooting the ball poorly. Atlanta looking good. 4-1 over their past 5. 5th fastest pace in the league over that stanza. 102.6 possessions a game. 51.2 from the field. Really nice shooting and 37.6 from 3. Now, the Hornets have won 2 straight. They won at home over Brooklyn, 105-102. They went down to Miami and beat them, 105-102. Hawks have won 3 straight. It's not easy to beat a team in back-to-back nights, regardless of it being your barn or not. They beat the Pacers back-to-back and then took out Philly. Both teams just played on Monday. Let's get into the line history here, and I also have the information up for lineups. Let me just shoot around is just taking place here. For the Hornets, Nurkic is a game time decision. Now he's not playing much and he's playing behind Williams, but he's listed as questionable with a left shin contusion, which does, of course, sound fake. Capella out for Atlanta. Trae Young is a game time decision right now, but he is just upgraded to probable. So that is a good sign for him. And then Karis LeVert, we've watched LeVert and Niang play a bigger role here than one was expected. And he is available. LeVert is good to go with the finger injury. He missed that Monday game versus Philadelphia. Line history-wise here, as I said, this total has just, this is nuts. This total's gone up 11 points. 231.5 to 242. At what point do you say, how could the advanced models be that wrong? From a spread perspective, we have Atlanta -9. They opened up -8.5. This was down to an 8. Now it's up to a 9. It's not a legit 9. Brizzy, we'll get started with you here. Hornets, Hawks, your plan of attack, if you have one.
Yeah, I like the spot here for Charlotte coming off back-to-back wins. It's not even the fact that they've gotten the wins. It's just the fact that they're competing. Like any type of competing for me for Charlotte is a good sign. And it seems like it's been a big emphasis on the defensive side of the floor with 6 of the last 7 games have gone under the total offensively. This seems like a spot for them to get going against Atlanta. The Hawks are like a team that you try to find value with, but this isn't a team that I'm trying to lay points with. Charlotte has gone 7-1 ATS in their last 8 meetings head-to-head versus Atlanta. Since the total's gone up so much, I got to figure out how I'm going to play this, but Charlotte Hornets team total over 113.5 was -126. I like them on the spread +8.5. More importantly, it's really it's not just a LaMelo show anymore. Miles Bridges is doing his job. He scored 30-plus points in 3 of his last 5 games, really taking over the scoring load for the Hornets in the last 7 games. The Hawks defense is allowing 23 points per game to the small forward position. Bridges had 22 points per game in his last 4 meetings versus Atlanta. So I think he goes up and over the point total. If you look at all the Charlotte Hornets players, all their totals or all their player prop totals are all being juiced towards the over. I think they're saying Charlotte's going to have a good game here. I wouldn't be shocked if they won this one outright, but I got to figure out if I want to take 8.5 or bet the team total, because you could bet a team total in the NBA on an underdog and then still get smoked by fucking 12 to 14 points, but the team total goes over with 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter. And that's definitely what I kind of see this game happening here. Because I would imagine Charlotte's got to be popular by the end of the day. I would say not to look too far ahead, but either Charlotte, Phoenix, or Utah are going to be like one of the most popular dogs of the day.
54% of the tickets, 50% of the cash on Charlotte. And then on the total, 76% tickets, 84% cash on the over. I mean, at what point do we like the model can't be this wrong? Advanced models can't be this wrong. Wine time, take it away. Hornets, Hawks.
Yeah, when I first capped this game last night, my initial look was the over. I could have got a lot better number as well. Didn't end up moving on it. It's jumped up completely. This is a game I do have a play in. It's the first leg of a parlay. I took the Atlanta Hawks on the money line here. They got to start winning these games going forward. They're sitting, I think, 7th right now in the standings in the Eastern Conference. They need to continue to win. It's crazy looking at the Bulls are 10th right now. They actually have a play-in spot right now. Crazy. Hawks need this game. Hornets coming off 2 back-to-back wins here. I don't think the Hornets are going to be able to win 3 games in a row. I honestly think this is going to be a smash spot as well for Atlanta. I do think they're going to take care of business. Didn't want to lay the number, though, because it is a 9, but I think it's a 9 for very good reason. I think this opened up at an 8 or an 8.5 last night when I first looked at this game as well. And, it's about 50-50 ticket split, but we are seeing the line move for the Hawks, but I'm going to stay away from this one. I hope the Hawks win and they cover for my guy, Billy. But yeah, I'm going to stay on the take it. You're on the Hornets spread, yeah?
No, I didn't take it. I'm stuck between the Hornets spread or the team total because a lot of these times with these big spreads, like it just kind of reminds me of the Portland Boston game where like the team total went over, but they still lost on the spread. Where like a lot of these times in the NBA, like the team totals for these underdogs are cashing. If you looked at how many times an underdog cashes ATS, it's so correlated with their team total going over that I got to go with Charlotte here.
Yeah, I would look at the team total for sure because I do think this is going to go over the original opening line. I wouldn't take the over now on the game. I just think we lost all the value in it. I mean, at one point, yeah, you say take the under on this because it is extremely high, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stay away from that. I think the Hawks are going to take care of business. They win this game, no problem. So it's going to be the first leg of a 3-team parlay for me.
This is insane. This line is just, an offshore that I think is the second sharpest of the offshores. Open this at 229.5. I mean, at what point are you like, how could these advanced models be 14 points off?
Charlotte's been playing good defense over the last couple of weeks. I feel like the advanced models are going with the last couple of weeks stats rather than Charlotte's about to score a lot of points in this game. It's just, are they about to cover 8.5 points? Like, who knows? Like, this final score could be like 150 to like 132. And like the team totals both go over. And like, we're all looking at ourselves like, how do we not bet a bunch of player props in this game?
I mean, if we had started NBA at 1 p.m., I would be, probably thinking the same thing. But at 1 p.m., it was at 238.5. This is just a run. Have we seen a double-digit point swing up to 12, 13, 14? I mean, it's just.
There's a couple of them on the slate today.
God, I want to bet the under so badly. I mean, this is just ridiculous. It doesn't work doing this. Also, my ROI last year, I did it a bunch of times. It wasn't a bad ROI, but it was negative. All right. I may move on this while we're here. I also haven't moved on Texas yet, and we'll need to decide if I'm going to do that here shortly. Let's roll into our next spot on the board here. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. The only thing that I didn't like about this was that the first time that these two teams met, it was a very low scoring game. And I see like a lot. We know that there's a lot of zigzag here. The first game goes way under. It was a 105-92 victory for the Thunder at home. And now the Celtics are at home. Celtics, winning and winning and winning and winning. And the Thunder had that 13-point loss versus Denver on Monday. That might be, in their head. The Thunder 4-1 over their past 5, fourth fastest pace in the league, 102.8 possessions a game, shooting 48.5 from the field and 39% from three. Now, a mistake that I've made in these situations here was the efficiency of the Celtics. They're playing at the 27th fastest pace at 95.1 possessions a game. So, and I cash a lot of unders with them. I expect them to dictate the pace here, but their efficiency can sometimes be incredible. The Celtics shooting 47 from the field and 38.3 from three. Both these teams shooting the lights out. But if this was, I think this game means something to both teams. And I think there'll be heightened defensive intensity. I was nervous that I was betting it at the wrong time. I got 228.5. It's too bad because this got down to a flat 220. It got down to 227.5. So now we're back at 229. So we've had to move towards the over. The first half, I got at 117 at 365. It was 116.5 at other books. Now it's 117.5, and it's juiced to the over. So it looks like 118 is coming. Certainly makes me uncomfortable. Let's take a look at the cash flow here. 91% of tickets, 93% of cash on the over. Which is, I'm fine going up against that. 58 and 59 here on Oklahoma City on the spread. Oklahoma City is now, down to a 2, basically. I mean, there's some books hanging threes. If you want Oklahoma City a plus 2.5, they'll give it to you with no vig. So it looks like the lines has moved from 4 to 2.5 on Oklahoma City. So clearly moving towards Oklahoma City, but seems to be sneaking back towards the Celtics. Then we have Tatum and Brown being the issue, and Tatum is questionable. And I thought that when I looked at this, that Brown was going to be in, that Brown would be upgraded to probable. Yes, so Brown's been upgraded to probable, which means there's a real chance that Tatum's not going to be in there. And then Porzingis is also listed as game time decision, but he's sick, but he participated. So I think we can say that, yes, Zingis and Brown will be in. The question is whether Tatum will. Now, Caruso is a game time decision with an illness. You want him in the lineup because he's great, if you're on the under, because he's a great defender, but he's been shooting a little better lately, but he's a terrible shooter. I mean, the guy looks so bad. So let's go back to, we'll have wine time starting this one. So take it away, wine time, Thunder, Celtics.
Yeah, this is a game I'm very heavily involved in. I moved on it last night. I want to give you the number I gave out here. I am on Oklahoma City here in this spot. I gave them out on the money line. I want to just give you guys the correct number that I tweeted out last night. Let's see here. Apologies. Thunder money line plus 140. It's down a little bit now to plus 120, plus 125. Tatum's questionable about 7:30 a.m. this morning. I don't think he's going to play in this one. That's probably why the line went down a little bit. So yeah, I think they're going to take care of business here. OKC, a team I've been liking to back here lately going forward. I love watching SGA play, man. Every time he shoots the ball from the mid range, I think it goes in every single time here. So yeah, I'm on that. Looking at the market right now, we're seeing 58% of bets, 59% of money on the Thunder. Line is moving towards them. Maybe some sharp bets came in, but I think it's probably because of the injury news as well. But Tatum and Brown are usually questionable. Them two and Porzingis, it seems like they're questionable a lot of the time, majority of the time. Thunder coming off a loss here. There's my guy in the chat right there, Nasty Nate. That's why I didn't text. That's funny. Shout out to my guy right there. But yeah, also adding this guy's SGA, little same game parlay here. He's going to have at least 34 points, so over 33.5 points, and Oklahoma City to win the game, plus 240. So I'm going to give out 2+ money spots in this game. I think we're going to hit both. I think SGA is going to have himself a game. I don't think anyone on the court is going to be able to lock him down. I think he's going to hit that mid-range all day long. We're going to need him to hit a couple of those threes. He didn't hit this last game. They lost the game. I think he's going to hit it, and they're going to win this game. This is very well, could be potentially an NBA Finals preview. Never know, but these are two of the better teams in the NBA right now. I like watching the Thunder play. I think they're going to take care of business here. So give me those two spots with the OKC Thunder.
And so wine time, your Thunder was plus how many?
Okay, last night, money line plus 140.
Oh, money line was plus 140. And your number on SGA?
And now SGA is 34, over 33.5.
Over 33.5 points. What was the juice there?
Plus 240.
Oh, is that Is that,
That
sorry,
was-
that's win
So
and
No,
over?
so I haven't added this play in yet on Twitter. So whatever number you can get me right now, I haven't. This is the ones I tweeted out Thunder last night plus 140. I haven't tweeted out the same game parlay. So whatever the best number you can get me right now, I'm looking
So
at plus 240.
And the SGP is Thunder win and over 33.5.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's plus 240, but I'll line shop and see if I can do better. Let's hear what Brizzy has to say about game 2 on the NBA card. Thunder, Celtics.
Yeah, the Celtics have been back in championship form, winning 11 out of their last 13 games and basically having their second seed secured for the postseason. The main focus for them for the rest of the season is probably just going to keep everyone healthy. Just off the strength that you're getting OKC at plus money is appealing. This is only the third time this whole entire season that OKC has been lined as an underdog on the spread. The news of Jalen Williams being out for the season, or not for the season, basically until the playoffs, has to be kind of factored into the cap, but they have won 3 of the last 4 meetings head-to-head. So I kind of lean towards the Thunder here in this spot. One player prop to look at would be Aaron Wiggins over 1.5 3-pointers, minus 154. He's gone over his 3-point prop line in 8 of his last 10 games. Just looking at the odds history of his 3-point prop, like it was like plus 110 in the last game. The fact that it's like minus 154, I think he's probably going to score about like 3 threes.
Yeah, do you think this game means a lot to these two teams?
I think it means more to the Thunder than it does to the Celtics. Like the Celtics are like, no matter, like the Celtics are pretty locked into the number 2 seed of like, they can't go up, they can't go down. So why are you just like, I wouldn't play Tatum and Brown. No pun intended.
Gonna take a little bit more time to add anything, but I'm very uncomfortable now. Lex Steele says OKC wins. Saturated looking at Aaron Wiggins over 13.5 points. And Dan Kelly says, are the Celtics like a few other teams that can't beat the good teams, Cavs and Thunder here? And Chase says, I'm not going to lie, my first thought was Boston's going to beat the brakes off of these boys. Swish says means a lot to the Thunder. They don't have a rich history, so playing like straight dogs would just improve their stature, I guess you could say, says our friend Swish. And Real Madrid is on OKC money line as well. Saturated on over 7.5. Foul line makes for SGA. And we also have Stacks play of the day number 2 is SGA 6 or more rebounds at plus 107. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board here. Brizzy will be getting this started. His Sixers on the road, 22-42, 10-21 on the road. At the Toronto Raptors, 22-43, 15-20 at home. We're at Scotiabank Center in Toronto, Ontario. Both these teams are playing at a similar pace. Toronto playing quite well right now. They're playing just under 100 possessions a game over the last 5. Philly 99.6, Toronto 99.2, Philly 13th, and the Raptors 16th, respectively. The Sixers 45.8 from the field and 34.4 from 3. Raptors 42.3 from the field and 34.1 from 3. I mean, the one thing we know about this Raptor squad is they need shooters, and that was the reason, why they drafted Grady Dick. They have a lack of shot makers, and that feels like it's been the case for the entire history of the franchise. Let's get into the players we expect to be in and out of the lineup. The Raptors are a mess. Jacoby out, IQ out, Mogbo out, BI, of course, out, Grady Dick out, RJ Barrett out. Agbaji is a game-time decision. So is Scotty Barnes. Lawson and Roden at the 2-3. This is just appalling. This is what the NBA's come down to. Agbaji's being downgraded to doubtful, so Agbaji's going to be out as well. He's averaging double digits. So Scotty Barnes, the importance of him being out really can't be understated. And he's listed as questionable with the right hand sprain. He's been playing with it. Is he going to see everybody out and think, I got to be a leader and play here? I don't know. For the Sixers, Jared Butler will be starting at the 1, Grimes at the 2, Maxey, Lowry, Paul George out. Then Yabu Sealy is a game-time decision right now. He's listed as questionable with right knee soreness. The volatility of this game is just ridiculous with all these players out. Now you have players that want the opportunity to be on a lineup, so it's not like they're not going to be trying. Oubre also listed as questionable with the ankle injury. And then the big man, Andre Drummond, here is also a game time decision. He's sick. What a mess. Let's get into the line history here. Oh, shoot. Sorry. I flipped off to college basketball quickly because I'm deciding whether to move on Texas or not. We have the Sixers right now plus 4.5 with no Vig. They opened up +4. It did drop to 3.5 for a little bit. Now it's at 4.5. So we have a half-point move towards the Raptors. And the total here is a 221.5 minus 110 to the over. This has come up from 218.5. So a big move towards the over. When we get to the cash flow, we have 38% of tickets, 38% of cash on the Sixers is moved a half point away from them. And on the total, 88 and 91 on the over, and a big move towards the over. Take it away for us here, Brizzy. Your Sixers dealing with injuries, not to the extent of the Raptors. This is an ugly spot. Anything interest you?
Yeah, we got Nick Nurse going back to his old stomping grounds here in Toronto. One of those situations where, like, the grass isn't greener on the other side with him leaving the team due to, like, a rebuild, and then seeing how things are going in Philadelphia. It seems like a rebuild is inevitable with the way the roster that they've been deploying. Like, Butler at the starting point guard, like, he was a throwaway piece from the Wizards organization and like a add-in to a trade. Lonnie Walker as a six-man, like, he just signed from the EuroLeague. It'll be interesting to see how the Toronto Raptors will counteract with their injury news report. Like you were saying, Barrett, Dick, Abaji, Mogbo, quickly, Walker all out of the lineup, Barnes questionable. This screams like they're trying to lose this game on paper too. It's just that I thought this was a crazy stat. February 4th, I believe that's like the week that you came back on the show. The Sixers have only covered 3 spreads in the last 16 games since you started doing the shows again. With the worst effective opponent field goal percentage in the NBA. So it's like, damn, dude, I can't take them on the money line. I would have to go like team total over with the Sixers like that. But it's not really that appealing to me too much. One prop that I would love to bet, I just need to make sure he's going to play in the fucking game. And it's one of those days where, like, hey, we don't need to be having void tickets on the fucking ticket sheet today. Like, it's either you're either playing in the lineup or you're not. Scotty Barnes, I really like his rebounds and assist prop. Without RJ and quickly in the lineup, Barnes' usage will go up mightily, but the rest of the prop categories are going up in preparation of that. Philadelphia is allowing the 3rd most rebounds and assists at power forward position. He's gone over 5 of his last 6 meetings head-to-head versus the Sixers in the last 2 seasons. So I really like him. And then one person that Nick Nurse was talking about in the post-game press conference in the last game was how he needs to get Ricky Council more minutes and stuff like that. And Ricky Council has been one of our best like G League players. Not this year, it's been Dalton, but in the years past, he's been one of our better G League players. And he's got to, like, it's either now or never. Like, playing you in the summer league and stuff like that, you got to throw you in the lineup, and he's got to sink or swim here. You can't be having Lonnie Walker coming in from a fucking EuroLeague season, lighting it up off the bench. It's astonishing that Jared Butler's in the starting lineup as a starting point guard in the NBA. But I guess the more and more I'm talking it out, it sounds like I'm about to bet Toronto, but I think Philly's the side, though. Maybe the over 221.5. It could be one of those ones where, like, the models have this accounted for the bench players' minutes and stuff like that. But in reality, you take all these players off the court. I don't imagine there's going to be a whole bunch of defensive intensity in this game. Like, there's going to be a lot of up and down basketball. Put on a fan for Toronto fans. Put on a show for Toronto fans here. And I don't want to bet against Toronto Raptors. They play feisty at home.
They do. The volatility is just insane in this basketball game. Wine time, any interest in Sixers Raptors?
No interest in this one, fellas. I would only take the Toronto Raptors. It's up to a -4.5 right now. Instead, I'm going to give you guys a play in college basketball real quick. I'm going to give you guys USC tonight. I think they're going to take care of business. I know you guys touched on this game earlier, but I think Desmond Claudy's going to have himself a game, and Wesley Yates is going to have himself a game down low for the USC Trojans. I don't know who's going to be able to guard him down there. We're seeing his point prop at 17.5. This guy's not even averaging 14 points this season. I think he's going to have himself a night tonight. We're seeing the public hammer the opposing side. I think this is a USC spot. I think Claudy's going to have himself a game. I kind of want to move on his point prop over 15.5 as well. I just think he's going to do a lot for this team today. But I'm going to move on USC -1 here, -110.
You got me nervous, bro. I'm on the other side. I like Rutgers a lot, but I live in the state of New Jersey, so I'm having a hard. Like I'm going down the list right now. I got to figure out how I'm going to try to bet Rutgers, but now you kind of got me a little bit nervous.
I mean, it's just they're up to a 1.5 now. I know this line's kind of gone everywhere. I took it last night at -1, and I woke up this morning to a +1, and I was like, damn, like I don't like to see that. Now they're up. Now it went back to 0 through 0. They're up to a -1.5. Don't be surprised if this gets to a -2. Like I said, I don't think Rutgers has anybody 4/8 down low. I think Claudia, when he's not open, he's going to feed him down low, and he's going to eat down there. I think this is a USC spot. I think USC's going to team a lot.
Man, I feel like Musselman got maybe the best thing that's happened to him in over a decade. He got Elijah Arenas, who's Gilbert Arenas' son, at 6'6". Think about Gilbert Arenas playing at 6'6". Like, his mind's so set for next season that it's ridiculous. And then when I watch the Big Ten previews, like, you can go on YouTube and watch the previews, like, they're promoting Rutgers like they're like a buy seed or some shit like that. Like, it feels like this Purdue and Rutgers game tomorrow would be the biggest game of the round 2 games. So I don't know, man. Like, it's got me stuck where, like, Rutgers is such a bad basketball team, but they do have 2 top 10 picks in the NBA that could just go off in any game and, like, they win. The one thing that I thought was crazy about the Rutgers and USC game was one of the players on USC, when they played a couple weeks ago, he was DMing the girls of the University of Rutgers. So at the game, Tylil, who was live streaming the game on Twitch, was in the stands with, like, the whole entire Rutgers thing, and they're just roasting the kid, like, just left and right. So I do feel like USC was just sitting there in North Jersey just eating it from the fucking stand. So, like, I do feel like they're going to try to, like, be locked in and come out because they probably seen Rutgers on the scouting films, like, this fucking team. And then they played them in Rutgers, and it was, like, one of those games. So I don't know, man. I feel like Rutgers is going to win that one. I think it's going to be a sweat, though. Like, there's no cigar game written on that. That's going to be like a game of runs to the end.
I just moved on 2 bets. I did take Texas plus 2.5, -110 with some discomfort. I also just took the under 242.5 in Charlotte, Atlanta.
Okay.
It's moving down to 241.5 offshore. It seems that way. And 365 is only book hanging the hook there. I almost doubled down on it and took the first half as well. I'm going to test the advanced models to be 14 points wrong.
Hey, man. Who knows, man? The advanced models right now are getting geared up for the fucking brackets. They're not polishing up their NBA shit right now. I feel like some of these NBA lines, like, we'll talk about a game in a little bit. Dallas Mavericks and San Antonio Spurs game. They literally just copy and pasted the same exact total spread and everything from the game from before. It's like they're kind of being lazy right now. And this is the best time of year to catch the book slipping while everybody's focused on March Madness. This is where the NBA markets kind of get a little bit softer.
It's possible. I don't think that the models take days off, but I hear there's focus, of course, on college basketball. Let's roll on here to our next spot on the board. We have LA Clippers. We have LA Clippers 35-29, 13-19 on the road to Miami Heat, 29-35, 15-15 at home with the Kaseya Center in Miami, Florida. Clippers 3-2 over the past 5, 28th fastest pace in the league, 94.92 possessions a game, 50.2 from the field and 36.4 from 3. They're shooting the ball well. The Heat are 1-4 over the past 5, 17th fastest pace, 98.3 possessions a game, shooting 45 from the field and 34.8 from 3. Let's get this one set up here. We just saw the Clippers last night lose 127-120 to the Pelicans. One time on the Pelicans. And they just no-showed, something that they tend to do often. Here we have their third game in 4 nights with constant travel. The Heat are playing poorly, very, very poorly. They've lost 4 straight. They're coming off an ugly home loss to Charlotte, 105-102. They've lost every game on this homestand. What a disappointment they've been. But this is game 4 of a 5-game homestand. It's just that we're not sitting here in a spot where the Clippers are going to overlook it or anything like that. So Mikey Money in the house. What up, Mikey? Great to see you, man. So let's get into the line history here. We have the Clippers. Well, we'll start with the total. We have a 206.5. It's minus 109 to the under. This has dropped from 209.5. So this is a big move to the under. The totals are just all over the place today. And then from a side perspective, we have the Clippers plus 2.5 at minus 103. They opened up plus 2.5 at minus 111. That was at 105 this morning. If we look at what happened when this line came out in the afternoon yesterday, it tells a different story. The Clippers were minus 1.5. Regardless, there's been a move towards Miami. Now here, with this line coming out at 1 in the morning, there's only been 5 cents of movement towards the Heat. So let's take a look at who we expect in the lineup and then touch on the cash flow. Rozier, game time decision. So is Burks. Jovic is out. Kawhi, Storm, Norman, and Ben Simmons out for the Clippers. Burks questionable with the back injury. There's no questionable situation for the Clippers. We know it's Harden, Dunn, Bogdanovic, Batum, and Zubac. Rozier is also a game time decision. Now, Davion Mitchell has found new life in his career, but Rozier's sick. He's now been upgraded. He's listed as probable, so he's going to be in. Dan Kelly says someone has to tell Steve Ballmer that it's a real thing about players getting older. What a debacle of decisions that have been made by this front office. Let's get to the cash flow here for this one. From a cash flow perspective, we have the Heat with just 32% of the tickets and 40% of the cash. Now that's on the spread, but not a lot of backers. On the money line, as a favorite, it's just 41 and 46, 90 and 86 on the over. God, I do not see why the Heat wouldn't be able to stop this losing streak on game 4 of a 5-game homestand as a relatively healthy group right now. But both these teams are very uncomfortable to back. Wine Time, we start with you. Clippers Heat, take it away.
I mean, I'm just confused at why 68% of people are going to the window to bet the Clippers here in this spot. Very ugly spot for the Clippers. I'm on the Miami Heat. I gave them out last night at the minus 2.5, minus 110. It's the same number right now. Looks like the clear sharp play to me here. Miami at home. They need this win, guys. I've been kind of right and wrong about this Miami Heat team these last couple weeks. But going forward, I think they're healthy. You just mentioned, Jim, I like their starting 5 they're throwing out there compared to the Clippers starting 5 they're throwing out there. I mean, you got Harden out there. I mean, he's pretty much going to have to go out there and score 30, 35 for them to probably win this game, and Bogdanovic to chip in and get 20 himself as well, especially with Kawhi out. I don't like this Clippers team. This is a clear-cut Miami Heat spot. I love the Miami Heat here. This is a 2-unit play for me. Given out as a 1-unit play, but I absolutely love the Miami Heat here. I think they're going to take care of business. They're going to win this game by 10 plus. This game's not even going to be close, I don't think. Miami Heat all day here.
Wine Time backing the Miami Heat. By the way, West Virginia got off to that strong start, as a lot of you guys were expecting here, especially Troy Torrance, who's on them first half. Wine Time on the Heat, minus 2.5. Justin McKelvey on Bam, 4 or more assists. Brizzy, your thoughts here?
What'd you say?
What are your thoughts on Clippers Heat?
This game reminds me a little bit of like the Battle of the Boardwalks, a little bit. One of those college basketball tournaments of like, you hear stories sometimes about how like I don't want to say mob, but in layman's terms, the mob or shit like that, they'll hire like Stockton girls and shit like that to like fuck around with some of the players that are on like the teams that are waiting for the day in between games and stuff like that. And man, anytime James Harden's going into Miami, it just feels like a fade spot though, of like, I can't imagine James Harden out in the clubs out there in Miami and stuff like that getting lit up. James Harden's never ignored a party invite or anything like that. Like the stories you would hear about when he played for the Philadelphia 76ers, like these rinky dink ass fucking strip clubs and shit like that. And he's like in there on like a night and stuff. So like, I can't imagine what he's doing down there, but the numbers do tell me the Clippers, second night of the back-to-back, lost the close one versus the Pelicans. All the money feels like it's just moved all over the place in this one. It's just that the Heat aren't a team that I'm looking to back right now. It's a spot for them that I'm looking to back, But I actually do think this Heat team could just be bad. Like 4 consecutive losses, blew a 17-point lead in their last game. They blew a 17-point lead on Saturday. They blew a 19-point lead to start off the month. Like this is a very normal thing that they're doing right now, is just keep on blowing leads. So it's like, I guess maybe Miami early. It seems like a Miami spot. I don't want.
This starting 5 just doesn't gel at all. For whatever reason, they just don't seem to be getting the job done. Bo Jackson, Clippers have a record of 6-0 against Southeast Division this season. I certainly lean. Nice job, Coin, cashing the under 137. Coin, by the way, I hope you saw you cashed the $100 winner in our Leprechaun race yesterday. So I hope you saw that and got paid there. I'm interested in joining Wine Time on the Heat. -2.5, but I'm going to have to sit with it a little longer. Brizzy's going to get our next game started. Let's roll into it. 8 p.m. Eastern, Phoenix Suns 30-35, 12-22 on the road at the Houston Rockets, 40-25, 22-10 at home. Real Madrid is on the Clips, and that's why it says Heat not to be trusted. I do like the 4th game in a 5-game homestand. Suns 2-3 over the past 5, 20th fastest pace, 98.25 possessions a game, shooting the ball beautifully, 51.1 from the field, 40.6 from 3. Houston 3-2 over the past 5, 15th fastest pace, 99.3 possessions a game, 48.1 from the field, and 37.9 from 3. They're also shooting the ball quite nicely right now. Let's get this one set up and get into the line history. The Suns coming off that 120-118 loss at Memphis. This is their 3rd game in 4 nights with constant travel. Rockets have been sitting at home and winning by margin of late. They've won 3 straight games, all by double digits. And these last couple spots have been pretty impressive, holding the Magic to 84 points, beating the Pelicanos by 29. This is game 3 of a 6-game homestand, so they're locked in. Huge rest advantage here. Let's get into the line history. We have the Rockets -5, -101. They opened up a 4. The 5 is a no vig situation. I'm sure you can get 4.5s out there. And then on the total, we have the 227.5 -113 to the under. This opened up at 229.5. We had a 2-point move towards the under. A shout out to Gorky in the house, LaSalle, Vandy money line, and Mississippi State, Georgia, Stanford money line for our guy Gorky. I will copy and paste that. Thank you for sharing that with us, my man. We have 53% of tickets, 48% of cash on the Suns, 89 and 89 on the over. How do we not bet the Houston Rockets here? I just feel like it's such an advantage rest-wise. Shepard and Thompson out, so that those are losses, especially Amen Thompson. Van Fleet is listed as probable to go, so he's missed 15 of 16 games. He's going to be back in. He helps control flow of the game. And then for the Suns, Nick Richards is a game time decision. He's doubtful. So get ready for the Mason Plumlee show. And I can tell you, it's an awful film. Grayson Allen is also doubtful to play with left foot soreness. So you lose that shot off the bench. Why are we not on the Houston Rockets right now? Take it away, Brizzy.
Yeah, the Suns are coming off that loss versus the Grizzlies. And to be honest, Jim, it's hard to say playoff intensity because it's not the playoff intensity that you've been accustomed to or grew up on. More of like playoff intensity of just really high scoring basketball and a bunch of shit talking. Former 2-time national champion Cam Spencer was second on the team in points for the Grizzlies. And he hit this shot at the end of the 3rd quarter, and he got right up in fucking KD's face. And KD was like, motherfucker, I'm cooking y'all M-word. And Booker comes over, and he's like, fuck you guys. Ja Morant's walking over, and he's cheesing and grinning. So, like, it feels like it was great entertainment for a time that's dominated by the college games. But it feels like it's only a matter of time before we start seeing, like, the Suns' best effort. Like, it feels like KD and Booker starting to get pissed off by these young guys. But they've gone 1-15 as a road underdog this year. It's these young players that every time that they see KD one of their idols that they just go off in these games while the Suns are trying to make it through the games. It feels like they've allowed 6 most 3-pointers per game. Houston's always a team that shoots better on their home floor as they've got their point guard back in Fred VanVleet. I'm looking to back the Rockets early here for this spot. For the season, Houston's 12-14-1 towards the under, kind of makes me lean towards the Sun team total under for the full game. But I like Houston first quarter, first half, and I got to decide which one I want to take because I think the first quarter has better trends. I got to pull up EV Analytics and look at it. Free website, by the way. But if you look on there, I believe the Houston Rockets have better first quarter ATS numbers. But in reality, in my heart, I feel like the first half is just a way better bet. Get in, get out. If you want to go double result, yeah. If you want to go 4.5, I don't know, man. It just feels like one of these games that the Suns are going to be like, all right, fuck. Like you have, I wish I could send you the clip or like if I could send Jose the clip and pull it up of like, dude, him and Cam Spencer were really going at it. Like Kevin Durant's out here scooping down at Cam Spencer's level. Like, yo, that's what last fight boys getting Kevin Durant pissed off on like a fucking weekend night. Yo, this shit was so fucking funny. And Cam Spencer might have played one of the best games that I hadn't seen him play since the UConn days. It feels like eventually one of these games that like Kevin Durant and Devin Booker are just gonna have to like go off. Could it come against this Houston Rockets team? I think it would be better if this was a primetime game, but the fact that this is hidden on an NBA League Pass spot, this is a Houston Rockets spot all day. Shouts to LJ from the H. One thing he taught me when I met him in person: Houston teams first half.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that we are getting a discount on the line because there's no Thompson and Shepard, but you can take. It feels like we know. I don't say it feels like Rockets have more depth than the Suns. So if Richards and Allen are out, I mean,
bowl season, man. I mean, if you look at Devin Booker's Instagram, he's got bowl walking around him like he's a fucking bodyguard. It feels like they're walking out the locker room together, they're walking in and out the car together. Devin Booker's like, all right, we're gonna have to group up bowl to become something.
This just seems easy. And I know it's not. It makes me nervous. Wine Time, take it away. Your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, you guys are talking me into it, honestly. I love everything Billy just broke down right there. I would only move. I think if I was going to move on this game, though, fellas, I would move on the full game. I mean, I think the Rockets are 5 points better than these guys. I think they're potentially 7 to 10 points better than these guys, honestly. Suns just the kind of basketball that they play, it's not enjoyable to watch. Like, I've watched some of their games recently. It's just not enjoyable, man. It's a lot of one-on-one basketball. Guys, just KD or Booker trying to take as many shots as they can. This is a team that's most likely not even going to get into the playoffs. It's absolutely wild. Rockets, I mean, yeah, it's up to a 5 now at my book. I don't even get a 4.5 at either of my books right now. So this line is moving towards the Rockets. I don't want to lay it. I do think it might be a little bit too good to be true here. My only lane 5 points here against the Suns. I think the Rockets are way better than this team, but general public might not think that. Looking at the market, I mean, it's not like a super public spot, it seems like, but I'm going to stay away from this one, guys. I got a lot on the line coming. I'm going to give you guys a quick play. I just want to mention this because I didn't give out a play on this. I'm going to give you guys Minnesota on the money line here, plus 130. They're about to tip off here. And Dawson Garcia over 18.5 points, minus 125. Take that shit. Going to be tipping off here in about 3 to 5 minutes. I'm all over it. I love this spot here for Minnesota today. Even though the line's moved against me, I still like it.
Are you concerned that the Rockets are such a short favorite against the Suns team that's won 12 games on the road all year? You feel like that's the fishy part?
That's the fishy
part. And I just think the Rockets are a lot. I mean, looking at their records, I mean, the Suns are on the out looking in. The Rockets have a locked-in playoff spot, I feel like. It did open up at 4, and so we're seeing more. I don't know. I mean, I do think the Rockets are the better team here. They should beat these guys by this many points. I might regret not taking it later. I just think this should be like a 6.5, if I'm being completely honest.
And that's how I feel too.
Since it's in Houston, if it was in Phoenix, maybe not, but it's in H-Town. I know H-Town's coming off 3 straight wins right now. Maybe this isn't a spot. I don't know. It's just it's weird. You guys almost talked me into it. I want to take the Rockets
in the lineup, like everything. It feels like from like a betting capper perspective. If Fleet's back in the lineup, they've been winning. The Suns are fucking trash.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just like
Dylan Brooks might get KD. KD might be pissed off still from the last game, like you said. That one of those guys might get thrown out because Dylan Brooks might get in their face, and if one of those guys gets out of there, the Rockets are going to run these guys out of the gym. It's just I don't know. I want to move on it. Who knows? I might see where this market goes, but I mean, I'm not going to. I don't know. This is going to
be true, bro. It feels so good to be true, but it's not even going to try to overcomplicate it. I got to get on the Rockets some way, somehow in this spot. It's just Jimmy saying the same shit that I thought of. Like the full game just seems very fucking sketchy.
But I think it's got to be a full game. You have to take advantage of these, of Beal and KD having been forced to play 35 plus. Exactly. I think you got to stay away from the first half when they could, get off to an okay start. This is third game in 4 nights with constant travel.
Yeah.
So it's not a double up. I'm going to move on the Rockets full game. It's strange though, and I think that the injuries to Amen is that he's been so good. So I think.
Yeah, but it's better with him coming off the bench. As much as Amon Thompson has grown his player development himself, he's not an NBA starting point guard.
No, I hear you. I'm gonna.
I'd rather see Reed Shepherd run point. Nothing against Amon Thompson, but put him on the wing. He's a better wing defender, and then he can guard the guards on defense. With the long arms, it gives a lot of people problems.
Let's roll into our next spot on the board here. Utah Jazz at the Memphis Grizzlies. Jazz 15-57 and 26 on the road. Grizzlies 41-24, 23-10 at home at FedEx Forum in Memphis, Tennessee. Utah playing at the fastest pace in the NBA right now. Not playing well at that pace, but playing at the fastest pace. 104.9 possessions a game over the last 5 games. Shooting the ball poorly. 44.6 and 33.5. We had a great breakdown of Memphis last week, one time, and they're just the look.
That was wild.
I still have always felt that Ja, despite some of the decisions that he's made outside of the arena, was capable of being a leader for this basketball team that could be counted upon.
But he's leading, Jim. He's showing up at the G League games with his fucking family and posters and shit. I mean, I've been seeing a lot different Ja.
I've also watched him say, I shouldn't have been on the court tonight. I shouldn't have played. My shoulder hurts. And I shouldn't have been out there. So I've also seen him act like a little bitch. So, I mean, I don't know. It's not enough for me. He's not. You don't say that. You never say that. You don't say, oh, I shouldn't have been out there. I'm hurting. I'm doing it for them. I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I really, he's dropped in my thought. He's not lifted this team up when he had every opportunity to, but we have the highest total on the board here. This opened up at 245, immediately went up to 247 and dropped to 246.5. It's still a 1.5 move towards the over. On the spread, we have the Memphis Grizzlies minus 11.5 and minus 107. This opened up at 12.5, so we have a 1-point move against them. When we get to the cash flow here, 69% of the tickets, 69% of the cash on Utah, 1-point move towards them, 53 and 61% on the over. Thank you, Ella Ola. It's spring break, so Ella in the house. Let's get into see who is going to be in the lineup. Did you want to say a quick hello? Okay, let's say a quick hello. It's been a long show. Okay, you want to say
hi, everybody.
You want to wish everybody good luck?
Good luck, Kat. Brothers and gamblers.
Okay, I love
Thanks,
you,
Ella. Have a good day.
Yes, I can. I can take you to ride your bike. Okay, I love you, sweetheart. Okay, let's get back to work here. We have JJ out, Aldama out. Zach Edey's a game time decision here. Listed as questionable with the ankle injury. It's also a little tricky. The wife's got the flu, so I'm just sort of solo handling things, and it's been quite a marathon of a show here. Brandon Clark with the questionable with a knee injury. So that is the situation there for Utah. It's actually not as bad as it's been. We know Kessler's going to play, and we know Collins is going to play, which is a rarity with this squad. Now, Lauri Markkanen is questionable with the back injury. He's missed 10 straight. So I think it's fair to say he's not going to be in the lineup. How is this guy getting paid what he's getting paid? I mean, it's just ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. Jordan Clarkson listed as questionable with a foot injury. He is the most effeminate looking tough guy. I mean, it's crazy. The guy wants to fight everybody and doesn't. I don't get the fear. If I was to see Jordan Clarkson in the back alley, I'd just be whistling as I walk past him. I wouldn't expect.
I think it's a court thing. I think it's an off the court thing where with the women and stuff like that, he might not be A+ player, all-star caliber player on the court, but he's banging the bad bitches off the court.
Well, yeah, I don't doubt that. I mean, it's. I don't think he'd be as concerned as I am about a 10K swing. Let's get into the cash. So 69-69 on the Jazz, 53-61 on the over. So let's roll here. Dan, I'd love that. I'm down for that. Let's roll here. We had this is the time now for wine time to start this one. Wine time. Jazz Grizzlies. Take it away.
Yeah, Grizzlies are going to be the second leg of that parlay with the Hawks on the money line. I think the Grizzlies are going to take care of business here. I'm debating on taking Utah, though, on the spread here, honestly. It's moving down. It just depends on who's going to play for Utah, though. You really never know who's going to play, if Lauri Markkanen's going to be out there or not. They're going to need JC out there as well if they're going to want to compete in this game. Should be a pretty fun game, though, here. Also on the over, this is the highest total on the board for a reason. Gave it on Twitter. I believe it was at 245 minus 110. Last night on Twitter, I love it here at the 246 as well. I think this is going to hit like 255-ish, maybe even 260 range. This is going to be a high-scoring game. But again, we're going to need those players in there. This total might drop if some of those guys get announced out. So we'll see about that. But I love the over in this spot, and I think the Grizzlies are going to win. They're just. I still got one more team to put in this parlay, but they should take care of business here. So give me the Grizzlies on the money line. Give me the over, the best number available. Whatever you can give me, Jim.
Did you tweet this one out though?
Yeah, I think it was. Let me double check.
Let's take, because you're gonna beat in the line. So let's use the line that you beat. We'll take a look at that. Grab it while we're here in Brizzy's breakdown. Brizzy, take it away. Jazz Grizzlies.
Yeah, I'm right there, locked up with wine time, like copy and paste breakdown. The Grizzlies' last couple of wins look good in the box score, but it feels like they're playing with fire. It feels like the injury bug has came around to find this team. Triple J's out. 7 of their bench players are out of the rotation. Eden's questionable. I feel like to cover big spreads in the NBA, it's really like the depth of the roster. Like looking at Cleveland in the East, like they don't have the star power like the rest of the league, but they have the depth among top in the league. So that's why they're the best ATS covering team in the NBA. Memphis is just a good team total over team. ATS-wise, they've gone 1-10-1 ATS in their last 12 games, so I can't lay double digits with them. Utah's been having like a turnover of like players on the court, meaning like they're putting in their best efforts, but the front office is like publicly tanking basketball games right now, and that hasn't really stopped Utah from covering games. They covered 7 of their last 10 games. They're not going to win this game, but I do feel like they do cover the double-digit spread. But I really do feel it's like one of those ones where like look what Wine Time was saying of like I really feel confident in Memphis winning this game, but I also feel really confident in the Jazz backdoor covering the spread. Kind of did a WNBA style type of play on this one. On FanDuel, scroll all the way over to the right, totals, parlays, and it says Memphis money line plus over 240.5 minus 115. That's a bad number. That line should be like minus 150, minus 160 because this total's moved up to 247. So that in probably like an hour and a half after a couple of these college basketball games go off and they put more player props up, it's probably going to get changed. So I would get on that immediately. Pass on betting player props in this game. I think Memphis 1-10 win margin minus 132 is a look. Jazz. I don't want to bet the Jazz on the spread right now because it depends on who's out for them. But whatever the spread is, I definitely think they can cover a double-digit spread. I think Memphis is going to win this game, though, probably within 10 points, though. And this goes way over.
Interesting. But they are pretty public right now, pretty public spot. Yeah, it doesn't appeal to me here. Either side doesn't appeal to me. I get the Memphis money line over 240.5 kick, and I can understand wine time on the over 245. Let's roll onto our next spot on the board. 3 games left here on today's show. We have Dallas Mavericks at San Antonio Spurs. Mavericks 33 and 33, 14-18 on the road at the Spurs, 26 and 37, 15-15 at home. We're at Frost Bank Center in San Antonio, Texas, where some of you may be on Friday night. Yes, we also made the decision. The poker game will be in-house. Poker game will be at the bar. So it's going to allow players or cappers to go to the basketball game and still come into a late table because we're going to go one table at a time.
I think I'm going to sign up for that. I don't think I'm going to go to the game. I think I'm just going to play poker with you guys and hang out.
Well, it's going to be a real hangout because only one table is going to be going at a time.
Yeah.
So it's not like, I'm going to hit the late pick 4 at Santa Anita. We're going to be live betting basketball. It's just,
for sure. Yeah. There's going to be so much going on. So yeah, I'm down. So.
Mavericks, Spurs here. Spurs, Mavericks, they just faced each other. It was 2 days ago. It was a home and home. And, they were both here in San Antonio. My apologies. 133-129 victory just 2 days ago for the Mavericks in San Antonio. With only 8 players available, the Spurs took a ton of heat for the performance. De'Aaron Fox has been pretty disappointing here. I imagine this wasn't his expectation here. Gorky means UMass. Okay, Gorky. No worries, my man. No worries here. Call your under a 0.5-3 here by Robert Franklin. So, we know Pete's never ridden a bike before. One of the wild things about Peter Loshak. How do the Spurs not smash them? I know this is a Spurs team, devoid of any interior talent. Vassell game time decision 2, which is not good. Listed as questionable due to the right wrist contusion. That injury kind of came out of nowhere. You have Shohan as a game time decision as well. So that's a problem. So maybe we want to wait a little bit, but these guys have been vilified for their performance. I mean, I don't understand how any group of Spurs isn't going to smash and grab now and really be locked in this basketball game. We've seen it go from 5.5 to 6. Let's get to the total here. From a total scenario, we have a 236. This opened up at 236.5. It got up to 238 before it went down to 236. And another thing is that I've noticed that centers going up against Bismack Biyombo are able to get assists because Biyombo's. I don't want to make fun of his intelligence. He's just not. He's slow and he goes for fakes. And we watched JV get 6 assists against them. I don't have those numbers in front of me. It would take a little bit longer for me to do that. But take it away for us here, Brizzy, Mavericks, Spurs.
Yeah, there's going to be a second consecutive meeting between these two teams with the books basically kind of repushing the same exact lines from the last game. Mavericks coming off the 133-129 win, finally got that get-up spot win. The Spurs have lost 8 consecutive meetings head-to-head versus the Mavericks. So I'm kind of with you. It kind of seems like a smash and grab early spot. I just haven't really been betting first quarter, first halves like that in the NBA, but like they're just screaming to me on a couple like this spot and the Houston spot. It's just screaming to me to fuck around with and dig deeper into it because first quarter or first half, like in the last game, they had a 6-point lead at the end of the first quarter, and kind of remembering how the last game went. It could be just one of those spots where the Spurs try to come out hot. I'm not really interested in laying this amount of points with how bad the Spurs have been since the Wemby injury. It's like, yo, I'm about to parlay up one of the worst teams in the NBA at minus like 260. Like, it just feels like that's asking for a fucking loss. So I feel like I got to do some more handicapping in this one. But I think it's first quarter for me, -1.5, -125 ESPN bet. Player prop that I'm waiting for this game is Harrison Barnes over 1.5 3-pointers. He's coming off a huge game. Granted, I don't think he's going to score like 30 fucking points again, but I definitely think he can net in 2 threes. No way Harrison Barnes can had that good of a game in a revenge spot against a former team, and you don't give him a couple more minutes there.
The public as well is sitting here backing the Mavericks. It is 66% of tickets, 61% of cash. This is a Spurs first half and full game. I bet as soon as the show's over, it's gonna be the first thing I bet. Wine time, your thoughts here. Oh, very quickly for my man Swish. I think there's a lot of volatility in that hockey game. Montreal playing towards the under, but Kraken just can't be trusted defensively, and they're less than the sum of their parts, and they have a ton of offense, and you could be dealing with a tired Montreal squad. The volatility in that game, Swish, made me uncomfortable. In all Kraken games, I'm really uncomfortable. I'm sorry I'm not more helpful there. Wine time, take it away, Maverick Spurs.
Yeah, shout out to my guy Stacks in there. He said Max Christie 15+ points. I was actually looking at that as well, just because he hasn't been able to hit that the last couple of games, and he's just not getting enough shots though. But if he can knock down some of those threes, he can hit it. But yeah, guys, this is gonna be the third leg of the parlay here. Spurs money line. Parlay the Spurs, Grizzlies, and the Hawks together. That gives you plus 110 on the money line. It's not a lot, but I definitely think all three of these teams are gonna win. I think this is a smash and grab as well for the Spurs. I'm gonna go ahead and ride it with you guys. I'm gonna give out the Spurs -6, -110 as well right now. I'm gonna add it to my action. This should be a smash and grab. Look at the start. I mean, they're going to need Najee Marshall to just keep draining threes for them going forward, and Klay Thompson to score 20, 25 points. PJ Washington to have himself a game too. Outside of that, they don't really have guys that can put the ball in the bucket. Max Christie can, but he's just not shooting it, man. And I think I'm like 0-2 on his point props the last week or two, and I'm just not going to go back to the well with it. Dallas Mavericks are going nowhere fast. Dallas Mavericks are going to be the team that's going to drop out of the play-in tournament eventually. Question is, who's going to replace them? Is it going to be the Spurs? We'll see if they can get a run going here these next couple of weeks. I'm not too sure if they have enough time. This team's been falling ever since they lost Wemby. You know, Fox came over here thinking he was going to play with the big man, gets hurt pretty quick. You know, I can't imagine he's enjoying himself too much down there right now, but, you know, if they start winning some ball games and at least get themselves in contention to make a run and to try to get that 10th spot in the play-in tournament and then win 3 games from there to get into the playoffs, they can do it. But I think this is a spot for the Spurs. They can beat these guys by 10+ points. So give them to me in that parlay plus 110, and then also give them to me -6, -110.
Yeah, I get it. One thing about this spot that I see it from a psychological standpoint is that the Mavericks needed to win so badly.
So fucking bad, bro. It was ridiculous, bro. Like, I can't imagine them going on their social medias.
They needed it, and now they got to take a breath. You know, relax, take their shoulder, relax. And the opposite's happening for the Spurs. So Robert Franklin on under 4.5 boards. The amount of negativity that was sent towards the Spurs for that loss to the 7 men of the Mavericks. I mean, come on. Like, I think the Spurs are going to be completely locked in and play good basketball here. Let's move on to our next spot on the board. This one is a wine time starter. We have just 2 games left on today's show. So let's roll. This is game 52. I thought we had more than that. 40, 44. Oh, yeah. No, that's right. Let's move on to the next spot on the board here. We have the Timberwolves and the Nuggets. Timberwolves 37-29, 19-15 on the road. Nuggets 42-23, 22-9 at home. Minnesota getting their shit together late in the season. 5-0 over the past 5. 21st fastest pace, 98.2. 0 possessions a game. Denver right underneath them over the last 5 games, 97.96. Both teams shooting the ball beautifully. Minnesota 50.6 from the field and 43.4 from 3, while Denver 50.8 from the field and 41.2 from 3. We have this total at 233 right now. This opened up at 236.5, so yet another, legit move here. And then on the spread, we have Minnesota +3 at -106. They opened up at 3.5. This did get up to 4 before it dropped down to 3. When we take a look at the cash flow, we have just 38% of the tickets, but 50% of the cash on Minnesota. Clearly playing good ball. 85 and 83 on the over. Let's take a look at the lineups after shoot around. Rudy Gobert is a game time decision. He's got a back injury. He's listed as questionable. He did come back after missing 10 games with the back injury. Obviously, it's still affecting him. On the other side of things, the big three I guess MPJ would be in that, but 3 big players out here. Unlikely to play is Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon is listed as doubtfully aggravated the calf injury against OKC. Jamal Murray is probable. So Jamal Murray will be in the lineup. And then Nikolai Jokic is listed as probable. So Jokic will be in. So who knows about Gobert here? Dan Kelly says, I went through every game that Dallas, Phoenix, and Portland have left, and Portland plus 1,500 is the play to get the last play-in spot in the West. You're 15-1 you're getting.
That's wild. If you would have just asked me with like outlook and odds and just asked me like who I think is going to get the last play-in spot, I would definitely say Portland.
Yeah, no, I get it. I absolutely get it. We have had a big comeback from Grambling.
Yo, Grambling's high. Man, they've been looking high. They got that one 2 guard. I don't know. Is he's the coach's son or some shit like that? And he's just been hooping.
It's important. It's important. Now they've still got work to do to get there, but I feel like I left money on the table without being on West Virginia first half, and then not betting Fordham, but taking Wyoming, and then not betting them live. 365's live. Maybe it's not.
It's a good shooting team. They're one of the better shooting teams in the in that conference. They're like top 3 shooting team in that conference. Like they might get busted by the bad teams, but when they play against the shitty teams, that's when they start scoring a lot.
Well, Brizzy, hit us with Timberwolves Nuggets.
This one here, I played a same game parlay, but looking at this game, it feels like Minnesota's been playing very well. Coming into this game, 5-game winning streak. They've been able to take advantage of the softer scheduling, though, with them now top 10 in effective field goal percentage and 5th in three-point percentage. The key number in this game is going to be points in the paint. Timberwolves have been really good guarding the paint, and that's where a lot of this Denver offense really starts. And that's how they won the last couple of 2 meetings head-to-head versus the Nuggets in the series last year. Maybe unpopular, but I kind of really like the over in this game. Without the market's just not screaming like it's an over. It's just the stats kind of scream like it's an over. Denver scored 140 in each 2 of their last 3. Timberwolves finally healthy, 125 through their last 4. Going into like greasy narrative theory, primetime game, when you're going up against a bunch of championship games, like you better make this game good if you want people to watch it. Denver's going to try to get out and transition. Like this has all the ingredients for an over spot. That's why I ran a player prop parlay. But I think it's 10 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? I can wait for the market to develop by then and to move on the over. But with all these with this player prop parlay, like I feel like I should just bet the over in the game. But Anthony Edwards, all over 29.5 PRA. Dante DiVincenzo, 10 plus points. That was the his 3-point prop on Prop IQ, that website I told you about, was the free pick of the day because he's gone over in 9 out of his last 10. He had the best 3-point prop stat out of anybody on the slate today. Nikolai Jokic double-double. And Jamal Murray, 15 plus points. The Timberwolves last 15 games allowing the most points to the point guard position. So 4-leg parlay plus 163. Edwards PRA 29.5 alt line. Dante DiVincenzo 10 plus points. Don't mind a 3-point prop. Jokic double. Murray 15 plus points plus 163.
Murray was how many points?
15.
Yeah, I get this look a lot. Plus 163, 4 legs. I like it. Ant over 29.5 PRA. DiVincenzo over 10 points. Jokic double. Murray 15 plus seems very much in the cards. Wine time. Take it away. Timberwolves Nuggets.
Yeah, I'm looking at my book now. It's crazy to see this is down to a -3, -110 right now. This is a game I didn't move on, but looking at it last night, I was very close to moving on the Nuggets -4. And I thought the line was going to continue to go that way. Got up to a 4.5. Now it's down to a 3. I don't know. This is a really interesting spot. I kind of want to back the Timberwolves here on the money line, but I'm not going to do it because I haven't been able to read this Timberwolves team good. If I do end up moving on this, I'll tweet it out. That's definitely the side I think is going to be on this now, looking at everything, having the line move towards them. If it continues to move, this gets to a 2.5. I'm gonna bet the money line on the Timberwolves. We'll see. But it's looking like this is going towards the Timberwolves. Looking at the market right now, I believe it was not a crazy. 62% on the Denver Nuggets, 50% of the money. Definitely contrarian if you're betting the Timberwolves here and seeing the line come towards your way right now. 38% of bets, 50% of money. So I like the Timberwolves here. This seems like a spot. I might move on this right now. I just haven't been able to read this team too well this season in certain spots, but this seems like a spot that I should back them.
Yeah, I agree. I don't see how anybody with this market could feel confident in their action on Denver. In saying that, I'd like to know that Rudy is in. When you at least for his 6 fouls. I mean, but I can understand that. Well, I'll be looking forward to hear if you do move on them. Certainly feels like the sharp side. Our final spot here, game 53. 10 p.m. Eastern, New York Knicks 41-23, 20-12 on the road. The Portland Trailblazers 28-38, 16-15 at home at the Moda Center. Let's get into this spot on the board here. I just went through the situation. We know Brunson's out, so there's nothing to figure out for the Knicks. Ayton is out, but we have 3 Blazers that are on the injury report. Jeremy Grant, doubtful, so we can pull him. He's going to miss 2 straight now with the right knee tendonitis. Then we have Robert Williams, listed as questionable right now, so we don't know if he's in. He's missed 10 straight. I'd imagine that we can just say he's not in. Then we have a Thibault, who is going to be making his debut here, make his season debut. So what? He's going to play 8 minutes. So it's not a big. Maybe though it's a boost. I mean, I could see it just being a boost for the Blazers, who are playing meaningful basketball games late in the season for the first time in a long time. This is our final spot on the board. Wine Time's going to get us started here. The Knicks, obviously, with Brunson's injury, it's been a tough trip, but they smash and grab the Kings last out, 133-104. So they got to feel better about themselves here. And then the Blazers have lost 4 straight. And I had pinpoint this as a spot where the Blazers were going to be very, very alive here. Let's get into the line history and then the cash flow, and then hear from Wine Time. We have Portland +4. They opened up a +5 at 9:37 p.m. 22 minutes later, it was a 4.5, and then 9 minutes after that, it was a 4. So, that's a pretty quick move. Now it's just sat at the 4, but it's a pretty legit move, I think, towards the Blazers. From a total standpoint here, we have a 227.5 minus 108 to the under. This opened up at 227, so the half point move to the over. And then cash flow for this one. We have just 24% of the tickets and 30% of the cash on the Blazers. I was planning on being on the Blazers. Now the market's saying, yes, go forth on the Portland Blazers. So I think that's the plan. Let's hear what Wine Time and Brizzy have to say, and then decisions will be made. Take it away, Wine Time.
Yeah, I definitely lean towards the Portland Trailblazers. If I'm going to take them, I'm going to take them on the money line here. It's definitely a spot I'm going to tweet out later if I do end up moving on this. Line's kind of stuck at 4 right now. I think this is a pretty accurate line where it should be. I do think Portland Trailblazers lost 4 straight games here. They want to try to make a play-in tournament run. They're going to have to take care of business. Knicks coming off a blowout win against the Sacramento Kings, beat them by like 25 points. They're without Brunson. They still have a pretty solid team. But this seems like a Portland Trailblazer spot from a market standpoint, from a situational standpoint. They're at home here. This place should be rocking. They have a chance here to kind of go on a run here to try to make a play-in tournament spot. So I'll probably end up moving on the Trailblazers +150 on the money line. But I'm going to wait a little bit. I'm not going to move on it quite yet.
How did the Knicks put up 133 points? I mean, they shot 53.6 from the field and 55% from 3. This is a team that was just getting no flow at all. And then they head over to Sacramento and smash and grab. They 22 of 40 from 3. Hart goes 4 of 6. McBride 4 of 5. Cat 3 of 6. OG 3 of 7. I mean, can't we just put a line through that possibly happening here? I mean, It's not only the Blazers the spot, but is also, a move on the under or the team total under. The Knicks, I don't think I mentioned this. I'm not sure if I did. We've kept so many games today, but they're 25th in pace over the last 5 games, 96.1 possessions a game. They're shooting just 44.7 from the field and 32.5 from 3. It was a complete outlier performance. The Blazers are playing slower too, under 100 possessions a game. It's 13th fastest in the league, 44 from the field and 32.4 from three. I'm very interested to hear, Brizzy, your thoughts on this one and whether or not this should also be a team total under on the favorite. So take it away, Brizzy.
Let me answer Swish's question in the chat.
Sure.
DiVincenzo. I wouldn't play the DiVincenzo steals and blocks because, like, for example, I'm clicking Dante DiVincenzo's name. Over 2.5 3-pointers. He's gone over 10 out of his 10 last games. Over 11.5 points, 90% hit rate. Over PRA, 90% hit rate. Points and assists, 80% hit rate. Points and rebounds, 80% hit rate. Points and assists, 80% hit rate. Points, 80% hit rate. Points and rebounds, alt line hit rate. You gotta scroll fucking down until the steals and blocks comes up. So all those other looks are better looks than the steals and blocks at plus 125. Like, I would rather alt line over 2.5 threes and his points prop at 10.5 and take that as the same game parlay, probably at the same exact odds. But breaking down this game, Portland's came back down to earth, losing each of their last 4 games, ranking 24th in net rating in the NBA. Losing Brunson isn't ideal for the Knicks, but they've gotten a big boost from Miles McBride in the lineup. Gaining a lot more of Tibbs' trust for this season. I feel like a lot of the change from the other games from Monday night's game was they basically ran the same exact sets that they would run for Jalen Brunson for Miles McBride, and that's what they didn't do in the other games. They're running like the Miles McBride offense, like if he was coming off the bench, and they just kind of just said, fuck it, just let him play like if he was Jalen Brunson, and he did a really good job running the offense. Each starter in the lineup scored 15 or more points, so it was kind of more of like a collective effort. Hart and McBride combined for 8 3-pointers. Honestly, I kind of like the Knicks team total over 115.5, but not something I was like convicted on. If I did play something on this one, I would have to go back to the well with the Karl-Anthony Towns points and rebounds prop minus 120. I played this one on Monday. It was a little bit frustrating not cashing it due to a blowout because he went over his points prop pretty easily, but you're not going to go over your rebounds prop in a blowout in the NBA. But this spread is definitely closer than what it's basically like the same exact spread as the game from Monday night, but I actually think it's going to play out close. It's not going to be a blowout. So I could definitely see your guys' appeal for Portland because I like the Knicks player props.
What a wildly interesting spot. And pull this, pull that. OG Lowbagger I rock with for years and years, ran with me in 2016 or 2017, 2016. Says, Knicks still have the 2 best players on the court, Cat Mikal, easy, cheap New York Knicks. But but that's the overriding feeling from the gambling public. And yet this line moved that point initially, which is clearly the sharp action that the books were focusing on. And we have 76 and 70 on the Knicks here. There was just an outlier performance that we're coming off. And then I'm getting 14-1 on the Blazers to get into the play-in, down 5 games on the Mavericks. Can they catch 5 games on the Mavericks in 16 games at 14-1?
It starts tonight, and it starts with Dallas losing tonight and Portland Trailblazers winning tonight. I mean, huge game for the Portland Trailblazers here. I'm gonna move on it. I'm gonna move on the money line here, though.
And this is the first of a 7-game homestand. The problem is the last 3 teams are Denver, Boston, and Cleveland, and they don't have Dallas heads up. How many games is Dallas going to win of these remaining 16? I think that Dan's got another great look. I mean, you don't need to bet. You can bet $200 on this one. You can bet $100 on this one at 14-1 and get a $1,400 payday. I mean, it doesn't have to be. I think I join you, Dan. I think I join you. I just want to study it a little bit more, but I think I make that bet here. Second. All right, that concludes our action here today. So let's review action here. We'll start with you, Wine Time. Review your card for Wednesday, March 12th in NBA.
Yeah, we're going to start with the Thunder. We're going to start with them on the month. I'm going to start with the 3 plays I gave out last night. Thunder money line plus 140, We gave out the Heat -2.5, -110. We actually got a lot better of a number last night. Jazz Grizzlies over 244.5, -110. Then we're going to go right to, let me see, NBA. After that, we took Spurs, Grizzlies, Hawks all on the money line parlay at +110. We got that in. We also gave out the Spurs -6, -110. And then ended up giving it out at this number, SGA over 33.5 points and Thunder to win at +240. Love that play, honestly. And I believe that concludes. And I'm going to add I'm going to add it right now. Portland Trailblazers +160 on the money line. Lock me in on that. I'm going to give it out and play it right after I get off.
I love it. And I'm kind of behind on my note taking, so I can just go onto your Twitter and just copy it all from there.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Brizzy, your card for Wednesday, March 12th, my man.
Yeah, let me pull up my sports book here. Memphis over 240.5. Straight bet -115. Same game parlay in the Minnesota-Denver game. Edwards over 29.5 PRA. Vincenzo 10+ points. Jokic double-double. Murray 15+ points, +163. Other tickets that I do have, I'm just reading them off. Kansas, same game parlay tonight against UCF. Kansas money line, Dickinson 10+ points, 8+ rebounds, and this is going to be the sweaty leg. Zeke Mayo over 4.5 rebounds at +205 is that same game parlay, and then Sabalenka, Grand Canyon, and SMU to close out one of these parlay legs.
Oh, I love it. Great job, fellas. Sorry to keep you guys waiting for so long. It's just that time of year. That won't be the case here when we get back from San Antonio. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to pop both of these great guys in the chat. Please support them. This is Wine Time's X handle. Please support our guy, Wine Time. And then we have Gettin_Bills_Billy Brisbane, star of the Locker Room Talk podcast. I'm going to pop his X handle in the chat. Dan Kelly, thank you for rocking with us, my man. Thank you to all of you guys. So many of you have been here, too, for 5+ hours with us as well. That means the world to us. We'll start with you, Wine Time. Any last words, my man, for the Capper supporting the show?
Yeah, man. Always a good time doing the show with you guys. Love doing this. 7 days from now, we're going to be in San Antonio, kicking at the bar, drinking, eating some good burgers, and good vibes all around, man. I'm looking forward to it. Going to be sweating out these games all day. We've got action all day long in college basketball. I'm hoping today turns my season around in college basketball. It's been a bad one, but got a lot of action out there today, and we're off to a hot start. Let's get this money with Minnesota. Dawson Garcia is 3 of 3 to start from the field, but it's almost halftime. He's only taken 3 shots, but he's got 7 points. Let's keep it rocking and rolling here, Minnie. And as always, it's a good time doing this with you guys. Appreciate you guys.
Grambling State outright winner. It's funny. I'm 3-2 right now, and I feel like I've lost. It's just such a funny thing. You leave some money on the table, you start beating yourself up, but we're in the world of the black, and black is beautiful, baby. Brizzy, take us home. Last words, my man.
Yeah, man. Next week is going to go by pretty fast, so we got to make sure we're locked in now, because once we're in San Antonio, time is going to go by fast, and these games
you're right,
flying off the fucking board, and we're not even going to be thinking about NBA, but there's going to be some great NBA spots of some of my biggest NBA bets throughout the years have been during March Madness, where these lines are just ridiculously cheap. Of you're seeing of how crazy these totals are moving, and it's because of the sports bettor. It's not because of the sports books. The sports bettors are really determining where the lines are going right now.
We're all together. 2 years ago, we went on a monster NBA run in San Antonio. Like it was a huge
16 fucking game win streak going down into that. So.
Yeah. No, we're going to be hammering NBA, and you fellas will be live with me. It'll be great. It'll absolutely.
I'm hoping when I get into San Antonio, it's going to be 12:30 San Antonio time, that I can hop in there with Jose and break down that NBA card for that day. Honestly, I'm hoping I can make it for that. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. Wednesday
midnight. So I will be there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and all of Monday.
Dope. Also, our comic Barry Lyman, he had a show, ESPN Houston show for 7 years. So he is a sports show himself. So it'll be fun having him mixing with the squad. And we're going to do the show in the back room this year So I think it'll also be helpful. Why don't you guys stay on with me here as I put a bow on this show? Thank you, everybody in the chat. Truly, truly, thank you. Actually, I should review all action, shouldn't I? I should. So you guys don't need to stick around for that. That might be painstaking. You guys got money to make. So thank you so much, you two, for rocking with me. Just very, very thankful. Very, very thankful.
See you Friday, my guy.
I'll see you, my man. I'll see both of you fine gentlemen soon. Thank you for all the hustle and hard work. Thank you, DC. I hope so. This is action here for us on today's card. The respect play, they didn't make it through, didn't get home, so we didn't. But respect, he's alive at the ACC championship in Charlotte. What a guy! Stacks play day number 1, Iowa plus 5.5. Number 2, SGA 6+ rebounds. Gorky, Davidson, Georgia Tech money line. Georgia Tech came through, and so did Davidson. So that's a casher for Gorky. We have a Big Scott who was on North Carolina minus 8.5 and the under 149.5 in that North Carolina game. God, that's just beautiful work. They're sitting at 104 points right now. So great job from Big Scott. Spooner, Georgia Tech, which cashed. He's got LaSalle, Cal, and Sacred Heart left. Ross Pitts cashing with Richmond Spiders. There, 9 Legacy has Notre Dame plus 9.5. He's also on the Habs, Le Habitant. UPK, our guy UPK, he's on Davidson, Rhode Island, Georgia Tech, Northwestern, Vandy, Villanova, American, and Rutgers. I've got 21 minutes to get in my games at 4:30. How many of those did I want to get in on here?
You got LaSalle, UMass, Fresno, Nevada. Our McNeese pops off at 5. That's all in the scene coming up.
God, these days are a battle. And the importance of succeeding is just so important. It is quite a life we've chosen. So I'm 3-2 right now. It's so funny. I feel like I've lost. I'm 3-2. Texas up 15-9. I know it's very early, but it's a good sign when your team gets off to a good start. Oh, no. I thought the game was over in Grambling. They said it was over. Oh, no. Good God.
It's an overtime.
I've got 2 seconds left. I thought it said it was over. 49-47, 0 seconds left. Can't trust anything.
I got 39 overtime, 4 minutes and 30 seconds left.
What the hell's happening? I'm stuck with 49-40. Oh my God. Why am I saying that just is so irritating. Oh my God. Just never ends. I've still got 2 seconds left in overtime at 49 with Grambling at the ball. So we're 45 seconds into overtime?
Yeah, Grambling just hit 2 shots at the free throw lines. Michael Jacobs, 2 for 2, 51-49 Southern. 4:30 left on the clock.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm not 3-2. I'm in very, very okay. So Georgia minus 2.5, USC minus 1, Iowa plus 5.5 for wine time. We just reviewed NBA, NHL here. I'm so confident in the Flames -1, which I destroyed the line, and the team total under for the Canucks, that I'm not betting anything else. And maybe that's a mistake, but I just couldn't be more confident on those 2 spots. So I'm just leaving it at that. I need to get in the black ASAP. Gogster's got a pretty big card. He's coming off a monster day with us. Now as a ROI just under 5%. Gogster's card is Buffalo, Detroit, first period. Both teams score plus 150. He's also on the Canucks team total under with me. He's on Vancouver, Calgary, no goal, first 9.5. His parlays are, you know what? I'm going to put his parlays in the chat. I'll pop this in the chat. So here, let me do this. This will be an easier way of handling it. There we go. And
did Gogster give out any fucking division, whatever that's called, the minor league hockey shit? Because his minor league hockey ROI is fucking ridiculous.
Yes, he has a parlay, Laval in regulation and Charlotte money line. So I'll do this here. This is Gogster's AHL. There you go. So there's Gogster's action here. And then I've hammered those 2 spots, that I told you about. So let's get back to the review in college basketball here. I've got 18 minutes to decide if I want Nevada. I don't know if I do. That line wasn't promising, but LaSalle, I'd like to jump on LaSalle. Lamar, I think it's just LaSalle from the early parts for me. Slaughter is on Rutgers and Florida International. Bookie Buster played today from DC Cappers, UC Santa Barbara. I'd like to join him on that. I'm very interested in LSU and American. UNLV's probably going to stay off. I want to see that the lines move back to Cal. I'm going to wait on that. I do think South Carolina State is a smash and grab situation here to start the MAAC tourney. Jackson State, too, I'm interested in. Spooner's on Sacred Heart, a team I like a lot. USC, do I want to go up against Slaughter on Rutgers? It just seems the market's screaming USC at us. Florida International, at least I could join him on that one. Ron Crawford gave us the Red Wings in NHL, the Clippers in NBA, and NCAA play today's USC. The Gauchos is a spot I want to join. I did move on Texas. I have some interest in Kansas and SMU, also Northern Colorado, which I might get off. And Grand Canyon, I thought was going to be smash grab. Looks like it'll just be a solo bet. We just reviewed NBA, so that is our show for today. I still am stuck here. That's why something's wrong with the live feed here on 365. It's just stuck. That's why all the action's gone. 52-51 Grambling with 3.5 minutes left. Okay. Andrew G says, let's fade the Canucks and get paid. Yeah, man. I'm right with you. On behalf of all of us here at Pub Sports Radio, thank you guys so much for the support. Can't wait to see a whole bunch of you down in San Antonio. Shout out to Andrew G, College Station, Zoe, King Oo, Coin, Spooner, Nasty Nate. Yes, the respect play today did not come through because it was Rhode Island, right? I don't have the final score, but I thought Rhode Island lost outright, didn't they? Am I tripping?
That was not a game on my docket. I'd like to.
Rhode Island, I believe. What the hell is it?
Still on.
Oh, yeah. Fordham, Rhode Island. Yeah. No, respect play days in trouble here. DC Capper, thank you. Swish, Aaron Malavo. Shout out to Manila. Shout out to the Philippines rocking with us. Dan Kelly, I'm going to move on that Blazer spot here as well. Polo this, Polo that. The Nuke Worker. Robert Franklin, Wine Time. Thank you guys all so much. Justin McKelvey, Turnsey, Saturated. Thank you guys. Truly, truly thank you. Lex Steele, I hope you're getting that cash on the felt. And on behalf of all of us at Pub Sports Radio, get that cash and roll that shit, like that shit, and smoke it. What we also need to do is get paid. It's unsettling that I find myself in this situation every year, once or twice, where the stakes are so enormously high, but we thrive on pressure. We must get paid here. Thank you so much to the guests that joined us on screen. Mr. Gogster doing great job. Mr. Morgan Spooner, thank you, Spooner. Daby Cab, who is excellent. Wine Time and Brizzy. Very thankful to be a part of this community. Now we have to get paid. That's it. Get paid. Shout out to all of you guys. Let's go. Hey, los bookmakers.
From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds.
Pub Sports Radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, make a bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H. I stack green like Boston, shout out to Nasty Nate. From down south, where we ride on slab. 420 highway smoking with that boy Daby Cap. Fly out to Denver for the Nugget fans so we can smoke out J Money, cause you know that's our mans. Us against the bookies, put money in our pockets. Fly out to Vegas, meet up with Ski Crockett. Hit the sports books, we got money to stack. Can't forget them college picks with that boy Connor Mack. Call up Dutch boy, cause you know we stay fresh. What's the strain of the day, homie? Watch the daily sesh. Roll up a paper plane, light up a Sparky. If I need a strikeout prop, we gon' holler at Sharpie. Cross over to the West Coast and holler at Bam. If we talking NBA, I got to hit, try, wham. Always tapping in, money's what we trust. If I need a team total, gotta hit nut flush, cause I'm Bishop of Bay, smoking straight to the chest. Gotta fly out to the Bay to homie Moose Money Bets. From Brooks to West, cash checks what we do, cause I'm hoop banging with Boss and the OG Raccoon. do. If we need it under, I gotta hit no nose. If I ladder my prop, I gotta holler Big Show. Now we back to the East Coast for Nicky Fish tanks. We watching UFC, keeping money in the bank. Die Hard and Danny Betts and the whole damn crew. Nick's the only guy I know can drink a brew or buy his shoe, but hey, that's what he do. It is what it is. I can't forget that Jersey boy, that homie Billy Briz. If I need an ice pick, I go to Ontario, holler my ice guy, Ian Bobino. And if I need some advice in trying to cash, tune into Peter Loshak and Jimmy the Bag. And hit that like button, make sure that you smash it. The famous words of razor sharp picks, cash it. I'm on my poker shit, stacking my chips. If we ever lose a bet, man, we never gon' trip. Cause I'm like Night M, pimp slap player of the day. Ron Crawford spreadsheet, what more can you say? It's how we stay paid each and every day. Can't forget about the producer, say hey Jose. Tell your mother, your father, your son, and your daughter, cause nothing's going down without the Don Jeff Slaughter. All you low baggers, hold it down in the chat. If you missed all that, the remix will be back. Yeah.